takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan, penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan.
Guys, welcome back.
Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi.
Visual and
Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Kok masuk ya? Berada
Main
di
Mobile
sana.
Legends memang seru.
Soalnya dia mesti ada. Nanti on it.
Makin epic.
Divide.
Apalagi kalau
Impact transfer. Oh, beli mana?
Karena double crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal, crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Sudah nih. Kalau
kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan
Guys.
ingatannya.
First star,
Masih ingat
no?
ini, Pak.
Komasa ko ni ready lo tham. Tani ada mo ni ya tu ni cara.
Hidupkan
Boleh.
momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Jangan sim.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath.
Wow, nó đã lia của là Brad. Nó bị ông muốn đốn này nè. Nó bị ông skin kia với đu thấp bị thảm. Okay. Không chọn rồi, cho skin. Best skin rồi, tôi
Glory
cho
of my trade.
không mà best
Death
skin.
is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Kệ nó. Like quest. Go. Rồi. Đang làm phía bên lê gì vậy? Solution của trả lại. Okay. Tolong ready pin. Guess what? Running. Quay guess what? Tuh, aku salah. Kok masih? rapid ကိုလက်ခွန်လက်ရမယ် Oh
Now, can they replicate it in this Fnatic Onyx group?
Or you know
Hey,
what that means?
I
They
only
better
need
pick up the Terizla,
I
take it away
have
from
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx. They decide to go for the Edith and the Zas. So Fnatic Onyx have a chance to actually just go for Terizla. And then in the weak side, honestly, the Moskov is still up for grabs for them. They can go for that. This would be a different route, though. This would put Sans to a very uncomfortable spot in the second phase. They will definitely can start to, you know, neutralize Sans in the hero pool department. Just, you know, take a lot of the picks we've known Sans for out of the play.
Especially if they have the Zask already available there. If they can flex his Edith to the roam position, but if they want to try and surprise Fnatic Onyx and go for something even more aggressive to really shut down Sans, we've seen that being quite the reliable way to really tone down Onyx success in the early game. No mage presence, no damage presence, means that Fnatic Onyx will be more limited. But now with the Hylas picked up, now there's a flex potential there. The weak side though, with the Moskov, CW is no stranger to that kind of situation. So now Fnatic Onyx kind of hinting that they want to play for that EXP lane a bit more. And with the Hylas, it can still be flexing to the EXP lane. You have to wonder what the idea is. How do they want to try and rotate around and enable this Hayabusa at the same time?
If they want to get one comfort pick and it doesn't need to be like a carrier, shredding heroes, they can honestly just get the CC. Chorizo, very comfortable on that pick. We've seen him in Big Turn Alpha back then in previous season play the CC. It's not that good of a flex though. So the Suns actually go for the carry. At least they get deal with the threat of the high loss instantly, right? It was either carry or CC.
But now the kill pressure from Fnatic Onyx is going to be used to its utmost
potential. One is going to
have a lot of range.
Bowling
ဟုတ်ပဲနဲ့ bowling ချင်းရှင်ပြအောင်တော့ blink နေနေပါဘူး
plan မရှိမယ်ဟိုက high loss ကိုလည်း match ချလို့ရတယ်နေတယ်
All depends on how well can Devil Knight protect and enable what. Because all things considered, there's a lot of ways for Fnatic Onyx to really try and get their hands onto him. And there's a chance they can kind of go for a long-range mage as well. We've seen Sans perform really well with the strategy, and they can kind of zone away the carry, and then make this Hylos just that much more of an oppressive presence. A lot of options there, for sure. But for Dewa, they know that they want to have the guaranteed pick-off, the guaranteed shred down on one person, so the Faramis becomes their choice for the ban. Now Nolan as well taken away by Fnatic Onyx, so a lot of attention for the jungle.
Is Louis going to be the option here for Sans, knowing that they have this much kill pressure to work with? If you play early game, then I think Louis might be a good pick here, and it's also a good matchup against the Zask.
Yeah, I think the Aurora though definitely fits a bit better if you want to go for the full counter towards the Zask. The Aurora has been left open. They banned out the Valentina. What else do they want to ban out here? The Nolan becomes a good, big, you know, problem for the Hayabusa because of how fast he farms out. Maybe they can actually clear real fast, or they take away the threat of the speed still being flexed, right?
Oh,
Joy. Huh.
Interesting. Banning with the Joy, all the fast clear junglers of Fnatic Onyx, I think they're really hinting at a fast tempo kind of play. And if that's the case, I believe that the Hylas can be put in the roaming position. It kind of limits the possibility for Keyboy to really make those flashy plays. Now for Dewa though, exposing their first choice for the second phase, it's going to be the Julian more burst potential. Great control too when it comes down to the security to protect the backline here when they're trying to go in for a 5v5 team fight.
Lilia, nice.
The OG
Only pick
only one pick so far.
Lilia saw it.
But this guy,
Lilia Baro,
he's playing Lilia in the front line, bro.
Yeah, this is the signature, the old signature of Sans. If you guys remember when he transitioned from the jungle to the mid lane, he only played two picks. It was Lilia and Xavier. So, now to the role position. Up against his composition, what do you want to go for?
Ruby? Oh, Terizla.
So it is Hylos roll. There you go. They put in the Terizla in the hands of Rez. This is classic Fnatic Onyx.
It's great potential. Great catch up as well. Even though in theory, Lilia and Terizla are going to be struggling to keep up with the team when they go in forwards. The glorious pathway enables together. There though, they have great amounts of peel already with the Edith. with the Julian as well. Do they want to go for something a bit more aggressive, some more damage, or just more AoE to layer on top, considering that their mid lane isn't exactly a crowd control powerhouse?
Export comes to mind when you're up against this much frontliner, Hylos and Terizla. I think usually it's a standard pick for Coach Rice. Let's see though. It's gonna be the same just like Mercury and Shin, but I think they have enough damage.
I have a 5 minutes to be a Chow.
Oh, so is it gonna be a mid, roaming Chow, or it's gonna be in EXP Chow? It is going to be roam for Mueza. Interesting.
Mueza's Chow. Can't say it's top tier just yet. We haven't seen it go up against the better teams, the more experienced teams, but we've seen great mechanics, great opportunity spotting coming in from Mueza here on the Chow. If you look on the side for Fnatic Onyx though, I guess will be the Moscow and the higher booster, but that is enough. Deterring the assassin from going in without repercussion can be enough for them to really stop Albert, considering the concerns for Albert, the passivity that he has on these assassins. This could be the, the right solution here to discourage him from making any of those plays happen.
Looking at the graphs though, it's I feel like it's but anything can happen in the Lion of Dawn. Stats don't matter as long as you execute A-OK. Now can they dethrone the Sky Kings once again? Another team is gonna take down the Bulls of
MPL Indonesia are let's say that's how from player
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the land of Dawn. Will the downfall of
Fnatic
continue in the hands of Dewa? Or will it start to rise again, the new age of the Sky Kings?
You're seeing both teams trying to find for info, but Keyboy has really been able to go in and abuse the level 1 continuous damage that the Hylos has at his disposal. Trade coming in. The difference between just big bursts of damage compared to the constant buzzing. The constant zapping coming in from the Zask, and Mueza though trying to secure the lead for his team. Might get punished for it.
Crazy mid-prio from Fnatic Onyx with
Sons
of Lilia.
Yeah, and now looking at the emblem by IndyHome by Telkomsel Rashi, anything that really stands out for you?
Master Assassin and the Firmness coming in for Watt here. Wants to be aggressive, wants to assert dominance on the carry. Not really the most foreign of sights. For full tankiness, of course, and Sans with the Inspire is trying to make plays, man. He wants that cooldowns as low as possible, more damage, more output potential, more Sans that we know and love.
But Mueza, though, that's an interesting pick there, going for a thrill, so we know the drill, Rashi.
A bit
more damage coming through, helps with the wave clear, helps with the 1v1 typically. If he's gonna try and zone or fight for contest against the Hylos, the Zask can see how annoying it is. The Nightmare spawn is put so far behind the lines of the minions, kind of zones away your laning opponent. That is a strength that a lot of current mages in the meta have at their disposal. The Zask and the Tushin kind of operates the same way, and from there, they are going to go for the turn.
Opening up, getting the sun
Raska level 3 ပဲရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီတတဲ့ HP က 20% လောက်လူတီဝင်းနေတယ်လူတီရောဟီရောတွေရတော့ပြေးလိုက်ရပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟိုသူတို့လည်း ever ကိုရအောင်ရှာပါဘာလို့ထပ်ပြေးရမှာဒီပိနေဆုံးထပ်ပြေးလိုက်ပြေးရတယ်ဗောနော်ဒီဆုံးက
assassinating
Well,
Keyboy.
yeah,
Continues his chase, but remember to throw
yeah,
doing a whole lot for them. Is able to finally get that dub for Fnatic Onyx.
And the rest doing also a whole lot for Fnatic Onyx, looking pretty sound for its debut fight. 1-0-2. The penalty zone Rashi just punishes everyone.
And it's such a delayed penalty zone coming in.
We thought the fight was
over, and then it kind of restarted. Okay, Keyboy once again looking for Prio. They were able to get the turtle though in that fight, so maybe they will think it's worth it. Now it's back to the waiting game, where in theory, it should be Mueza looking around trying to make the ganks happen with the longer duration crowd control. But Keyboy is doing a great job matching his movement.
Talent prediction by aplikasi baru. It looks like it's a bit divided here.
Space လို့ခေါ်တော့ခဏ follow တဲ့ဟာ space ကလုံးနိုင်လေ
I trust Joe United, but what
အဲ့
you
ဒီမှာ
reason
တွင်နေကြလောက်ကြကျွန်တော်တို့ဘက်မှာသိမလို့ကြောက်
Rez's first time on stage. It feels like, for me, I think Dewa have a chance to go for it, but I want to ask you, what's that 2-0 about? At least I gave it 2-1, you know?
Okay, you need to close on Skype either.
Onyx right now, they're not
Samsung
really
Galaxy
the best
the
of
play
position. I feel like
not
it's
going
gonna be
to
hard
be
for them to bounce back,
product.
especially with
But
Indonesia, just pretty much the same
system,
reason as you. Looking at this, Wu CW, fancy feet.
对了，experience 啊，多数啊，我都没有可能嘛。我呢，比如 let's say 冇咗你咧，個個都呢有讓你們嚟攞啊。
Knowing the Dragon committed just yet to the Gikundo, Keyboy taking low, the Dominators Ascent just chunking them.
Great
setup for Dewa as they look towards the neutral objective.
Already an advantage
for Dewa United, but Fnatic Onyx already making an intelligent play here, dragging the turtle towards the side of Fnatic Onyx, so it can play out better for them. Sans just zoning everyone away.
What's going on? We're in the mid-tier still now. Shadow kill plan này biết đây ở đây vào có những là không sky được bị rồi thế đó cho lấy sản ok nice doing it down big ra điều là này nó đi vào này nào thấy rồi này tôi đánh cô gì cái đó có lên nó sao phải bị gram mà cái chuyện elite chọn à rồi em nó có vào đâu rồi
That's unfortunate for Dewa. They sent Mueza in to try and zone away Albert, but with the shadow kill, that is why the Hayabusa is just so much more difficult to try and zone out in the current meta. Here's a game factor by our new application Gope.
Yep, throughout the Resist journey in MPL ID, he has
go
67% win rate from a total of 9 picks. So it's pretty sound. Meanwhile, though,
one of the things you guys shut down. Shadow kill shield. Okay. Các bạn survive một chiếc lọc là tôi mình thành nghề rồi chiếc lọc bên mình giống nó vừa là đeo đấy vừa nào chúng nó chiếc lọc thay bị mà yes này cái này chúng mà thay bị cái live web bị à đây bị một số này chỉ bên nó thay mình cái nào
and also a bit greedy from the whole team overall. They're very uncharacteristic. Meanwhile, Cerezo is punishing them in a mid lane.
Cerezo ne make out like a chào lại rồi này.
And he didn't manage to pop it in time.
I mean, for Fnatic Onyx, they're really trying to go for a decisive fight right there.
Wow, mấy đầu bây giờ sao? Chẳng lẽ nên trật trội tiếp nào tại đây còn mấy đầu à? Em gì gì chẳng lẽ rồi rank hay à đi vui nhà là mấy đầu bây giờ.
To try and really capitalize, to try and save that fight somehow, and yet he was still going for 2 kills instead of 1. I feel that was a bit too greedy there to try and go for Ray and Watt at the same time. Looking at the difference here in item builds, considering that the gold difference has shrunk, Thunderbelt for Cerezo means that he has a lot more respectable damage. When it comes down to the gold laners, though, CW actually having an advantage technically to prepare him to
actually opting to go for the War Axe first, not the Queen's Wings, despite already having troubles.
Have got
Festival of Blood as well. So
bây giờ sai cả lại đi bác ạ. Zoning you know choose out time pe chang no để mà take pin mà phải yes through đến choose lại ya bị rồi để sao bị sai nó một này cô đang step vào bị rồi sẽ through phải sai gì mà nó sợ ai đang đi sát tàn player đấy tàn yes through này space creep bị lại rồi để này số này là Poland đào vào through này Poland đào vào tiền nhiều rồi đâu này One level 90 of family no 002. Okay, through the harap daw yata nice. Oh my god. Oh, I got it. Outside can I on mama ti don't. I don't want to see that play. About your yeah, this is on chi yo chon yo chi camera. But down on the yet. Hello, that's all. Ooh, my side no, 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 what? Risky position Moscow spear like top you are there. But yeah, probably gone on the Bagale. Only needed through a legendary player. No. I remember line. I don't know. I later on. There is only a one long shoot than two in a side for some minute. Mấy tàu vào lâu này tôi rồi mấy tàu vào chỗ này là thì hóa được tôi còn ngoài bao lâu rồi bây giờ bữa nay sẽ ra xa là cái này chẳng là này grand này nó khó lo grand này cái này này ai để mà nó có bây giờ là thì cái này tôi mà mình gọi Golden State cũng có đâu bây giờ
with a 3-item power spike
Within
completed, this
shimmy,
Moskov
shimmy
definitely
36
has damage to
lang
throw
mà.
around.
Timo Honda Golden Step, Golden Sky, hay là đâu có cú, ngon để đi lại, cô còn là. Cái này là cho anh nào bảo, tôi rồi thì pro bị ai để ai để, có bị cú tên. Đi sao phải mà nó chưa được mà nó, anh biết tôi cam mà. Okတိုင်းဖြစ်သွားတော့ထောင်နေတိုင်းပြီးလိုက်ရပါဘာဆိုရီဆိုနေမတရားရတော့ဖြစ်နေဆက်ပြီးပြလို့မရဘူးလီယာ black shoe လည်းပြီးသွားပြီကိုကတော့မတည်တော့ဘူးမတရားသူတို့ရဲ့မမတရားတော့ထပ်ပြီးပြီးလိုက်ရဘာမှမထူတော့ဘူး30 seconds တော့ပေါ်လာတော့ငါကအကုန်လုံးပြီးပြီးဆိုင်ထားတာဒီက Trizla ပဲနေတော့မရှိဘူးThat's Joshi.
Whereas for Fnatic Onyx, they're just able to find the more reliable play because Moza is just diving in so deep here in these fights to really find that extra bit of pick. Litho will fall into the hands of Dewa though, so
why?
Will be trying to make something happen. Look,
Okay.
Good flick around.
I was Cherokee. How to find it? I'm doing it. Start low illusion.
CW though, as usual, in the weak side, just clearing the turret. Now tier 2, he's on it. He's through the spear of destruction to cancel the recall.
Okay, you were in a tier to long time. Aging a career of having Milia. I'm doing a risky position. We wrote about logo. He's showing us show my hand. He was very pressure beyond. But there's a lot of low boot out. The point I don't know lead out here logic. Okay, can I see the oh bro, do that. What? Okay, see the blue P I have nothing to draw and in another position to go on. Yes.
Two members down though at the bottom lane. They're gonna be forced to recall. Great dishes out some damage. Puts down the chain.
From the AP on the isn't it? Ever yeah, Rama. Nice ever in it. Door of P I out. Huh? Two member. Come on, down. You got about to be ever.
Still has that retreat.
Green to the higher pressure start even to be a metal.
Oh man, Fnatic Onyx, they got the Lord, but at what cost?
Metal not at the long time push can. Loro Yaga. Remember down so a lawyer bomb to the we are liable and you want to put that light
very early on, but they have to be careful of Fnatic Onyx response. Moeza waiting for a chance to trap, going for shots.
Okay, ooh, put on a black shoe. Yeah, wow, on in it.
Not right now. Dewa are gonna try and clear the way
for MPL ratio. Tôi định biết đâu tao lại gì.
And CW of course with the speed can still make the split push play once more. It's a great play by Dewa. Kind of stopped Fnatic Onyx from capitalizing on that Lord play. All things considered though, it's still a very close game.
Yep. Also considering that the audience prediction is definitely favoring Fnatic Onyx 78-22. So people still do believe that this downfall of Onyx seems like a bit more of a temporary thing.
Interesting.
It's something that's set in stone. We're gonna see the result after this match. Right now, so far, things are not looking very good for the Porcupines.
We've seen them group
around as pressure side being on the road. They did a cool metal objective of Savi losing it. Pressure behind Philippine is all 2 man be that out. One a Ricky guy. How was it? Okay. I'm not going to have a kick glider. Oh, we're going to save you on a high listen at the minute. Russell see the I want. Nice. E-boy. Matia gone. Okay, I'll
they get 1 XP lane.
Even in town, they were put game ship down. Before in it, we made our PLI. Poland and one. Don't keep one pressure baby true as well.
You can see there the Lord advantage. From Fnatic Onyx, the gold benefit actually favors towards Dewa United, but they got a lot of tower HP, Rashi.
So far, again, still very equal, but Keyboy, man, Go Gadget, the health dispenser, coming through with a revitalize. Now for both teams, it's with the waiting game. Fnatic Onyx kind of broke the pattern by being the aggressors there, sending res aggressively. And you can see that Dewa is struggling to really output the damage because he has the items, even the Wind of Nature now, a bit more security compared to CW, who went for more damage. But still consistently sold away because there's so many ways for Fnatic Onyx to kind of threaten him. On the flip side, Holy Crystal for both the Zask and the Julian, Dewa has a lot of burst damage available, but if they only lock someone down from Fnatic Onyx, with having the Queen's Wings now, the damage reduction can be critical in deciding
What's
how
going
this
in
next
the AI
fight
dan
goes.
shi di career should be able to nearly chao ya don.
For Keyboy, the items for him.
Also draw
Very
2 damage
greedy.
bonus ka thap ba
Actually,
bi.
just opting to go for
And then
components.
you
He has
hold
3
it.
components.
Passive ya.
Doesn't know. I actually don't know what he's going to go for. First, he's on the way to a
Naya
Queen's
kana.
Wings. It seems he's on the way to an anti-curse
Aha,
and
Radiant
even an
and
Athena
now
shield, or maybe a Radiant armor.
Or even a Clock of Destiny, so
Maybe
he is
15
going for the
re.
full component build. No
Passing
real,
is
I guess it doesn't
free.
feel
Over
a
the
big
Lord
threat
Dash
from a
power back.
single hero from the side of Dewa, so he wants to be a great all-rounder.
Look at his space
But
go
even then,
go
not
side.
the Oracle available just yet to really boost the revitalize healing.
Well,
and
let's
low
do a
risk
pot
pathway
hour.
healing.
Khora di lobe
Now
de
look at
that's
Onyx
stage
already
bila ya
setting
de.
up. Dewa, if they don't want to fall
Di
victim
kau
to
di channel
CW's
di chat
plays,
chi
they
da.
should try and
Di
make
sa
something
bi from
decisive
di
happen.
one ni
Moeza,
ne. Ko budu ke ma ki one. Yes, ki one ke ma. Di ba ka career ba ne. Ki one down ke ma. Oh, risk ni career side pan don. Dam mel kan. Career da chao be sha bi ne. Di ha ra bu sa. Flash by okay, tu ne. This go ya ta. Nice. Di ba ka le risk ko chat bi la ya ba.
That definitely favors Fnatic Onyx.
That definitely sounds that
we
we know
lost
and
that. Yeah,
love. Just
the
gal to just
Đúng rồi, cái
focus on
Snapmy
a
mới
few
chọn
people
chuyện
from
đi.
Dewa United with no threat whatsoever, knowing that he has the black shoes and he did
Rồi
just
sao
that.
cái gì
And now Fnatic Onyx
để
with
sai.
Case gone.
Này đi cả lo
Can
bị
make
sai.
something
Rồi
happen
này.
here.
Có cả free brush à, đừng có mà chỉ. Rồi.
Also the black shoes, the
Có cả
Lord.
space cam shoe đi bữa hay bà rồi. Vì thế là chọn mấy pin này đi. Vì thế là nên nhà lao cái này luôn này. Cái này real lunch ấy. Rồi rồi mà đi mà lại nhà chọn được đúng này. Okay, Alban này. Rồi rồi, big boy. Rồi rồi mà đi ai. Cái gì? Okay, one in. Ever go out get on nice. Ever take out that đúng này. Đó bữa mà nên này lo đại à rồi. Thì ai am nhảy. Không nhảy hụt. Mà shut down thay vì bị lại à. Bỏ lắm à. Nice. Cái vui này nè. Bỏ lại đâu ở dưới vào.
In that engagement, and the Lord is still available. The death timers at 15 minutes. It's quite punishing, but not quite enough to make losing a base tower worth it. Ray, though, in these fights, not really getting focused down, so he's using a lot of these spells aggressively. Usually using Julius to save the enhanced sword to really get out of a sticky situation. But for Ray, he's going all in these fights, knowing that the attention is going to be on Keys and Watt. So he's playing through the spacing very, very intelligently here.
For sure, on his ass as well. It'll be hard for him to get catch, and even Albert, multiple times he went to go for
Everybody
it.
know when buying that,
They wanted to
buying me
combo
catch.
towards
Who
Keys,
else do
and
we got?
he
Nelly,
managed to get it because he has
blind
the
one buying
flicker.
that one.
Looking at the
The right
goal
thing
from
McKinnon. That's all.
this team's
Got
Arashi,
Tony
but
and
who
Lan
has
Chi
scored?
là tụi đó sao
He's
rồi,
topping
nào
the
bên đây
chart,
mà
and
này.
also what? So the
Nó khá lắm
damage
xíu tụi chí
from
chí
Dewa
này.
United, they're not playing around.
Rồi. Ông ấy lại đi bác trai đây lùi lan kia bị lùi à, trai mới piang mà lùi là sao? Nó bác cái career match này trên này luôn.
And you look at it, it's still pretty.
Anh ghi hero thoa lại là career được match chọn lùi. Rồi 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 bắt đây là lại gì? Bắt đây mà.
Fortunately, for the side of Dewa, though,
Này.
it is on the
Cái gì?
side where
Match
the
man nó
Lord
còn
will
này
be
bị à
spawning,
lao
so
xíu.
that is
Rồi
a
rồi bắt
great
đây đây
silver
trên.
lining. But Moeza on the Cho, you're seeing him struggle really hard right now. He's getting zoned out, he's getting slowed, he's getting crowd controlled to high heavens here when he's trying to go for Sans
Qua
and
level 13
CW.
chọn
And
lên
even if he
level
does
13.
find the
Nó
pickoff,
level
the
14 nên nó
purify
phải.
just makes it such a difficult
Tụi đó
situation.
sao push
And
nhau,
look at
tụi
CW,
level
he's
tụi
taking
con
that
lâu
third
nè.
for free.
Another great macro read
Thì
by
nó sai
Dewa.
không có nghĩ.
Fnatic Onyx
Đúng
right now. They wanna pull the trigger.
Chạy đây còn cái Lilia ya đây bọn nó. Nice Lilia ok. Khi mà bây giờ xem mà biết bọn nó thì bác career này. Cái gì biết được đúng không mà khả năng bọn nó. Cái này.
Hayes gets out.
One
That's
man down.
another 1 for
Để
0, and it's
this
Rez
có thể bị
who
lại.
takes the beating.
You
Còn
can see there the goal
ai rồi mới nhảy một số vào đi bữa mà có lý sinh gì. Nào bây giờ mà đây. Nên là
absolutely melting the front line of Fnatic
Sans
Onyx.
của cái là Sans bây giờ rồi
Terizla
cho chúng ta nên là phone man lao đâu
with the
không
Queen's
này.
Arashi.
Không là bà mà thu hồi tụi kia là về chạy nhẹ còn lại mà bác lại mà cái này bây giờ reroll thật chi thật rồi để bắt đây là nó anh nó
So
smart
anyone who really finds themselves in front of Dewa, especially with a Wrath of the Dragon, that's it's just gonna be a quick pick off for the side of Dewa United. The wave on the bottom side, though, being held by being cleared by the Julian.
Con này career này quê này.
Ray
Đây là lùi
probably
cái
attempting
cán
to
chạy
make
đấy
a
sao?
big play in the next big team fight.
Now, 1K gold lead for Dewa United.
Oh,
I
no,
think
say
it can
something
happen,
like that.
especially when you think about the presence of
Tôi
Moscow.
chịu
We
cho
saw
đi là sao?
this hero
Tôi chịu
performing
phép
over
sao?
and
Chịu
over
ai
again in
create
this
mình này này
situation,
tôi
this
này
high
tiền.
ground situation.
Cái position mà bây giờ thì
Lord
trong
pops up
position nó
again.
tôi này give
Let's
away
see
rồi.
if it's gonna be the same old story of Fnatic Onyx getting
Oh,
the
okay.
lure.
Tôi lại lên vào đấy.
Didn't capitalize
Chưa
on
mà
that
xinh
CW,
Sans.
the weak
À,
side
tôi
master.
Yeah, that are chat.
It's just too easy
Don't need
for
it.
a man.
We
Makes
machine
it
it.
immediately, and look
It'll
at
be a
Dewa
touching as well.
scrambling to try and find control, showing what on the top side. Fnatic Onyx don't really have the resource to kind of burst down this next Lord. It is now at 19 minutes, by the way. So concludes Fnatic Onyx getting the Lord, using 3 or more members. Dewa can absolutely capitalize on the longer timers. So the pressure is definitely on Fnatic Onyx.
Great slow push.
Dewa United winning in the setup game. Now only beat her down pressure side. Through only beat her phone. That is challenging of the game on a killer and the other few. But they keep one in, but the side point of it. Oh, something a shutdown can I have. So we shut down, so there's only key one heavy pit got it. There's a lot of men of beat out. Lower. I want to. Water Yava, damn it, same with you. Okay, ever type Yava. Okay, Evan is really so don't night with you. Hey, okay, Evan in a double game. Nice. I'll do escape, Yana.
Taking the Lord, getting the save for the team. Ray's hunting for him though. And Albert will be able to recall what? Wait a minute.
Okay, I think ever. But
no way. Watch waiting. Jumps out. Gets away.
Oh my god, ever go. The immortal kill line.
That's an immortality for immortality with a crown. Box the quad shadow landed and out.
Okay, nice ever. Do it. The fan one I know. This is all. We need a nearly low down. If I got play, I don't need a young pose. I like Albert Long player.
There was pretty much a 1v4 on that situation. Somehow, some way, getting the W, getting the defense for the Porcupines.
The Lord is cleared, but the waves are still available. With one
so
down
we've
for
got a
25
change
seconds,
that,
one tower
they got a low way
ball.
start I don't
But
know.
Fnatic Onyx, can they find more?
I grounded through a word play. I'm sure. I play area. SPN and look out. Plan green. Because okay, choose up and 4 man be like Moscow in the channel. Just to make safe your side channel. You know, real land here. Really, the Moscow shut down channel. Nice. Okay, Moscow shut down channel. You have to be like, so is it on it or that's better. You have a sense right. Nice. You want to carry the fan one.
We are back to 50-50.
It is square indeed. Goldleaf doesn't matter at this point. 21 minutes. Hasselab and Ray. Interesting item there, She concentrated energy. Probably to enhance his durability in this situation, knowing that it's going to be the prime target too for Fnatic Onyx.
Nade on it through mid tower. Hey, yeah, it may I have the opponent mega push down. Mega low, mega freeway Sabian. He sounds nothing a low body my child, or so while I didn't it. Look out, I'll play them out. Nobody might be like
the true damage against the max HP damage. That's why it was a great call by Erez there to just jump in towards the back line. He knows that the carry isn't available. So who exactly is supposed to take down this Terizla with the Queen's wings?
No, do a prime hold on right.
Now it's back to the waiting game with 30 seconds to go. Both teams
are
going to get a setup advantage. But with 2 base towers down, Fnatic Onyx will have to try and use this to their maximum advantage.
Damage-wise, though, take a look at Sans, right? Being all the way #1, but then followed by 3 Dewa members. And then you see Albert and CW is below Sorizo.
Sorizo on the Edith. It's not just a tank, man. The Primal Rat form, the fact that he is so free to try and make plays, because again, you're focusing on the carry, you're focusing on the Julian. The Primal Rat form for Sorizo has been an insane amount of damage again and again. He has a Starlium and Thunderbelt for the next fight, so the burst is something that Fnatic Onyx need to kind of consider here. Might be a bit more than they expect. But look at the plays here for Fnatic Onyx. Immediately putting Keyboy and on bodyguard duty for CW, but Dewa sending everyone to gamble and burst it down.
Yep, started out.
They can't do it.
Yeah, Moscow saw it too. All
the burst that they need for Moisa to pull pretty much the trigger on towards the front line of Fnatic Onyx. Moisa so far in this game, he has been a bit indecisive with his engages. As the long lane will be pushed by what? It's a 1v1 in the top lane, but let's see though. Will Fnatic Onyx wants to blitz this one?
We see the pattern. Whoever holds on
okay. Don't you need a lanchi can you have no problem? You got me, guy. All I'm out of your really a tell you, okay, repeat like no problem. Moscow may have to do it.
taken out. That is a jungle. No, CW buys it with a crowd. He's actually buying so much time.
Okay, CW နဲ့ပေးလိုက်ရအောင်နော်တော့ research ချပါ Oh my god
They tried to go for the same perhaps on CW.
အောင်နေလမ်းကြည့်ပြီလာပြီ
might have just killed them.
တို့ရဲ့ nightmare ရဲ့ကျန်သိအောင်တော့ what ကြီးပေါ့နော်ဒီအောင်နေရဲ့ nightmare တော့ what ပဲရှိတော့နော်အဲ့ပလီယာတို့နဲ့ဂီကိုစိုက်ကြအောင်
to contest for this. Albert buying the house squad seems like. Albert, can he do it right now? Give the chain CC onto him with a primal wrap.
Okay, race နေအောင် pick တော့ဘူး key ကနေ shut down ချခဲ့အောင် No, okay, သူစလာပနေဆုံး Curry ကိုလမ်းပေးလိုက်တယ် Curry နဲ့ position မှာ tank ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်ဒီဘောနဲ့လည်းမတည့်ရရဖြစ်နေပါအဆင်မပြေတော့သူတို့တွေနဲ့ fall back ဒီမှာ lock 1 man မှာပဲ down သွားပါတော့ only နေနဲ့တော့ဒီဘောနဲ့2 man မှာ down တော့မရလိုက်ပါသွားပါလေသူတို့နဲ့ Mosso ကိုပြေးကြည့်တာတော့မှန်တယ် Curry position ထိပ်ပေးလိုက်ရဒီဘက်က
In the depth of their despair, the rookie shines there.
Okay.
The air of the sky.
အဲ့ဘက်နေနဲ့ immortal race နေနဲ့လည်း immortal ရှိသူတို့နဲ့ push ဖို့တော်တော်လေးကိုတေးချာ
What is done for 30
It's
seconds? It's a massive window here for Fnatic Onyx to force another catch, force another fight. You gotta be careful for the glorious pathway, man. For Keyboy. There's so many ways for them to try and make something happen. Rez also, no flicker, but the penalty zone is definitely a danger. There's only one way. Third pathway.
It's like push you do it. Hala budas. Okay, CW net.
CW now dealing some damage. You're gonna go for the
CW net 5 man shut down ချပြီးတော့ဒီပါ
but it is too late. Fnatic Onyx come back to make it 1-0.
Fnatic Onyx is still standing strong, saying, "This is our domain. The skies is
ပြောနေ
ours."
ဆိုတော့ဒီနေ့ early game pressure လာတဲ့ pressure ထပ်ပြီးပေးနေ
A lot of potential shown in that game, but at the end of the day, Onyx gets the last laugh.
It was looking so close at that final fight, man. Losing CW, kind of going all in with an assassin against a Cho, against an Edith. So many ways for it to go wrong, and yet, once again, Fnatic Onyx show that the odds don't matter when the Sky Kings are in town.
That's John going to draft ကိုလာပြီးခုံလိုက်အောင်
A way for them to bounce back.
No, that's exactly the idea, right? Go with the Brilliance order.
It's up top. Ray didn't join him, so it's been unfortunate for a while. At least in game 1, right?
You know what? That's not unfortunate.
No,
it's head and shoulders.
Oh, hey, stop stuttering. I know it's really
ban for Coach Yep after that W in the first game.
Definitely a different approach here. Fnatic Onyx first pick once again in game number 2 here. Fan Nitsushin and the Zask, so no pesky mid laners desired here. Whereas for Dewa, now they're really forced to deal with the potential of the jungler. They've seen the prowess of Albert that has been neglected. There hasn't been on the
Eric first pick, goal line
but
nice.
it's not going to be Albert prioritized. It's going to be CW now on a Harith without a Roger to match that laning potential.
And this is going to be tough for United to respond over. Oh, they take the Hayabusa, not the
Hayabusa, share high loss. Oh my god, holy.
The opposite route. This is the same route that Fnatic Onyx went for in game number 1. I thought for sure but Fnatic Onyx instant response. This was the ban that they went for. No one can outfarm the Hayabusa, and usually what teams
Each other offline to
counter
speed of
speed of Nolan would be to
Oh,
go for the
joining
jungle,
it. Oh,
right?
okay, freedom.
The jungle clear is also Keyboard
That's
on a
all we have.
signature
Roll the
Cho,
no?
or
About
possibly
that,
Perez on a
Rolling
Cho and
to
XP. I think
Do
more
not
so Keyboard.
bang
A whole lot of CC coming in. I mean,
More
a lot
Roger.
of damage and also
Roger သူတို့ကိုယ်တိုင် ban ထားရပါတော့
from Fnatic Onyx. Do they want to respond with something?
Roger
that
first way လာ
has
မှာသူတို့
some
အနေနဲ့
kind of
ကြောက်ရ
blocking ability?
Always trust the
Going to be.
message from
Do not. Nice. Heritage ပေါ့နော်ဒါအားလည်းပဲထုတ်ထား
Yeah, it is for the gold lane. A decent matchup against a Harith, but against this much damage and also CC, like it's a bit dangerous, I gotta say.
Maybe that's the idea.
Right away.
Maybe that's exactly the idea, right? Go with the Brilliance order to
What about
outplay a
the
lot of
other
these decisive ways.
ကိုပါ
Onyx
ဘ
has
မ်း
to
မ
go
လဲ
in for the fight.
Let's hear the history of Dewa United.
offlane ban လို့ရတယ်
in MPL Indonesia season 13.
offlane ထပ် ban လို့ရအောင်နော်ချောင်း pressure ပေးပြီး offlane လမ်းဆင်းခိုင်းလို့ရတယ်သူအနေနဲ့ tank hero လွတ်ပြီးတော့ offlane တစ်ခုလောက်ကောက် ban ချပလိုက်
A lot of experience, but
I will choose my own
let's
path.
see
A lot
how
nice,
this
hopefully.
game can he actually play the meta heroes because like he's known for more of a range heroes, the Eve, the Navalias. It's not really.
Okay, but phobia ban. Okay, that they were got offering tap ban. Oh.
The next sets of bans.
Yeah, I want it.
For Fnatic, so they understand that the fact that they have so many dashes, it's gonna be a lot of ways for Phobias to try and be a menace, especially in the chase game with the Hylas. It's gonna be a very fast Phobias, even though range is now one of the main limiters of this Phobias' potential. With the Arlet ban away though, I think Dewa are still concerned about potentially being caught in a big, in a big play. They are assuming that this Cho is going to be going in the hands of Keyboy, so now they're confused on Rez, right? We've seen him perform really well on these big engagers, like the Terizla. They're not going to try and deny that from him, or they're going to try and take it away from him.
Was about the Farmers ban. Looks like the Farmers ban. Pressure, yeah.
Take the Terizla, it would definitely serve its purpose.
But there's sign yes, I know so the Farmers ban, Farmers off route.
And Terizla.
Then
it's really difficult for the Cho to actually decide who to go for, right? You go for the Hylos, and then a Terizla flickers penalty zones to the back. You go for Terizla, and then there's a glorious halfway place down with all the members following through. So Fnatic Onic, it might be on them to be the ones to ban out the Terizla. But then even for Dewa, it almost feels like this is just going to be tough. They have so many different ways to go up against this come from Fnatic Onic. I would even say if they want to go for Ruby. Taking it away from
Valentina. And also, Chong, Shiman, Nolan, Shiman, couldn't beat her.
On it quite a few times. The fact that Fnatic Onic banned the Kaja though, they were really concerned about that potential Divine Judgment into Chaos Order type of deal coming in from Dewa. Now, with the Valentina and the Lunox, they have good amounts of magical, and technically they do have the Hayabusa for the physical damage, but overall, when it comes to DPS, they're quite limited. So for Fnatic Onic, how do they want to deal with this? Do they want to go for tankier members here, or do they want to go for outplay potential?
That's a deep gonna deal with the Hylos, and then they get the No's gonna have a tough time. They have a lot of disengage, but this is a Hylos XP, so we saw exactly how unkillable Keyboy was in the There's no one to deal with this Hylos. They're gambling with the early game. If they win it out, then sure, maybe they can deal with just a full dive, ignore the Hylos. But if Dewa get the hold on the early game, man, this is a scary game to play for Fnatic Onic.
If they do snowball, then the Harith, I guess, can still chunk down the
Fnatic in the late game,
but again, if the Hylos gets any kind of momentum, any kind of ball rolling, then they can really the bulk of the damage coming in from Fnatic Onic.
Samsung Galaxy. Samsung Galaxy Arena.
If they fail, they have to really pick and choose the targets in the late game. But can they do it? Can they close it out in this game number 2? It is still United versus Fnatic Onic. Will Gila
Sans be able
to
utilize the hero that once made the entire world? You see him, and you get scared of it. The Kadita
Immediately the question becomes, who are his targets, right? Ray definitely is one of them. Being a bit more vulnerable, there is the shadow kill, but the well-timed Petrify can kind of make short work of him. But with 3 Purifiers on the side of Dewa, the only real person that can be targeted
is Ray.
I guess is Ray, unless he wants to go for Mweza. Oh, 2 Purifiers, but Sorito has the that in itself is an issue.
By Albert. A good sign in early game, but again, the question still remains in disguise for the Porcupines. Take a look at the emblem by IndieHome by Telkom.
Weapon mastery for Watt there, so he wants to absolutely scale towards that late game. Inspire and tenacity for CW for crawling, for going all in. And with the points together for Sans, he needs all the petrifies he can get to find Ray. Whenever that battle spell is off cooldown, you can expect Ray to go all in. Try and use that cooldown as a
Remember, Sans with the Kadira over and over again. Even in the playoffs, I believe against Evo's Glory, the draft is not favorable for the Kadira, but somehow he can still perform of all the CCs from all the Purifies and make it work for Fnatic Onyx.
And by the way, that's exactly why the Valentina is of such a high prio when you're up against an assassin, especially the Nolan.
Yep.
Displace yourself out of the fracture, easy peasy.
Not to mention, you can steal a good ultimate, you have good outplay potential as well. And that extra early game weave here is always very, very nice. And look at this. They want to get half control over the turtle pit, but they're not pulling the trigger just yet. They're waiting for a chance to get some level 4s maybe if Mueza can get the implosion. That can be a massive moment. But with the Iron Beam, the primal rank is secured, so more DPS coming through for Dewa.
Super far from level 4. So gotta take the mid minions here. The rest once again doing its job, just taking the turret for themselves.
Okay, kick live. Nice through in the okay, nice. Started with them second through in the start with Piala. Stance in the HP at the right tactile, then PM to cover on HP. Okay. Planina in the Kiwan Yada. Nice through in the Horizon in a pick down a key one. Even in a Tadel alone, you got sound. Okay, Eva, Yava. Nice, I'm ever go playing PLA. We need it. Ever distribution of UFN.
Once again, Fnatic Onyx getting into objective, but somehow gets punished for it.
I couldn't throw in a type of Pella or call now, nobody ever saw it. That I would even think, also doing it as we be on a paging one.
Once again, it is
I will now find the road. I hope I rather leg into it.
Wasn't really level 4 just
yet.
Wrong kind of to chase him down, get the fight started, get a bit of an advantage. They were able to get the turret, lost a couple of members at the same time. Keyboy though.
Okay.
Case does have the purified
nice, Larry. Get an idea side or not pushing that.
Yeah.
What am I? Every night Luno's car ECC
right? Fnatic Onyx tried to layer it.
Never got a rolly fan. Other than that, every your time PLA.
Now without a purified though, he's gonna be playing a lot safer.
All she
That's exactly why Mueza standby man. Bodyguard duty. This Tigreal.
Yeah, and Suns can pretty much bait a lot of spells coming in from Keys though. Like he has to pull yourself together. So in terms of like the trade of Petrify and also Purify, he wants to take that trade every time, any day of the week.
I think it's a great possibility. Looking at the EXP lane though, I think...
Ahora se gana ese cate, ya sabe, pero mari, tengo Tigreal or de ya, no tiene maten de la le, sama, vivo. Then the request was HP going on the Ataya. One to the Kadita breast charted and canine 5 PB. It's a 5 shot and doing it. In Report and Shades of the period. One in it. Okay, 2 web camera, but also Tiger team on doing it, but a side. The Harabuza touched a bomb down. Everything in a dog shop pressure being in them. Okay, I look on the other one. We don't know Jalavi. I shop you that Sans would have be a yes, Sans by Taya. Woman got 2 men knock up like the Mayado ever, but I be like I'm not doing it. Every day on a channel. Nice. One in it. Ali potential, Savi Piani. You love how much Yama, but also leggings at Wallow Sim Beauty. He wrote it there. Finish Malauto, no? I mean, finish Malauto, the backup Piamelu Palace on my power on 8 10 Piamelu. Okay. Okay, 2 winning a case for Tabby Pick Dog. I guess we are on a key one in Dosh Howe. How about live G? Nice, doesn't it? But they are named one. Nothing long leg game one. He lay on saw, not in a below saw down and John Lemon. Ali game, but at the Rogic legging out line. Not your Tiger, the high loss the 8 o'clock people, Badu Balas, the Balas of the Bound to go. Same Bala race one.
Getting the first turret of the game, and for the most part, Dewa are doing a great job right here. You caught it, Mirko. Not a lot of targets available. And I said, unless they go for Mueza,
they gain time into
Luno's they can deny the big implosion technically, but when you use all of your tools onto Davis, Watt and Keys have a lot of plays available to them, as we see Radit Overkill joining us right here.
Our boy Radit Overkill. I wonder when he's going to notice.
He's not making any moves right now.
So it seems like he's super delayed, actually.
Yeah. Shout out to our good friend Radit Overkill. Back to the game, Dewa United with a minimal lead to in this mid game. Right now, what's gonna be the option here? Moisa so far haven't seen any implosion, not even once, but
okay Evan နဲ့သူတို့နဲ့ Evan ကို nice type ကိုမူနဲ့ Evan ကိုတစ်ခါထည့်ချလိုက်တယ်အားလုံးစားနေနဲ့ race ကိုပါထပ်ပြီးရပါတော့ Devon နဲ့သူရဲ့ early game potential တောက်လျှောက်ကိုဖိနေတာသူတို့နဲ့ type rate ပေးလိုက်ရအောင်အားကြဘန်းပြီး type rate ပေးလိုက်တာဒါအခုလုံးခေါင်းကြီးနေပါတော့ okay စားနေတယ်သူလိုတဲ့ space ကိုရောက်ယူရတယ်
That looks flashy, but he cleared the wave right there.
လို့စီမှာ Harry ပဲရှိမှာနော် Harry တောင်မှ defense item မထည့်မနေတယ်သူပြဿနာတော်တော်ရှိနေပြီတော့ on နဲ့ game တီးသွားခြင်းတာပေါ့နော်သူကရောရော
He has a dreadnought armor, so he's more
တော့
concerned about
July
raise
ဆို
damage
ဟိုပေးရဖုန်း
more
ပြနေ
so
ထပ်ပြီး
than
ပြီး
keys and
ပေါ့
what.
ကြည့်နေ
If they try and go for a pickup onto this Cho, he's getting the lead.
နောက်စား Hunter Strike ပြီးတော့သူအနေနဲ့ BOD တင်နေရပါတော့ nice second item BOD
at that time
he
he
cleared
the wave with the rough wave, so it
This
is
is
another
a
problem
clear
honestly.
option.
With this kind of composition, you don't have the Moscows. You don't have that mid laner that can pretty much clear the wave.
Poland tower တစ်လုံးချင်းစီပြီးထားပါတော့
Yes, towards the minions.
ထပ်ပြီးထားတော့ Poland tower တစ်လုံးထပ်ပြီးထားဒါပေမဲ့အပေါ်အောက်ကိုထပ်ပြီးပေးထားတယ်
In later part
အဲ့ဒါပဲစားပြီ
so Rizzo's gonna
တန်
track
ကဲ
the
ကျော်နေ
turtle.
မျက်မှန်နေတော့လိုက်အောင်
Okay, well, United's favor.
ပြန်မကောင်းတော့
Moises looking for a chance to try and make something happen here. He has a direct beeline.
Getting
going
guys.
for Seal.
Oh, this is going to be massive. CW has a Purify. He needs to find Albert. He knows it. He is only looking for Albert. That is the only man he can catch. Him and Sans probably. CW spots him out though. Good read from CW. Albert needs to be very careful. Onward
okay
downward.
risk နဲ့ side ပတင်ဖွင့်ပြီးသူဝင်နေတဲ့ Tiger စုမှာလည်းကြောက် Tiger 2 မဲ့ပြီးလိုက်ပါတော့ nice only တတင်လုံးပျောက်သွားအောင်နော်မတ်ပေါ်ကနေပြီးတော့ triple K Valentina guys ဒီဗီဒီယိုပဲကြံခဲ့တယ်ပါနော်ဒါဟဲ့နဲ့ brush ပြီးထွက်လို့ရတော့ဒါဒီ brush ရှိုင်းလာမယ်ဒီနဲ့ Tiger ဘန်းမမိသွားတာတော်တော်ကြီးပြဿနာဖြစ်သွားတယ်အာလီဂင်လည်းသူတို့ဖြတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားသေးတယ်
Even the top lane, they're winning in all fronts 5k from what it was
ဘူးရှောင်းမဲလောက်လို့ရအောင်
for Dewa United.
level 13 Harabuza နော်
Like
Wait,
you
10
said,
minutes there.
how are they going to deal with the horse? Soriza walked
7
in
yards.
there,
In all the
expanding
final
Raz's crowd control, and from there it's just history. Sans and
Running
CW
space of
tried their
5
best to
can
try and
shine.
find an
Shining
avenue
and shining
to get to the prior targets, but with the implosion in the way, with
Everything
the
frozen
horse,
sky
it's
be there.
unkillable.
Frozen sky
They've
one, Hunter
up
strike
against
be
so
there,
many
huh?
challenges. They've
They
came back from a
were-
situation like this before, but can they do it again now? As they were pulled forward,
Fine.
pull
Or
away
be
in the
there.
gold
Don't-
lead, 5.5k
Initially.
gold.
Territory that
space ကောင်းကောင်း create လုပ်ပြီးမှတော်တော်အနေများတဲ့ position တစ်ခုမှရောက်တယ် on it
Season 14 is not looking
ဘယ်တိုင်းဘယ်နှစ်ခုလောက်ကိုစင်ပြီးနေရ
Now so Rizzo, look at that. He doesn't care like
ဒီ
two
one
pieces
in
in
it, but
front
it's
of him.
side
He
fun.
knows he can take it.
Oh, he knows. Even with 5 members on him, he knows he can take it. This is why the high loss.
Oh, Tiger 2 မှာထည့်ပြီးလိုက် Luno ထည့်ပြီး jump လိုက်ပြီအရာဘူးစနဲ့ထည့် Oh my god ဟဲ့အောင်ရေဘယ်တဲ့တစ်ခုဆိုင်တိုင်းဘယ်တဲ့ပဲချင်းဖွင့်မှန်းတော့မသိပါဘူးကျွန်တော် fanatic on နေနေသူတို့ stand ပြီးခါကျမှအော်ဘယ်တဲ့ဆိုင်လားဆိုသိရတဲ့ position တစ်ခုကိုရောက်နေမှာခုနကနေ Tiger နေတဲ့ rush ပြီးတော့ ultimate ဆွဲလိုက်တာ2မှန်ရတော့ရသွား2မှန် key point နဲ့ race ပါတော့
Doesn't really drown them at
standing
all.
ba.
And the targets
Define
are
identity.
not really
Aqua
favorable
don't want to
for
take that
Suns.
standing
At
one,
that
alright.
time, it's hard for them to make a
Because
play
Luno
on this
get
one.
damage
Those are
to
waves
the
you usually
farm.
see in a swimming pool, Roxy. You know when you swing your
You can
hand around.
only the total you to kaya ma game di boy. Even in there, hype so man. Rest the hype in it.
Sans kind of limited to being a crowd control tool.
These are be winning, be winning, be winning.
He has the Athena and the dreadnought armor.
But they do not low losing them. Oh yeah, do not. They pick up player shut down chama. Do the objective and nearly cool shit there. You got through it. That they load the objective la mode. Do a player shut down chama objective.
Actually quite equal, but for Dewa,
You push
it's so
look
much of an
on.
advantage
Through.
with almost no way for them to really fall into a trap.
Try to fight.
All
Lord
they have
but
to
they
do is send
10 minutes
Sorizo in,
no.
and Fnatic on it will
Lord
be
hit
forced
point
to
don't
respect
challenge him.
the pressure.
And he's gonna be very happy to be the sacrificial lamb or sacrificial horse at this point. As long as Moisa makes a play, makes the implosion to certain targets. It's
So
able
are
to
shin shin li ba
United
di
to
one
get
ni
forward
ba
without any
only
contested
ni
whatsoever.
below ma space create လို့မရပါဘူးဒါရတီးတာလုံးပါလား
From Fnatic Onyx.
So
After absolutely dominated.
red ref ကြီးကြတယ်
great situation for Dewa to be in, because even if they want to stall,
Wait, he'll be goal in
wants
it.
to try and do the
Wasn't
waiting
goal.
game and let the
MPL Indonesia
Lord
player
kind
be
of
a
assist
ring
them
net.
in the damage
So,
dealing with a
ring
Lunox
me,
late game with weapon
UBS
mastery,
goal
by the way.
no?
If you
Goal
remember
in the
from the
Dewa
Dewa can shred down that Lord very, very easily.
Yeah, Alban in a
Fnatic
magnificent
will
Robbie
be able to get this
Dawa.
turret on the bottom side, but all things considered, they are up against a lot of problems right here. And it's the same thing, right? All they can really do is find a way to get around Sorizo and Moeza.
Set up name at
But in order
8K
to
goal
do so,
do
even
ya
in
make
doing
an
so,
side
they're gonna
tala.
be forced to
Do it.
use a bunch
The
of
way
things
the lane
for
at Khala tala,
distractions, for mobility. It's almost
key
impossible to
one
rely
it,
on it. And now with the Lord available, in a
Last
base
net
defense
around
scenario,
no?
can they do it? It's almost guaranteed
Window
to
to
be
the
a front
shiny
to back.
below when you less or to survive him window. People survive a little. Okay, can I? By camera. Progress to be like it. Point to be like it. I was up time to the piano of a nice ever go but have you called out there or not to the idea. Yeah. King 3 bar on it in a Mama low me about time chill away. GG. Depending on him, my boss at him. Boy, Caligula of Hobo. Claliva. Nice on it. Keep fresh eye over
the past 2 years.
Okay.
Is in trouble. Dewa United is looking to take that place from
them. Yeah. You can't even so I see a whole player put it down. Don't make your no. Celebration of
everything going for them. Even when they mess up, even when someone oversteps and gets punished for it.
MPL Indonesia late if you need I want to MPL Philippine to do. To celebrate it easier. John King to your Lamy Kola. Marco.
Fnatic, Onyx, and so far these two teams, it's back and forth, man. Game number 1, it was anyone's game, and somehow Fnatic Onyx, with their macro plays, with their experience, comes out on top. Meanwhile, in game number 2, it was an absolute demolition, absolute domination from the gods against the Sky Kings.
12 minutes it took Dewa United, where in game number 1, it was a close battle, back and forth. And really, now it comes down to the adjustment, right? It's late to come back in the game.
What how they take those fights though, right? Oh, a bit more messy.
Yeah, how name up Loud Korea. 2019 Korea saw near Korea. What one? Too much money to talk
about. Go for a macro play, a split push. We saw that they were able to actually trap C. Take him out.
In Korea, player prime is a John Fabian. Ding prime media.
But in the early game, it seems like they don't really have the right tools.
It's
all about control here. It's all about balance.
Every prime
here early game, and if they do, they have to make sure that they pick the right the right factors. It's going to allow them to make because for Fnatic Onyx, they have a team that has always played more controlled, more calculative. Every single time they take a fight, you know
what need to
have an idea of what they want, what kind of condition they have. Less of that right now. It's like almost like they're drawn into their United style.
Even in the home and away Rashi, they stray away from the calculations. They have the win rate on a blue side compared to the red side, but still, you want to pick the first pick
in this
game number
3.
Now, what does that mean? Does that mean Coach Yep is that confident? Or do they want to just prepare themselves for the postseason?
Hero first paper. Nice.
Well, might be Coach Yep experimenting. It might be Coach Yep just being stubborn about it. Or maybe, most likely, it's just Coach Yep. Like you said, trying to get used to first pick. Family Dava. Penny,
Lucian, Family First place, second pick, Kona gain name. Harabuzane.
Official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6.
From Harabuzane, who
It's really quick this time, though. I mean, you get to see that respect, right? We were talking a whole lot about how the Hayabusa set them up for failure. Sorry, not the Hayabusa, the Hilo set them up for failure, so getting rid of it is great. Dewa, though, they go for that either. It's a counter.
Okay, but Nolan.
It would fit for Fnatic Onyx to actually take the Valentina, right? To
counter your on in if you're passing. I'm not doing draft got my mouth, no? The who thrown in the who a mile, that I will be like
the Hylos is eliminated. Well, it's gonna be fair miss.
Okay, the fireman pala. Nice.
Mechanic here for Coach Yep. It's a good combo with the Harith as well.
Well, both in both game 1 and 2, the Faramis was banned out, but
Lunox
only
heavy
in the
bit.
second
Shane,
game,
I Harith go like my
Fnatic
team.
Onyx, they go for it.
Yeah,
They have
terribly.
identified
Then
that
he
key
only the
fights
count
are
down for a
most
count,
likely
man.
what
Along
this
so.
game is gonna come down to.
Online,
And what
being the
better
ball be
tool
a
to have here in a fight than that called
Eric pressure to
Everwell
Romia,
really secure
I'm Lunox in
a second win
Olio
in the
space
middle of a big
squeezing
fight.
over your pressure.
On top of that,
Below
with the
ya,
Harith,
no?
with the Nolan,
Down down in
ability
that
available
below
right here. And it seems like Fnatic Onyx will be going for a
address net, Sheila to
move in,
Tower.
move out, burst heavy strategy. They will now have to consider getting some kind of tool to ensure that Fnatic Onyx can get punished,
No.
can be forced
No
to
ban
stay
line,
around.
Justice in the world.
Proper respect.
Heavy kind
paid
of
by
one,
Coach
go on.
Horizon. It's been a
The Pekka type Lucy.
for Team United.
Nah, but I only a draft card through the same year. The Pekka type with heavy losing. The Pekka type with Bama.
Pick out some of the heroes that you want to counter from the
That's the Chambana.
opposing team, so
Tiger, Dokan, and a
it's refreshing
Pia.
to see that this team
Adige.
is finally paying some respects towards some of the heroes that
That's what I
the
want
opposing team's gonna most likely pick. Now, second pinning phase for
This is a
Coach
gory
Coach.
kind
Yeah,
of Rolly Chama.
not much of
A balance
a
at Chama.
flexibility coming in from Coach Yep's
Hey,
front as
Valentina
well.
Balance.
Yeah.
I love
Man
it.
with the Valentina, though, that was a pick that was very important in
Yeah.
game 2. Case was able to
Yeah,
get
a little bit
player of the
wrong,
game with that pick, so a lot of damage and a lot of output potential.
Gila,
Remember I was
son.
highlighting it earlier when we saw the assassination attempt from the Nolan. The Valentina is just so good against all these assassins. So many ways to
doing
outplay. Technically, they want to try and put Dewa on something a bit more risky, something
That's
that can be punished a bit more
Ah, Beverly.
reliably. And funny enough,
I'll play
the
with her,
Zask is
Dave.
actually
Just
still
allow Beverly.
available, but I don't know if
Yeah,
Dewa
man.
wants to try and go for that.
Come on, stand out in it.
I mean, with the Valentina already taken out,
Go pressure behind being one. Just a lot of
comes
You know,
somebody
because
back
the
to
Bama,
the
they
truth
come
light
on,
here.
no? I also do it.
How flexible is this Lunox pick? Because
Through the busy,
I have a
hopefully, I
feeling-
trust in
is it too crazy if they can if they decide to maybe last pick a Melissa?
Okay,
right?
phobia.
It finds a whole lot of value with the Harith there, and then
Penny up, I'm down.
Faramis
Not
too,
doing
if
it.
they want to
Penny
go
look
for these
hero, the
top
kind of
team
bad
fights.
How about a Ruby gold plate?
Yeah, John D1 in a pop similar to it. Offlane Pim La,
Possible,
Pim.
that's potential. And that means the Lunox will be flexed over to the mid lane.
Ruby
And we've seen that before. Lunox with the
Hello.
descending strong early game.
I love it.
can
I
be
love
used
it
by
like me.
Dewa.
We got Ruby pick chain. Ruby pick lo ya the
Picked up there.
Offlane Ruby call me a
Fnatic
chain
Onyx.
here, one.
They have a lot of ways
Mera mala
for
tutorial
Dewa to really
call me
punish
a one.
the clumping
Pick chain.
of the Netherrealm. They need something else
Bem.
to try and equalize here. It's gonna be a
Bro. Woo.
Oh man,
Right,
Grub
Ray.
ESP. So we've
Ah.
seen this in
Right,
MPL
eh.
PH. And I believe this is a debut for
Right,
MPL
we got
Indonesia
Bab.
back again
We got
on the
Lunox
ESP
ba ba no.
lane.
Eh ya
This
de
time
pick
for
cha bo twat.
Raze, the
အဲ့လောက်လေးပြ
debut
စ်ချလို့မရပါဘူး Lunox နေ Curry လောက်တော့ပြစ်လို့မကောင်း
for this rookie.
ဘူး Bowling က Lunox ထုတ်ပြီးသားသူတို့နေ mid ကိုနည်းနည်းလေး
Really good wave clear.
ကောင်းတဲ့ mid ထုတ်ရတော့
When it comes down to it, it's only a wild charge available though. Combo with the implosion though, it's enough to really gain an advantage, a foothold in the midst of a 5v5. Last pick though, you can hear Mirko edging on Coach Ryzen. Do it, Ryzen. Let the flexibility flow through you.
I mean, to be fair, up against the Grok, it isn't really a
Flexing,
good pick,
flexing.
but hey, it's really not that safe, right? They can obviously still go for Zask. I think that definitely is the safer choice.
If I
of the
told me
two. Lo and behold, they go Lilia.
Woohoo, Lilia.
Oh,
Interesting.
Nice.
So a lot of cutting potential
against
here.
Faramis, yeah.
Yeah. It is a pretty good pick. So it is gonna be what once again on the Lunox. We saw this guy play this year in game number 2, and it really paid off. A guy that's not really known for the magical damager, magical DPS, and somehow still performs on the hero. Edarashi, after the draft concludes, any takeaway here? Like, who do you remember in this case?
Oh man.
Oh.
I feel like if the game can kind of stall out a bit, maybe Fnatic Onyx can kind of wait for those big moments to really rely on the Netherrealm to really get an advantage.
Bro, ESP ကတော့မိုက်တယ်နော်သူတို့တီးလာမသိဘူး damage ကိုနစ်လိုက်တော့ကျွန်တော် sponsorship နဲ့ Samsung Galaxy stuff 4 arena လဲ Samsung Galaxy arena ပေါ့နော်ဒါအပြင် Indonesia ကို main sponsorship အနေနဲ့စစ်တိုင်းကို Samsung Galaxy ကပေးပါတယ်
final nail in the coffin for
tournament တစ်ခုလုံးကုန်ကြစေကို Samsung ကလည်းပတ်စံတစ်ပေါက်ပြီးရပါကျွန်တော် 4 page ရှိမယ်ဒါ
Dewa United stand strong getting the 4th W
အော် sponsorship တွေနေရာပဲ product လာတယ် Albert အနေနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးထွက်လာတယ်သူရဲ့ Roland အနေနဲ့
If Dewa United can continue the lost streak of Fnatic Onic, or if Fnatic Onic can
Rating
bounce
အားလုံးစ
back,
ထပ်ပြီးထုတ်လာ
the fact that we are seeing a 3-game series just shows you how much Dewa have progressed. You can see
ပြန်ပါတော့ကျော်ကီးဝါရဲ့
Lilia
တိုက်ပွဲဝူးလီလီယာရဲ့
early.
It's the power
Oh,
of
it
the
can't
super
be
hammer
it.
coming in from the Tigreal. Two purifiers on the side of
there is
Dewa,
space
but
mode
an abundance
create
of
ထားသူတို့
magic
ပလီယာနဲ့
damage
ပေါင်း
right
ရော
away.
ပြော
The physical damage should only be
big တာလီလီယာနဲ့ level 2 ရဖို့တော့နည်းနည်းလေး
by Ray technically.
ပြဿနာတက်မှာ
Look
ပေါ့
at
နော်
the 2v2. Look at the clear coming in. Albert walking in, but look at that.
Roland
Rez
is level
opening up the
3.
map, zoning Sorizo away.
ပေါ်လမ်းမှာ Harry ကို pressure ပေးနေရပါတော့
Picked up
Who
by
knows, yeah.
Iconic, but look at the
အဥစား
reaction
ပေါ
from
င်းပြီး
Ray.
တော့အဲ့ဒါဥစား okay မဲ့မှာ first block case ကိုထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရပြီတော့အနေနဲ့ပြီးွားနေထပ်ပြီးထုတ်လာ second okay nice second key ရမယ်ထင်တယ်မရလိုက်ဘူးเนาะသူတို့နေနဲ့
That question mark through.
ဟာရပစားနေတယ်ပေါ်လမ်းမှာရောင်းလေးလုပ်နေမှာဒီမှာပေးလိုက်ရပါတယ်ဟူးအဲ့ပဲနေနဲ့ဒီ game ပွဲစားလာနဲ့ first key ရမှာเนาะ
on the back foot.
ဒါသူနေတဲ့ SK ရတဲ့ EXP ကိုရမယ် EXP ကိုရတဲ့ battery မှာတော်တော်လေးစင်ပြီးပိုပြီးစင်ပြီးလာမယ်နောက်ထပ်28 second ဆိုတာတရားထွက်တော့ပြီးဝေး position နိုင်ဘူးကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့သူနေငယ်လေးပူစားလိုက်လို့လည်းပဲတာနေလို့ဒီပေါက်လို့ပိုကောင်းမှာထားပဲ
That is what they need for sure. And ooh, look at that.
Ooh.
Great show by Keyboy.
ဒီဘောတော့မစားနေဘူး
Well, continue on. Weapon
I
mastery
really
for the
had it
Lunox
in the day.
on the hands of Watt. And it's still Inspire for Sans.
Here
As
we-
he knows that that Black Shoes and the spamming of that Angry Gloom is going to be critical in punishing the Nether Realm coming through from the side of Fnatic Onic.
Now first turtle is gonna come out in this game. The story so far, it's always Onic winning out on the objective and
Surusu
Dewa
wala
United
survive
winning on
ဖြစ်
the fights.
fighter တကောင် early fighter တမျိုး
Coming
okay
through
ကောင်း
once again.
risk နေတယ် level 4ရောက်သွားတယ်
It's not level
ဒီ
4
white
just
shot
yet,
side
but
ပြီးလို့ရတယ်
they're
နော်
on their way.
ဟော opponent high party တက်တောင်ချဖို့တော့ဆင်ပြီးမယ်မြမ key point ထည့်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ဟုတ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ okay အားလုံးနေနဲ့ flash ပေးလိုက်တာ okay SAS နေနဲ့ okay case ကထပ်ပြီး pick သွားတယ်ဗောနော်ကန်ကောင်းတယ် Rushi ပေါက်တာတော့မှ Ray ပါထည့်ရသွားပါတယ်
Onward to bring Rez back in a primal wrath to take
အော်
it.
Rush ပါထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်
A win for Dewa United.
Once
လီယာ
again,
တယောက်တယောက်ချင်း shut down ချသွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်
by the
တယောက်တော့ချသွားတော့ဗတဲ့စားစားဖွင့်ကြီး
This kind of composition.
ဟို
The late game
လီယာပေးလိုက်ရပြီးတော့ Ray ပေးလိုက်ရ
They have a way to deal with this.
They do. But man, you can see that earlier. There were attempts from Fnatic Onic to really get control there. Rez, in particular, going for the wild charge play.
Ooh.
Fortunately, Dewa just saw it.
What in
coming
the level
and
5,
immediately just
everything at level
adjusted,
4.
Right? It only hit
Phasing
landed
out.
on one member.
Yeah, no,
And
member.
all things considered, they still were able to find the turtle in that fight. So overall, quite an odd win. But where's
ဒီကီဝိုင်းနေတဲ့ဒီတစ်ကိုဆွဲလာတယ် shut down ချမလား nice သူတို့နဲ့တခါ shut down ချလိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်ဟူးဒါ shot ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Gonna go for the retry steal, but Ray is a bit too quick with it.
အဲတော်လေးကိုအဲ့ဒါအားဒီ game လို့လို့ shut down ချလေကင်းရောက်ဟိုင်း
Get the chance
I agree.
to get away from the CC.
Surviveဖြစ်မယ်လို့
Just
ထင်တာ
poured
ကျွန်တော်နေ
everything
လေကင်းရောက်တာ
onto
ကျွန်တော်အဲ့
Weza. And I feel like this
အလော့တင်တယ်နည်းနည်းကောင်းတယ်ဗောအားဒီ potential သူနေနဲ့အားဒီ
solution or like the
fighter
thing
ဆို
that both team are trying to do even in the first
Hey.
objective battle. It's key
Nice side beam,
on
huh?
the target.
ပြီးပါစိတ်ရှိ
Just zoning away.
အဲ့ဒါအဲ့လိုနေအောင်ကြောင်းနေလန့်ပြီးလက်ဆိုင်ပြီးလားဘက်က pro player ဆိုရတယ်
Still gets punished for
ပြီး
it.
သေးလိုက်ဆိုင်ကိုစိတ်
Is
ရှိ
he
ပါတယ်
okay? It's a Lunox.
feels like
သူနေလိုက်ဆိုင်ရှိနေတယ်
they were
survive
trying
ကို
to
ဖြစ်တယ်
beat out maybe the purify
သူတို့ဆိုနေ
perhaps.
တန်းနာဘက်ကြည့်
Try
ပြီး
and
တော့
maybe
ပါ
secure a pickoff later
Rain
on.
နဲ့ level
or a
70ကို
dive.
farm ပြီးတော့
Soriza though finishes
I
us
forgot
off
the
the
level
belt,
7
so
one.
he will
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
lot more damage. And
Don't
really
do that,
stacking
Pauline.
on that tankiness a lot earlier on right here. For Rez on the Grok, we haven't seen a Grok EXP in a long time. He's going for the Fury Hammer and he has a rapid boot, so he's trying to just be fast in rotating after clearing the lanes as much as possible.
Okay, and now Fnatic Onic actually climbed back from that gold lead from Dewa United, so they did a good job just zoning Watt away from the lanes and just taking the last hits. Already the micro display from once the gods of the game showing in display this
Why?
early game stage.
ဒီနေ့ဒီကို
Look
စ
at
ပြီး
that
နောက်နေ
keyboard just being a pesky Tigreal and Fnatic Onic.
Albert. Oh, good. Oh!
ဝူး ever နေတာရတော့အေး
Gets an onward down, but Rez actually had the power of nature earlier, so it's just going to be a free turtle take because Keyboy decided to be annoying onto Ray.
A good old strategy though. Go for the 50-50 on the retribution and make sure that you have two massive crowd control tools to ensure that the opposing jungler can't go for retribution. Now it's Santa's Keyboy available on the top side. What can he outplay this as Moeza comes in to try and save him? Keyboy has the implosion.
Purify. A good way to escape. Also that brilliance. So it's a bit too risky to go for the dive there. Chorizo on the bottom side though. Won't actually look for a fight. How do you think their Grok XP is?
Grok near to the trolley gun and space to create like eh.
The idea is just to burst down some of the members of Dewa United, especially Watt and Keys is very prone to getting bursted down. As you can see, one Legion Sword and Fury Hammer secured. But for the laning phase, I feel like Chorizo had a bit of an edge because like he has the healing. Meanwhile, Rez, the only thing that he can do or like at this point is just to try to clear the lane as soon as possible. And with the Wilderness Blessing as well, it's gonna help him to rotate much faster than Chorizo.
But if you look at his items though, he's not going for a single damage component and straight for tank.
We're gonna attack radios. You know, people saying that yes, we're gonna attack radios. Right? That's the idea. Come on, everybody start doing that. Okay. I view sounds good. Yeah, I'm doing it. Raise my all sheet. Raise my all machine. All beat high. Tell me more. Although, okay, rolling dive, Davi. Nice reading. Kitty, you tell out. Evan is always on a by one child, but I'm going to do. Evan in a game, but yeah, I'm not doing it. Rolling on a pressure. I do actually, yeah, and don't call them. Rolling it down. Oh, the picture. That I saw it. All cards on risk machine, machine. You want all card of Pilaya, I'm not going to have a decided. About that, they were saying doing it all go down. Come on, what my all this? What all they are cool down here?
A lot of HP.
Okay.
Game plan is still gonna be the same.
Okay.
Jumping in first.
You want? Yeah, go so loud. Okay. Nice doing it. Raising the table, you want to shut down Charlie. No? Harry is such a feeling in it. Oh, Alban in a word for young guy.
As Fnatic Onyx take the turtle.
What the heck was the damage, my guy? Rez coming in immediately demolishing the backline. They were trying their best, but they clumped up a bit too much there.
Oh, yeah,
the turret dashes out towards a purple.
Albert in a bot out of young July. Let's show that
small window.
Moeza, if he misses, then he's gonna get punished right away. The same thing with Keyboy. So I feel like both teams. What?
I will all name one. You will not plan like it. I say a few dollars or the damn you all. Last name, Rica, find she the survive shit out of recently. You see, Uno, doing it. Damage the carry. Oh, doing a member keep on Malchamala. Assassinate you want to save your July. Save man. You keep on a 2-man BB shut down Chava. Shut down Chaga. I'm having in it. So, Lanchi a chicken. Nice having it. What the license line. Okay, how was that almost be level? Evan in a survival. I was survived today. Dorizo. Nice to meet you. Okay. Nice. Evan in it. Oh, watch out, look. Oh my god, raining elbow with clutch Charlie.
Landing that shuriken on towards Albert. And once again, Dewa United
nice to run it. Pass in it. Dorizo Yamana. I'm sorry, corner. Dorizo net HP up and dead. So this is why people are doing it. But they have a loser, but they are throwing a keep on shut down child. Down charging for Amiga or be like you are surviving that. You are surviving that. We are all go. Play a nail too. Circle my Harry in it. Harry win it. You know, Scott Harry go now. G that Harry survive my pure. 5 minutes. Oh. Ever Brusk can I grow up while charge baby or Harrows out or night.
Oh, Dewa United. They might make this happen against Fnatic Onyx. The debut from Rez is gonna be ruined by the gods. Dewa United, they have the map, they have all the pressure available. Can they actually do it? Can they finally be that consistent team in the late game after this already?
Look what's going on right now. So Rizzo.
Well, HP don't know.
Not allowing him to get the free clear with their
rolling
advantage. And with keys on it, Lilia, man, that is what's making it so difficult.
Okay. John I be like, okay. They are like keyboard in shut down check and blue shut down check and do it. That in all pro out taking like. I would find a slash by night. Oh my god, only in a man down on Sunday album survive it ever in a retrieval bowl as some of you want to hold. Oh my now she. You want in a fun day on it. No shot down China. But then how she you Tiger baby or shut down China. You don't know.
To use on that because there is no threat
whatsoever. So is a battle of Pibat, but the point
they are absolutely rolling right now.
Looking at some of the items right here, BOD, endless battle for Ray. Definitely an insane amount of damage. And what's more terrifying for Fnatic Onyx is that Keys has the ice cream
what?
He has on the way soon.
What?
The healing reduction, the AoE application of it is going to make it even more difficult for Fnatic Onyx to get any kind of foothold in these fights. They are losing Keyboy too fast. Sans hasn't been able to pop time. And look at Mueza.
Level 12 here, yeah. High ground on the final sim. So this one is video. What have we played? No. We're going to baby. I already told you.
Holy defense still up for Fnatic Onyx. It isn't over just yet. They still have a lot of defenses here.
Got a mid tower.
At least for the first lord.
Can pass another. Not all around.
We're able to make that a 3K goal.
I was at it up over late. Keyboard it.
At this point of the game.
What is here?
All those TPS already, man.
I didn't need a cheat.
A lot of damage coming in from Dewa United. Now I feel like on the other side of the court, Raz, the window for this grab to be effective for Ashi is not that much.
Just small windows for both teams technically, but I mean Dewa has so many more ways to try and take these fights out. They can go for pickoffs, they can
race in a BOD pida, wild charge ni play time here play there. Survive people go win there on chance ka.
With the outplays that this guy has been making. A big criticism for Sorizo is a passive nature. It's the fact that he can't really perform in the midst of a team fight. But with Dewa right here, he's been making the plays happen with those final slashes. And the vengeance is on the right targets. It is difficult for Fnatic Onyx to find like a moment of control in these fights, man. CW, Sans and Albert just not allowed to really stand around at all. Always pressured or forced to use some kind of spell defensively.
Okay, Eben in it. Lilia Braspo and that. Lilia in a black suit of Pilia. The high grounders survive people now. Running in a space side to Lilia.
That's really what Fnatic
Onyx in a level 32 winning a holy cross step PUI. Pulling on
somehow did the damage without getting picked off. Also knowing that Sans
no la blue ball goal right. Lo second down for one. Player dialogue so heavy. Or Hana to Ross and Pierre. Don't take one in it. And Luano. And Luano love it at each other. John. I was on it. I'm going to roll up level 13. Risk not damage later to talk about the grow wild charge about it. Come on, me. Going in him or the tailor player. When I start like automation. All got a player, she is failing. But they point in it. When we are 9 at the end, lawyer will 80% along with
the only front line is Keyboy. It's one of the problems for Fnatic.
Because I think I do. Okay. Ever go in on G, ever survive him, ever survive him. I do. Player play a race bar. Okay, racing a flick and a trouble soon. I'm asking the enemy be high. One type of come on, post type of Kobe. You will need a damage turbo to leg in and early Lunos in it. Okay, through the Lunos go shut down China. There is also by type of okay, survive here. Oh, Harry and Tabby survive here. Lilia, they tower. Oh my god, bless you, Tabby Lilia, Lilia. That's in a side pressure. Be mal. Okay, Black Lilia, so through the side shy. Even in the breast shower, nice, even in the breast shower, like over there. Only in it. They want to play a 4-man player. I want to ever, yes, sounds it. Doing a player, risk baby, a risk at a Tabby Tala. We got it, got a Tabby Tala.
As Ray already spends the quad shadow. He cannot contest on this one. Sans is just
no, kuna Harry survive that already down through look at them. Okay, through oh yeah, we so holy dia let Harry on meta or Piati. Do you want in it? I don't know, meta to find a rogue on it. Pushing Salim in out TOD. With first hour, Hana is a rogue on it to find.
But they have to be watchful for Fnatic Onyx winning in this bush.
Draw board gun is how we tell you.
They went
ဘောကနေစပြီးတက်လာဆိုတော့သူတို့အနေနဲ့မင်းမှာ push မှာဘော push မှာpush မှာလောက်စရာ tax တွေအများကြီးပေါ့နော် India first tower လောက်ရတာသူတို့အနေနဲ့ second tower လည်းလီလီယာ normally တွေချထားတယ်academy ဖြစ်ပေါ့နော်ပေါ်လဲမှာ grow up push ထားတယ် okay သူတို့နဲ့ second tower ရမှာပေါ်လဲ second tower ရပြီ okay nice
with a tickle against a
40 second tower လည်းရလာပြီတော့ Krina တော့ထပ်တဝေးထပ်လာအောင်ပါသူတို့အနေနဲ့ mid tower မပေးချင်ဘူးဒီဘောအနေနဲ့ better sign မအောင်ပေးရမှာလား
gotta watch out for those flicker implosion combo considering that
ဒီဘက်ကတော့ယူဖြည့်ရှင်းရမှာသူတို့အနေနဲ့ high ground တော့ပါတယ်ရှိမယ်လီလီယာ high ground ဒီ high ground လုံးလုံး high ground အဆင်ပြေရောနော် high ground တော့ tag green နဲ့ 2 man ပေးလိုက်ပြီ every zaman 4k နဲ့တောက်ရှော့ shut down ချလိုက်သူတို့အနေနဲ့မူရီစာရသွားပါဘူး fast ultimate ရှိတော့ဒီဘက်ကဘာမှလုပ်လို့ white charge full man nice သူအနေနဲ့ဝါဘာထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရင် Evan နဲ့ brush ချလိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်လူရီဇွန်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးပေးရမှာ yes သူတို့အနေနဲ့အံ့ပါပဲ GG on နဲ့ပါတော့ကောင်းတဲ့ game ဗောနော်ဒါသူတို့အနေနဲ့ဒါ tiger ပေးရင်ပေးတဲ့အတင်းက brush တော့မို့30% လောက်ကိုပေးချတယ်ဗောနော်ဒီ tiger တကောင်ထဲမှာမူတည်သွားပါtiger တကောင်ထဲနဲ့ 30% လောက်ပေးရတယ်ဆိုတာလုံးမဆင်မပြေဘူးသူတို့အနေနဲ့အဲ့ဒီဘောအနေနဲ့လေ onic ကို tiger onic ကလည်းဒီဘောကို tiger လမ်းပေးကြည့်တယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့ရှုံးတာ okay nice ကျွန်တော်နောက်ထပ် control fan နဲ့ဗာလဲမသိဘူးကျွန်တော်နည်းကြည့်ကြည့်လိုက်သေး let's go jam with draft guys draft ကို fire ခုံနေနော်
swing it around they take out Dewa in
sorry let's go ban hero John I look silence ကတော့တော့ ban top ချီလာ list မှာ ban ထားပါတော့ okay Billion သူတို့နဲ့ fanny ကိုင်ချင်ကြပါတော့ဒီ Billion player က pro hype တွေ fanny ပေးကြပါနော် packet transfer နဲ့ Billion packet transfer DC မှာ top မှာတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်နေ link ban ထားတယ် GB ban ထားတယ် ooh ဟာတော့စban လိုက်ဒီဘက်က fanny ruby nice တော့ကောင်းတဲ့ combo ပါဒီဘက်က Z space ထားတယ် Moscow မထထုတ်မလား super loop
taking away one of the counters and the fanny at the
same time
going straight for the Moscow having your own mobility tools having your own built-in crowd control tool great ways for Aman to try and outplay this fanny potentially
Arla nice
the Arla 2 here so that's the flex pick that they end up with here in the first phase is Rebellion have a chance to go for another flex pick. They can honestly still go for, what, maybe an Edith here if they want to. But looking at the composition against Bigatron Alpha, it's probably wiser if they went for an Aurora or a Faramis to try to counter the Zosk.
Yep, a lot more control and also some appeal for some of the gold laners, some of the TPS that you have. Not much far. Third pick. Let's see what's going to happen here. You have already a good kill pressure with the Ruby and also the Fanny in the early game. Now, what do you want to combo it with?
Ideally, crowd control or additional burst damage can be very beneficial, but turns out it's finally going through. So great flexibility here from Rebellion actually. It's not even impossible for the Ruby to get flexed over to the gold lane. Like we were talking about earlier, put Matt and some of those that we've seen succeed in Season 14.
Roger in MPLPH so far had a 100% pick and ban rate. You can see the priority that this guy brings to the table, man. The flexibility and also the survivability is something that really a lot of marksmen doesn't really offer. So it is a good pick nonetheless, even though at this point it's not really flexible anymore. It's gonna be Matt on the Roger for sure. Ban for Coach Far.
Nolan.
Alright, so no Nolan for Super Ken. For Bigatron, if they want to go for an assassin, they themselves have banned away the Hayabusa. That Nolan, the Joy is an option, but especially with the Ruby already shown out there, might be a bit too risky, a bit too dangerous. Super Ken has been known to brave those odds before, but, you know, we'll see. Maybe that's exactly what Bigatron are trying to threaten and force Rebellion to ban away.
Imagine, Yin picked. It's a Aaron versus Mikasa.
Oh, that definitely would be an interesting matchup to watch. But
first place, Malaysia.
Win here.
Yeah, fourth place in MPL Malaysia season 13, and so far the MPL Malaysia quote-unquote import back to Indonesia has been very polarizing. Matt, obviously one of them, and also Sutsujin
သူအနေနဲ့
having a really great
အာ
season
ကျူ
so
စေးတာ
far.
မှာ
And
ဆော့တော့
Norway
နော်
is possibly one of the best junglers in MPL right now. And now
ဟို
X-Win is
သူနဲ့
looking to
အေးပန်း
recreate the
လိုက်
story.
guys တော့ကောင်းတဲ့ပန်း
A team that hasn't picked up a
အေး
win
ပန်းတာ
at all
ဖြစ်ပြ
in the season.
It definitely seems like Bigatron Alpha. I mean, with the Vexana ban too, are they setting up for a possible Tigreal pick here? Gonna go for some massive initiations. Up against Rebellions, you know, Fanny.
I read it all. Fanny
makes
hero
sense. The
on
only
that. I
problem
read
really
it.
is the Ruby, right? If you want to go for the Tigreal, you have to be
Patient.
really crafty
Off lane.
and intelligent.
Ruby ရှိသူတို့နေ Ruby ကို roam ခိုင်းချင်တာ Ruby ကို roam ပြီးတော့ off lane ပါဆော့မလား off lane Trisla ရှိတယ်နော်နည်းနည်းလောဘကြီးမယ်ဆိုရင်လွတ်သေးရဲ့ Trisla
Are going to try and go for something maybe a bit more aggressive, something they can go into the jungle of Rebellion.
off lane Trisla လွတ်သေးရဲ့သူတို့အနေနဲ့လောဘကြီးမယ်ဆို
Can be an attempt, but for now, for
Valentina
Rebellion,
nice
Valentina
ကိုကို
comes
Trisla
through.
ပေးမယ်
Usually Moreno
Trisla
would
ပြီးတော့သူ
go
တို့ဟိုဘက်ကအားလို့ရှိတယ်
as
Trisla
an
ထပ်မယူ
option,
တော့ Trisla roam
but
ကျင်
now
လို့
it's in the hands of Sway Low. The
အဲ့
guy that
လေ
used to be one of the more
သူတို့တွေကနည်းနည်းတော့လေးတောင်းအောင်
players
နော်
in the league. See what he
Trisla
can do.
တို့အားလို့သူတို့တွေ movement speed ပြတဲ့ hero မဟုတ်ဘူး
Ways for Rebellion
အဲ့
to
သူတို့
approach
spare
this
မှာလည်း
fight
blink တွေမပါတော့
Okay, so Assassin on the
Roaming
other
to
side. I
Nelly
wanna ask you a
now
question,
jam.
Arashi. Usually when we see
That's one of the most
Assassin
frequently
on lane
banned
seasons
lane
and
hero
seasons
in
ago,
MPL
it's an
Indonesia
automatic
season.
killer.
The
Was
Kufra,
not the
nice,
case
Fanny Dra-
in season 14.
So the automatic
ကောင်းပါလား super can နဲ့ဘာထုတ်မလဲ
Oh. Well, I think it's just a difference in strategy, because back then the jungle,
သို့ပါအောင်
you know, the
Bra-trala.
disturbance from the hill
Only
is just a
down.
lot more difficult. Now I think teams just really want to have a strong cross control tool on top of
Alpha.
responsibility. And for Bigatron, they're going with the Alpha.
11 to
Match the clear, and they have
11
the
picks
Kufra
ရောနော်
as
11
a-
တစ်ခေါက်ပိုင်းနဲ့ဆက်တစ်ခေါက်ပစ်ထားတယ်
Again,
winner က 64
cancellation
တော့ကောင်းတဲ့
on
solid
the,
winner တစ်ခု
steel
ပေါ့
cables, but also a chance
Ka
for
ba thong le?
Elemento to make something happen and dive in straight
Alpha,
out of sight from the
Kufra.
Ruby, right? Catch him completely off guard.
Big cool.
In the way that the hill
And that trap
can't
side.
really match.
fight
Grok is an
I really
option here
bad eye.
for Rebellion Esports, knowing that you have Kufra on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
side. It works well with the power of nature and also Arlit.
oh
See, in game number
တာမှုပြင်မလား
3, I believe,
the hero
Fnatic
နဲ့
Onyx
shut down
Joy
ချောင်းတယ်
United, Res picked out a Grok EXP.
hero
against
နဲ့
an
တာမှု
Arlit.
ကပိုဆော့
Might
လို့
not
ကောင်း
been
တယ်
played in
ပြောနေ
EXP this time of the game, but they're still gonna work a bit well this
Like
time. But it's
we-
gonna be Tigreal. I'm just yapping.
ဟေး
Yeah, that was a great pick for the Valentina there, Rebellion. When they picked up the Valentina, it kind of erased whatever Bigatron Alpha was planning with the Tigreal. So they ended up leaving it open, and Rebellion takes that chance up against the Alpha. It's a really good pick. The only problem being, you know, for the Arlet, it could be a good way to cancel this. So really, it's a battle of execution with that Tigreal pick from Rebellion Esports. Bigatron, though, winning in both counter index and the lineup rating for match number 2.
There's some light from Rebellion Esports' composition. Early
Yeah.
to mid-game potential differs by 2 points, which is
Let's go.
quite high
Yeah,
in
Indonesia-
this draft index.
Yeah, they're late, they don't
Alpha
need that, you know.
overall does win out on the overall statistics. Now, let's see if the Blue Bulls can make it happen.
Yeah.
Mission
Welcome back.
impossible
Alright.
against the top of the standings.
We're gonna buzz Rebellion
Apex
game 1
Predators,
ပေါ့နော်
season 14
sponsorship တွေနဲ့ Samsung Galaxy
It's gonna be
PS Gold
Rebellion
လို့ဆို
Esports or Bigatron Alpha.
Maybe main sponsorship ကတော့ Samsung Galaxy
Up against 9th.
ညတိုင်းကိုပေးရပါတော့
The battle begins now.
The funny skin ဘာပဲထုတ်လာလား
Of Dawn, Super Luke on the Arlet, Cars on the Ruby.
ဟုတ်ပါဘူး
It does seem
Wow.
like this is going to be the Matt versus Eman battle, the battle of the ages.
Matt.
See how this plays out.
โอ้ဘာကြီးတယ်
Short
နည်းနည်း
break
ကြော်
in
လိုက်
the action.
Exactly. Able to just fully counter the Fanny, getting a
think a break.
Brody last pick. It was
Break
double
ni lang
value
ba?
against the
Yeah,
Moscow.
When it comes to the typical gold lane, the base of Rebellion. So what happened there?
Stats, no kills.
You know, like, I mean, oh,
Hey.
never mind. We're going to get into the game. Boom. Right away.
အာမိုက်
Let's
အာ
see what happened
ဖိလစ်ပိုင်မှာဆိုတော့
earlier.
မိုက်တယ်
No
နော်
kills just yet. Only
ဒီ
1
မင်း
minute
ပါ
on
ကီဝါ
left,
ဝိုင်း
so we didn't really miss out on
Renyo
too many
ဘတ်နဲ့
actions. Besides this,
Emma.
IL-10 mage.
ဘတ်ကတစ်ချိန်တော့
Gonna go
PTR
play
play
Matt
ရပါတော့
versus Eman. The stats doesn't matter, Rashi. As long as Matt is winning. Well,
But hang on a second. We said a Tigreal kind of walk out of the base of Rebellion. So
Okay.
what happened there? Already level 4 for both junglers. The Super 10 tries to go for the SD buff. Ryota tries to go for a
ဟို
punish.
ရီယိုဒါ press ရဖြစ်တယ်ဗောနော်ပြိုင်ပတ်သွားပြီ
Though, with all the crowd control tools available.
Asking ya time
that tankiness.
Ufra Jones Star Skin. Roger Nina John Pirate Skin. Play an China skin to Cuba. Chain one. Yeah, remember looking at all the time. Don't remember your Balola. Pirate Skin,
HP difference can make or break those teams.
Oh, I know what I was
saying. Coordinators, right? XBTR from Matt, both of them just flashing the emotes.
At the Sabo, Tadia, town Sabo, level 3. I remember sound of Kufrani name, Valentina, Lamity Town, level 4 hour, Valentina to Socks Adventure. And in a bluebird sunny. At a baby by the same Mala. Okay, but I need Tadeo if you drive. Okay. Where's the first blood be like? Okay. Fucking. Look at it. Oh, my God. But look at it. What you gonna do to me, bro? So your data like it.
It is just so beautiful. It looks like.
Prediction.
I can dream, man. I can only dream.
Marco in a 2-0.
That's respectable from you. Give
it a 0-2.
Yeah, like you said, Chairman, like the way that
Rashin in a 2-0. Rashina Marco on Kiwa. HP 20% out to take down Canada. Nice. Bad in it. Iman in a group we are down. Iman in a space we are neck can do Roja so. Roja's Kiwania Lala. What's an option to do that? Right down at level 6 on a point. Only final. The Dutch will find a also doing a Kufrashio. Frashi appeared on the daily sheep to the space crew. We haven't done it. Only a tag relation there.
I didn't serious the late game with Matt on the Purify, but overall, when you're playing with
Valentina in level 5, but in a big crew, I saw Shane. Victory by Sashi. I don't think I any blue pressure. Sabi don't. We are Sala. Packet running it. Abi. But it's up for me. I running it. Okay, the Hurricane Salo can I add it? Oh my lord, the car dive door, finding a cattle blue by my right down. Okay, finding a super look. I like it. Blue by Yada there. Packet. Two lower Blue could be on. I like it. I can't do AP like you. Roger like about a shot up in your way.
Super can immediately goes on it.
And what's called the space Liada, space in right. Easier than if you're about like run on the space up here. Oh, super can also who I am, George Ruby dinner at the Yama. Oh, okay. He finish here. Nice.
The exact damage that
Oscar can probably light up the right on in it. Magic at the fan boost to Lavi.
Meanwhile, though, look at that. Just playing with his limits, man. Just getting all the golds that's available, and Matt is just absolutely dominated so far. Half HP.
And did that share, yeah. I didn't lead that.
He's actually been soaking in waves too. Rotating earlier. Luke doing the same thing.
And some of the items right here.
And in Alpha, and by my channel, Alpha, when I would just you are my I'll show too much Manchina, Poland first tower, yeah. Okay. Whoa. Kufra ultimate, nice. What kind of swipe shit? I want to Ruby in a PR, man. Stay down, come out. And in Bolama HP 20% out to take down Indiana and we are Johnny. Funny a piano. Landina in Alpha, Davisan. Okay, you can play a Tonga good child, and a blue better. Rather find a blue better, but it's a cow on nail sign. Oh my god. Can in a blue better for UI, yeah. Started out not at least on seconds of coming through. First upon first time, I admit our side pushing. Out of TYD, vodka or Fanny Alpha, and Blue Gum Shia Fanny Alpha for the master. You are in a pressure, P1. Fanny Blue Gum Shia Fanny is a data. John time, I was a Blue Gum Shia for 8 times. Alpha Piabo, so I damage got. I don't know what else you might fellows in Piabo. And in a job, XP die. Why XP die? Surviving chance they boom, man. But there are movement speed boom, man. Yeah, giant to the 20 put down. Life steep out of it. 20. Damage. And in 11, 9 or she. Blue gum she had a surviving. Imagine it. Moscow ကိုတော့ grab ပါလားဒီကောင်မပြီးလိုက်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါပဲတော့လို့မယ်ဆိုချန်လိုက်တယ်โอเคဆိုလိုတာတယ်ပါမန်နေနဲ့ win stock ကပြီးသွားပါပြီတောက်ကြည့်နေပါတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဝိုင်းဝိုင်းနေနဲ့မန်တခြားပါတာဝါတဲ့မတိုက်ဘူးလားတင်းနဲ့အလီဂိမ်းရှိတယ်နော်ကျွန်တော်အကျဲကြီးអော်ရအောင်ပါโอเคမစ်တာဝါအတွက်ပတ်တယ်စပြီဘောချင်း7 minute ပြီးလိုက်ရပြီမစ်တာဟူးဗီဒီယိုအနေနဲ့ဘက်က rebellion easy ပဲဆော့နေပါသူတို့အနေနဲ့ဘာမှ pressure မရှိဘူးရှင်းရှင်းပြကျွန်တော်တို့ classic ဝေးကြနေမြောက်တော့ပြောပါတော့ကိုနေလည်းမဆော့ရလို့ဘောနော်သူပြောလို့အဲ့မှာ
everything that they want they get it so far the total the turrets
oh blue wet ထက်ပြီး round ပဲ
Ryota is running
အဲ့တော့မကောင်းပါဘူး
presence of Eman
အဲ့ဒီတော့ okay super loop ပြရတော့မှာလားတိုက်ရမပြီးလာပြီ okay Kufra အနေနဲ့ဘယ်သူမိသွားလဲမသိဘူး Rubio မိသွားတယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့TR2 တောင်မချိုးဘဲနဲ့ဘတ်တယ်တောက်လျှောက်ကိုဆိုင်တာသူတို့နဲ့မန်ကာတာဝါတဲ့ဒီကိုတိုက်ချင်တယ်ပေါ့နော်သိရှိလို့တော့သူတို့နဲ့ဟုတ်ဆိုTR2 မချိုးဘဲနဲ့သူတို့ဂျန်ငယ်မှာဝင်ပြီးဘတ်တယ်ဆိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာ break stop များဒါပေမဲ့နိုင်သွားပါတယ်သူတို့နိုင်လို့ဝင်ဆိုင်တာသူတို့ emoji ပြပြန်ပြီးလေတိုက်တာပေါ့အရသာတော့လေတက်တိုက်နိုင်တယ်သူတို့ funny pay pick ထားပါကန်ကြီးကန်တိုက်ဆိုတော့ကမတ်နဲ့နိုင်ပတ်သွားရင်သူနေတယ်အာလီဂိမ်းမတိုင်ရိုဂျာတွေကတော့ရိုက်ခံရပါတို့နေရိုဂျာဆော့ဝင်ပြီးလိမ့်မယ်အာလီဂိမ်းဘာမှလုံးမရဆိုအဲ့ဂိမ်းတစ်ဂိမ်းလုံးအာရိုဂျာပုတ်သွားတာရိုဂျာနေနဲ့မကင်းဖစ်ရောဂျာမော်စကိုနေနဲ့ golden step ထပ်ပြီးသွားတယ်သူနေ0-2-0-0ဆိုပေမဲ့survive ဖြစ်ပြီး fan ထားတဲ့ပတ်စံများပါသူဂိုလီကတော့ 6.2k သူတို့မစ်တာဝါတော့ဘတ်တက်ဆိုင်ပါလားကူဖရာနေနဲ့ oh my god 2 man ကူဖရာနေဘယ်သူ့လမ်းကြည့်လဲဆိုတော့ရိုဂျာကိုလမ်းကြည့်လိုက်တယ်ဗျဒီဘက်ကသူ့ရှိမှရှိရဲ့ပုံလိုက်ကြည့်မတွေ့သူတို့နဲ့မစ်တာဝါဆက်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရပြီအလောနေတော်တော်ကောင်းတဲ့ piece တွေ create လုပ်ပေးနေသူတင်းမတော့ဘူးနော်အခါ animate တစ်ခါရလိုက်တယ်အနည်းဆုံး2 man 3 man ပေးနေကူဖရာတော့မဖန်ပြီးမဖန် sorry လက်စင်တာများပါမဖန်တီးနိုင်ဘူးနော်ဒီမှာအနေနဲ့ log ကတော့တစ်ခါတည်း match ချလိုက်တယ်နော်သူတို့ဘာမှမလုပ်အောင် QY အော်ဖန်နီပါပဲပဲကြီးချက်ပြီးပေးရမှာပါစိတ်တော့မကောင်းပါဘူးကြောက်နေနဲ့အလောကလည်း position ကောင်းကောင်းလေးလိုက်ရှာနေတယ်ညံပတ်လိုက်အောင်အဲ့သူနေနဲ့ကန်ရဲ့ဒီ super ကန်ရဲ့ဒီ alpha hyper ကြောင့်လည်းပါပါ alpha ကဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲ live ပြီးကြည့်ပေးစရာမလိုပြအဲ့ independent ဖြစ်တဲ့ hyper တရားလည်းပါပါတယ်သူနေနဲ့သူ 1v2 လောက်ကိုဘာမှမကြည့်ဘဲနဲ့မေးလို့ရရပထမတစ်ချက်အာမုစ်ကလွယ်လို့ပေါ့နော်အာမုစ်နဲ့ alpha နဲ့ချလိုက်ချင်ဘေးကအာမုစ်က teammate ထပ်မှန်တယ်ပေးရအောင်လေဒီမဲ့ ground တော့နေနဲ့ okay တခါထုတ်ခံလိုက်ရတယ်ဒီမှာ survive ဖြစ်မယ် Thai revenge ပြီးလိုက်ပြီ Kufra နေနဲ့ ultimate တော့ပြီးသွားပြီနော်အော်ဘာဗျာသူတို့နေ run boy ကြာနေပါပဲဟဲ့အောင်ရေးစောနေတိုင်းစောတာပဲဖန်ဒီနဲ့တော့6 skill တော့ပြနေတော့သူနေ base ကနေထွက်လိုက်ဝင်လိုက်အဲ့လိုပဲလုံးနေမှာဆိုရင်အဆင်ပြေတယ်ဒီဘက်ကတာဝါအေးဆေးလေးစောတာပါ pressure မရှိဘဲနဲ့ဒါသူတို့ရဲ့တင်းရဲ့ဇရာထိတ်ဆုံးမှနေတယ်အလကားလည်းမဟုတ်ပါဘူးတော့can you ban လိုက်ပါပြီ
I don't know, maybe, man. Possibly, right? If it's a long toilet break.
But this through teammate ka kurai ban လိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်ဘာလို့လဲတော့မသိပါ
I'm not sure. I
ဒီမှာ
mean,
ကြောက်လို့နေ
Bigatron, the thing is, Bigatron.
Penny Ruby ဟာရပစban ထားတယ်ဒီဘက်က chip link
with Rebellion
Yeah,
taking the
ban
blue
ထား
side away, it's almost like Bigatron Alpha wanted the
Moscow
first
okay
game win on blue so that they could
သူတို့နေ Harry Golling ထုတ်ဖို့ plan ချနေတယ်ဒီက
through Rebellion's choices.
Rebellion ဘာလို့လဲ Harry လွတ်မယ် Harry ပဲချင်လား
Let's see, man. Here are the heroes from the first game.
Harry ပဲချင်လား
Gets stolen by Rebellion.
Zax okay solid make ကိုယူရ Zax
But like we said,
တန်တယ်ဝါနော်ဒါ solid တခု solid ဖြစ်တဲ့ solid ဖြစ်တဲ့ pick တခုဘက်ကဘာထပ်ယူမလဲ
it's about the rest of the team. Is
Hype မှာဘယ်လိုလုပ်မလဲ hype
Is there enough crowd control as well? For Bigatron, the Roger.
Julian လွတ်မယ်ပထမတစ်ချက် Nolan လွတ်သေးရဗျာဖြစ်ချင် Julian Nolan ကျောင်း Harry လွတ်မယ် Pyramid တောင်လွတ်သေး Okay Harry နဲ့အားတော့တယ် Oh my god okay
Possibly Luke, possibly Key because this guy can be flexed towards the roamer at least for
Ryota.
Alpha, but M1 on the Harith is
Lunox อ่ะဟောနေတာရှင်းနေပါ Lunox Roger လွတ်သေးတယ် Roger နဲ့ပြီးချင်လည်းရတယ် Harry ကိုအဲ Lunox နဲ့လောက်ပြီးတာအဲ့ဒီပေါ်တက်ရောက်မှုက Lunox ပဲရှိ
just gonna snowball in the early game and getting all the kills.
သူက hype က Nolan လွတ်မယ်သူတို့လည်းဖြစ်ချင်း hype လို့ဆိုရင် Helga ကအလောက်အဆင်ပြေသေးပါဘူး
took a bit long to get online. Maybe we get a Harith here and then see what happens because
Factory hype ပါတယ်မတွေ့ရဘူး
Aurora or Faramis.
ကာလီတော့ run နေမှာ
They ban out the Faramis in game number 1 after picking up the Zask, so they still have that answer.
Push ကကောင်းကြီးနေဘင်းတူ
They're forced to go.
Phobias ငါ Lunox Okay ဒါ Heritage နှစ်ကောင်လုံးကောင်းတာပါနော် Lunox ကလိမ့်မကောင်းတာပဲ Phobia ကပတ်တယ်မှာကောင်းတာပဲ Okay Yeah
gold because Solo does play Lunox and I remember
and Phobia က revamp ပြီးတော့လဲ
especially in the early game
သူ enemy ရဲ့ blink ကို independent အလောက်မဖြစ်တော့ဘူးသူနေစကေး1-2 ပေါင်းတာ ultimate သုံးလို့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့ Phobia လည်းကောင်းပါမယ်ဒါ hero ဆို
with the Zask though I guess in theory you can switch it around the Phobias
though
I find very
ကဲလေတော့ဘယ်ကတော့ဖာလဲ Gopi sponsorship ဒီတာ
that aren't really that far away. Remember, with the revamp of this Phobias, the range of that ultimate now is a lot shorter. But when it comes to a front,
hey Lilia nice
a full-on brawl, a
fist
fight,
ကောင်းတဲ့ pick တစ်ခုပါ Lilia pick ဆိုတာတော်လေးအဆင်ပြေ
But now with the damage output of big
သူတို့နဲ့ဘာဘမ်းမလဲ off lane ဘမ်းမယ်ကြောင်းနေတယ် rebellion သာရှိရင်ကြောင်း Trisla နဲ့
damage coming through.
Trisla ဘမ်းရှင်နေပြကြောင်းနေပြောမှာဆို
But there's still a lot of burst damage available. If Rebellion fall too far behind, this Phobias will jump like once and get immediately swatted out of the air.
And the fact that they picked Lilia, it's a good kind of potential against the Phobias. You can pretty much dog walk the Phobias all over the place with this pick. When you get the Ice Queen 1, the slows, the TPS, the slow burning effect of glowing 1. It's gonna come in handy, but we got a fact here to our MPL Philippines. Season 14, Harith had a 100% ban and pick grade. He was banned 20 times and picked 13 times.
Okay.
So taking a page out of the best region currently. Currently this book. This pick is just really makes sense for Pikachu and Alpha.
For Rebellion now, it gets to a point where at this point they need to start banning out the jungles too, right? Because the armor is still flex, so they can't really go for
မိုင်းတော့တော့ celebrate လုပ်တယ်တွေကတော်ကောင်းပါ
bans too, but I think it'll be just safer for them to ban out jungle. But even saying that is tough because it will definitely put them more at risk of not getting some of these jungle picks, more so than Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron. So that's the
Alpha ပစ်ထားတယ် nice ooh Benedetta first pick လား
and the Benedetta jungle
Benedetta တော်ကောင်းပါ super cam ဘာထုတ်မလဲ
style a lot of part control too, but it's all very single target. Whereas for Bigatron, they have a great AoE coming in with the Spear of Alpha, with the Final Slash, especially with Delilia in their hands. There's a chance that they can kind of out-sustain, outplay a lot of these single target card controls.
Well, Alpha သူတို့ off lane ထုတ်
that way for Bigatron.
ဘာကတော့ဘာရှိသေးလဲ Nolan ရှိမလား
The outlet can still be flexed, whether it's roam or XP lane, even though the Kyrie is not that great for key. But
Yuzong.
the Yuzong, I believe
Okay,
this is the
Yuzong
second
off
pick
man.
of the Dragon this season, and it's only for Bigatron Alpha so far.
ပထမဆုံး Dragon pick ပေါ့နော်ဒီကျွန်တော်ထင်တာတော့
In season 14, a hero that hasn't seen a lot of airtime in this meta, considering there's just much better option the XP lane. It's gonna be used by Super Luke himself, a guy that a lot of people are seeing as the best EXP laner currently in Indonesia. As we take a look at the draft index,
Hi bro, bisa kan ni kalah biar.
RPL just a little bit, especially on that damage potential, Arashi.
Definitely a lot of burst.
Tiga
Single
lah,
target as
almost.
well. So it comes down to the pressure on the map. Now Rebellion has more to say.
Bro, big sacrifice ni kalah bro.
Down to it, and it becomes a quick, decisive burst of damage from both teams. Rebellion has a better chance of
Kau isi
actually
sikit habis
securing
orang
a
phone ni.
kill.
David versus Goliath.
Jadi bro.
A mission. It's gonna be hard to execute for the Blue
Glistering
Bulls.
man.
Can they make it? Can they do the impossible?
What do you mean by glistering man bro? Bab.
Bigatron Alpha.
Podcast lah.
versus
Baju
Rebellion
baju.
Esports.
PM.
They look up once again and they see
Bro, jangan follow thala.
waiting.
这种叫 follow 来的，ain't no man 对叫，我 follow 他来。
Easy climb. It's
တော့ရှာလိုက်ဗျာ Oscar Zane ဆိုပြီးတော့ဒီ profile နဲ့ပဲဟို around 10 kg လောက်ရှိမယ်နဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်ကြောင်ရှာလိုက်ရပွဲလာအခုပွဲကြည့်ပြီးရင်သွားရမလားနောက်ထပ် drop ပိတ်လာကြောင်အဲ့လိုရ easy ကိုကြောင်မဲ့မှာ Zack ရှိမယ်ပေါ်လာမှာ Lunos နဲ့ Harris နဲ့ဒါ39ပေါ့နော်တော့ဟဲ့ Ron Vanilla hype Vanilla တော်တော်လေးကောင်းပါတယ်ပေါ်လာမှာ Phobia နဲ့ကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါ Phobia တော့ပြဿနာပြင်မဲ့ဒီကောင်းကောင်းပိတ်ပေးထားသူတို့နေဟုတ်ပါ
For now, you can see that with this Benedetta jungle, Ryota's actually getting a bit of an advantage when it comes to the clearing. Making it a lead though. But of course, Super Ken likes this pathing, man. Gets him that.
That's like a beyond Harry got Lunos go pressure being the
gank here, considering the situation. Look at the
pressure
weapon mastery for Eman. Wow. He thinks it might go the distance. And on the other side for Matt, Master Assassin, trying to assert that dominance with the Wooden's blessing for both the Jawhead and the Zaz. Rebellion will make a play.
Okay. You're right. Staying alive. And around here, slash down like nice 5 blood. Down in the bay over here. Almost wow. When did that so calm? I don't know. I like it. I'll be as a jump at you.
Rotating over. Always the problem with Key on the outlet. Easily punished because like that is just the hero. Like there's no disengage potential unless you have a lot of combo in your hands with the to get out. Now, Rebellion Esports, they have the first blood. They dealt the first strike. Can they actually make it consistent throughout the game?
It's going to be a bit of a waiting game. And Moreno, keep in mind, has the sprint. Haven't seen that in a while, but he's afraid of the chase coming in. Super Kendo gets low.
Oh, X-Win with a flicker forward. Now with the Vengeance, Super Ken still able to survive X-Win. Losing a whole lot of the momentum coming down. Now the blooms as well from Moreno. Gets brought back way low, getting the kill with the Dominators a set. Luke, meanwhile, stopping Ryota.
It's a crap bro too, Bobby.
Now in a 1v4 situation, Luke goes in with electrify on the sway low, gets the damage and now turns it around completely for Bigatron Alpha.
I like Bobby, yeah.
He gets the final slash and BTR somehow get the turtle.
Whoa, was that? That was practically in the back line 1v3, 1v4. That's a huge jump. Wow.
There was assistance, but Super Luke, as always, delivers. Moreno, though, like I was saying, concerned about the chase potential of a highly mobile Phobias and Benedetta, goes with the sprint in the situation, that makes him a bit less versatile. But look at the new record here, as we were talking about earlier, when it comes to the quickest game.
Playoff day 2 of season 10.
Puede ser que esto, ¿no, Hobby?
36 seconds against BTR.
Yes.
And now they're the one that's dealing the damage here against Rebellion Esports. So it comes full circle in MPL ID.
Yeah, the fastest game of season 14 is Fnatic versus Rebellion 10-22, and we got that stat as well. Last time it was Bigatron, Fnatic, Onyx. It was still Onyx back in the day.
Rồi này có một tí chặt tiền nó, còn cái tiếp thải cho em follow luôn mà tí là video đi mà tiền nó đi cái tiếp thải, rồi này video tiền thao cho em follow luôn. Nên vì là rồi này có video đi mà tiền đi cái tiếp thải cho em follow không mà video bông mà tiền nó cao mà cho em follow luôn.
Ken getting chunked at the Nightmaric spawn, doing work, and Rebellion are doing a good job so far.
Cái cao này cho nó là tí là. Cho nó follow đâu cái video bông mà tiền mày. Mà tiền nó đi mày. Ok, bố mà cho nó rủ giang xí mày. Giang này nè. Phobia của nó lấy pressure bí này, Phobia này đánh first time, second time, third time blink cái này Phobia này giang thằng bị pick lại rồi, một số ảo cho price này nè.
Off guard. Once again, the fans are quite happy seeing the display in the early game. 4 kills to 2 so far. For the Blue Bulls against the #1 in the standings.
Now Bigatron having to play careful. No retribution available for now. Just kind of sent away from the Rebellion.
Wow.
Getting control right here, equalizing.
I brought 1/21. Yeah.
Oh, good dodge there with the chaos.
Cái này dòng số gì mà cái pied này bro. Không phải cái chân nó game không.
Matt winning against Eman. Something that I gotta say, I didn't really expect, even though he's on a Lunox, because in the first game earlier was an absolute domination from Eman.
Cái dòng pied này. Đồ pied nào mà cái số. Chơi vô nó mà cái cái. Nó nói bài sao đi thằng nó sinh gì mà xong.
Might kind of change things up for now. Because if you can see from the
ကျွန်တော်
side
casting ပဲ
of
focus လုပ်မှာ casting ကကျွန်တော် computer အနေနဲ့စင်တင်တော့ဒီ casting တစ်ခုပဲရှိပွဲကြည့်ရတစ်ခုပဲရှိအောင် Oh my god Lunos နဲ့ dark side သုံးလိုက်ပြီ Ohဘယ်လိုလဲဘယ်က brush ချလိုက်တယ်မသိဘူးတော့
2 more kills for Rebellion. Finally, we haven't seen this kind of play from Rebellion very often. Probably the first time so far.
Oh my god.
The poetry in motion
ဘာလို့လဲ
was like
healing ကတော့
BTR.
ပြန်တက်တယ်ဗောဒါ
What's
အဲ့
your
လို
BTR on game number 1, Arashi?
brush နဲ့စီကိုချအောင်
jumping in and doing a ton of
5 ဖို့ဖြစ်
damage
တာ
off the back of a great dominated descent.
Matt
Power falling. You hear the cheers, but look at Super Luke baited again.
ဘာလို့သူနေ shut down ချခင်ရမှာနော်
And the Fierce dive in, now the
Nice Oh my god ကိုပြည့်တော်တော် pressure များရတယ်ဗောနော်
And he gets it done with the infernal pursuit.
အောက်ချောက်ကို pressure ပြီးပါမယ်
of making use of Luke's aggressivity. We talked about how he's always so aggressive. He always wants to win the lane, demolish that lane, and get to work. But now Rebellion are using it to really punish him. The rotations coming in from Swale have always been on point this game. 15 seconds to go. A 2k gold lead for Rebellion. Bigachon definitely can get a winning fight, but it's very situational. Showing that Rebellion can kind of do a lot of different things here. Oh, go for a pickoff.
Super Kendo bringing it back with Spear of Alpha, still going to be caught in front of pursuit, sacked down by Sway Low. Moreno forced to use the black shoes to escape. Ryota still goes to chase Super Luke in the back as well.
close ပါလူကိုတောက်ချောက်ကြည့်တော့ပဲတော့ထပ်ပြလူကိုဒီဘက်ထပ်ပြစ်ထည့်လိုက်ရင် close နေပါလူကနေပြေးရတော့မပြေးရတော့ကျွန်မတ်အနေနဲ့တော့တာတယ်ကိုရှင်းလိုက်တယ်ဗောနော် Ryota ပါလူကိုကြည့်တော့Nice. Ooh, doing a Dragon Form beat out. Backboard. Take down McCall. Oh, yeah. 1k goal in the Dasha pressure beat. Go ahead, got it. BDR နဲ့ peak နေရပါတော့တို့ဇရာထိတ်ဆုံးအတင်းတင်း Rebellion ဖိတာခံနေရ 2.4k goal လေးဆောင်ဆိုတော့တော်တော်ကောင်းတဲ့ pressure တစ်ခုပါအခုပြီးအကြောင်းဖြစ်မလားကျွန်တော် off lane တော်တော်လေးကိုပါပါတယ် mat ကလည်း Eric ကိုလမ်းကြည့်လို့ရကြိုက်တဲ့အချိန်ကြည့်ကြည့် Eric ကကြည့်ခင်အောင်
Was difficult for Bigachon
အဲ့
right
ဒီဘက်က
now because they don't really
alpha
want
ဖြစ်တယ်
to
ဗောနော်
allow someone
alpha
to
ဆိုတော့
thrown
သူ
into the
independent
midst of Rebellion.
ဖြစ်ဘူး
We
သူ
talked
နဲ့
about
solo
the
solo
advantage
ကောင်း
when
တယ်
it comes to burst,
အဲ့ပါတ
especially
ကောင်
with
တော့ဟုတ်တယ်
the
ဒါပေမဲ့
Lunox and the Zaz
Phobia ကြီးက
being
တော်တော်
on.
နောက်သွားတယ်
But
ယူဆောင်အတွက်
Lunox actually they have so
သူ
much
တို့
more
Phobia
pressure.
ကောင်တာမယ်ဆိုယူဆောင်ထုတ်တာတကယ်သူတို့တွေ
Outmatched by
အစမထုတ်ရင်ပိုကောင်းမလားလို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တာပေါ့နော်အဲ့အဆင်မ
Everyone
ပြေ
is
ပါ
forced to back away.
အဲ့ဒါဘယ်နီတာလည်းတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်ဗျ
Someone in. Ryota
ဒါနဲ့ဘယ်နီတာကို shut down ချတယ် shut down ချလို့အဆင်မပြေဘူးပေါ့နော်ဘယ်နီတာသူထွက်ချင်တဲ့အချိန်ပြန်ပြီးထွက်သွားလို့ရတယ်
Spear of Alpha just yet.
ဟေးအော်မြင်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်
That is a huge item for Car, securing that dominance ice. The 1v1
every
from
နေ
now
နဲ့
on is going to be
ဖြစ်
much
လာတယ်ကျွန်တော်လမ်းမ
easier
ကြည့်
for
ဖြစ်လာ
this
ပါတော့
Phobius and also the utility.
လီလီယာအနေနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒိုရင်းဝင်ပြီးသွားတယ်
That's win.
သူနဲ့စပြီး brand ပြီအော် breast ချခင်လားဘာဟုတ်ဘာမှမသိပါနဲ့ပျောက်သွားအောင်ကျွန်တော် mad ရဲ့ dark side damage တွေ Dax နဲ့ Mark တွေပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့သူတို့အနေနဲ့ Leo press ချတာအောက်လန်တာပါမပေးချင်တော့ 4 man stack သွားတယ်အောက်လန်မှာ 3 man stack မြင်ပါဟို Alpha
Bigachon surprisingly are able to save that last turret.
ဘယ်နေတာအနေနဲ့ Alpha ဘက်ကိုထပ်ပြီးကြည့်အောင်မလဲ
Cars and Super
ဒီ
Luke
ဘွားကြည့်နေတာ
definitely had the higher KDA, but Team
ရသွားလားမသိ
Anticipation
ဘူး
is
ရ
on
သွားလဲ
Cars. On the Phobius this time, he is definitely going to be looking
average KD
more
1.9
when it comes to just the draw,
ဟာ look
not just the initiation.
There's a lot of things that can trigger
တော့
your
Super Luke ကတော်တော်ကောင်းတဲ့ player တယောက်
at
လား
the
ဟုတ်
time of his life.
သူတို့နဲ့ law ကိုစပြီး dance ပြီး law dance ကျွန်တော်ပါကန်ရင် Vendetta ဘယ်သူတာမလဲဆိုတော့ Vendetta law dance တာမယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ YouTube ဝင်ပေါက်တဲ့နေရာမှာဟုတ်ပြီပြောရင်ယူဆောင် Dragon Form ပေးလိုက်တခါလေးပေးခံလိုက်ရတယ်တော့လူတို့ Dark Side နဲ့ပြစ်ချလိုက်တာအဲ့ဒါပါထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရအောင်ဒီမှာဒေါင်းဘယ်လိုဒေါင်းသားမှတော့မသိဘူးသူတို့အနေနဲ့
Interesting engage
အဲ့သူတို့နဲ့ law AC လောက်
They
ဒီ
actually
မှာမရှိ
went
တော့
for
ဘူးသူတို့ pressure ပေးမယ်လို့
brawl against this kind of composition when Cars is
ပြီးတော့ဆို
2-0-2 with a vengeance.
Online Tower တွေဆက်ပြီး pressure ပေးလို့ရမယ် bot pressure ပေးလို့ရမယ် mid တွေ pressure ထပ်ပြီးပေးလို့ရမယ်
The
Bro,
goal
they-
lead extends to 6k. Even though
မတ်
Bigachon
တော်တော်လေးကိုအလုပ်ဖြစ်တယ်
had
Lunox
one,
ရဲ့
there
မ
was
တ်က
some kind of combo with the Spear of Alpha,
မတ်ရဲ့ Lunox ကို
Moreno outputting
pressure
damage.
ကောင်းကောင်း
This is
ပေး
not
နိုင်တယ်
enough right here.
တော့ကြည့်နေ
Moreno in particular,
အဲ့ဒီလည်း breast တယ်
only
ဗျာ
with glowing
ဟို
wall.
ယူဆောင်လည်း breast တယ်ဗျာ super gun နဲ့ထပ်ထွက်လာရင် super gun နဲ့ထပ်ပြီး breast တယ် ဘန်ကတော်တော်လေးအလုပ်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်သူ Rebellion အတွက်
Even Eman now is only
လီ
standing
ယာ
on
ဒီ
two
နေ့ကတော့
items.
black
No
shootout နဲ့
more
spike ဖြစ်
crystals
သူတို့နဲ့
available.
မတောင်ပေးချင်
So
ဘူး
without that extra bit of damage,
အဲ့မဲ့ဒီနေ့ဇာမန် force ပေးပြီးခုံချင်တိုင်းနဲ့ခုံလို့အဆင်ပြေတော့ဒီဟိုပါလို့ Lunox ပါလို့
That skill from Zaz is already
bot ကတော့ bot
one-third
ကနေ
of
စပြီး
Super
တက်လိုက်
Luke.
Vendetta အနေနဲ့
It's
Poland
not
ကိုစပြီး knock နေပြီ
It's definitely not the hero that you look forward
Phobia
to
ကတော်တော်ကောင်း
playing
သွား
in
တယ်
this situation, on a losing situation.
တော့တန်ပါတယ်ဒီတို့ရဲ့ ပါနေတဲ့ ultimate တော့တုံးလိုက်တယ်။ဒါနဲ့ survive ဖြစ်ပါရတာတော့သူ့အနေနဲ့ blink ရှိထွက်သွားတယ်မှာ။ immune လေးလည်းပါ AC ပဲသူ့အနေနဲ့
Great play by Super Luke there. The same they jump on the chance, just waits around in case the backup
HP
is required.
900လောက်တက်တော့8000ခဏပြီးတော့လော့ဖြစ်သွား
or maybe even
ပါ Luke အနေနဲ့ဝင်စီတိုင်းဝင်လို့အဆင်မပြေဘူးအခုချိန်ကကျွန်တော်တော့အကုန်အဆင်ပြေတယ်ပါ Luke တယောက်ပဲသူ့အနေနဲ့ battle ဖွင့်ပေးရအဆင်ပြေဖြစ်နေ
The Lilia clear definitely showing strong here as X-Wing gets revealed. Bigatron will have a bit of a moment to recover.
This is what we're talking about, Arashi. Benedetta,
Electro-Katana, and Mythic Warrior position.
Looking at Ryota right away on cue.
ရမှာလားဘယ်နည်းတော့မရပါဘူးပေါ့နော် Oh my god ဘယ်နည်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီး survive ဖြစ်သွားပါပြီ Zack ရမှာလား Zack လည်းမရတော့သူ့အနေနဲ့မစ်တာပါထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရပြီတန်second တာပါထပ်ပြီး push ရှုံးမှာပါကျွန်တော် Rebellion အနေနဲ့ပေါ်လမ်းမှာတော့ Alpha ပါနေတာ defend လုပ်ပဲရအောင်သူ့အနေနဲ့ aggressive offensive လောက်ပဲရအောင်နော်သူက Rebellion အနေနဲ့ Packet 24 pressure ပေးရတော်ကောင်းပါတယ်ဒီ point ကို Okay သူတို့နဲ့အားလောက်ထပ်ရမှာအားလောက်ရလားအားလောက် survive ဖြစ်တော့ survive ဖြစ်ဘူးတော့ရှော့ပဲအဲ့ဒီနဲ့ Zaman Force ပြီးတော့ခုံတယ်လူနိုးဆောက်လာတယ်သူအနေနဲ့ထပ်ပြီး brush ခံရအောင်ပါဒီကောင်နဲ့ Dragon Form ကပေးလိုက်ရစက္ကန့်50ဆိုတော့ lock ပေါ်မှာ Dragon Form lock ပေါ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာပြန်ပြီးရပါစက္ကန့်50တောင်းလို့ဆိုတော့ပေါ်လာမှာ previous size stack နေသူတို့နဲ့မြစ်တာပါယူမယ်ဘယ်နဲ့အောက်မှာလား Okay ဂျော်ဟကန်လိုက်ပြီ nice Mourinho ထက်ရသွားပြီတော့တန်ပါလေ Black shoot တော့စီးချိန်မရလိုက်ဘောနော်ဘယ်တရလဲကြည်နေသူအနေနဲ့ခုနကဒီ use down နဲ့ခုန alpha နဲ့ဘယ်နေတာ shut down ချတယ် shut down မချနိုင်ဘူး drop out this part now we play ကြော draw game အဲ option ပါနာတစ်ခုတည်းမှာထပ်ပါတယ်ပေါ့ဆောင်းပြီးသူပါမယ်နဲ့ Mega partner တွေကကျွန်တော် UBS goal နဲ့ဆောင်းရခုနတော့စာပေါ်တော့မယ် Dance ကအစမပြေးပေါ့နော်သူတို့ Luno's Dark Side နဲ့ခဏလေးနဲ့ပြီးသွားမှာကြာပြီးပြီဟိုကဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရဘူးsecond lock terminal lock ပေါ့နော် HP 3000လောက်ပါ
He's been able to proc it multiple times and he has a dominance eyes with a
mid tower ဘက်တည်းကိုကြိုဆိုင်ထားတယ်လောလာတဲ့တဲ့ချေမိုးအတွက်
magical and physical.
Also got a game pack here from Kope. Lilia is Moreno's second most picked hero.
ဗီဒီယိုနဲ့စုဝီလေးတိုက်ဝင်ရှိပါတယ်
with 18 picks and a 50%.
ဒီနဲ့သူတို့စိတ်တိုင်းတာဝါတွေကျိုးပြီးတော့သရုံရိုက်ခံဒီ format ကသူတို့ထည့်ပြီး Rebellion နဲ့သူတို့လိုချင်တဲ့ format တွေပို့ပြီးသွားပြီဗီဒီယိုနဲ့ survive လုပ်လို့ပဲရတယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့ဝင်လို့အဆင်ပြေလောက်ပါနော် Rebellion နဲ့ဘက်ကကျော်လာမှသူတို့အနေနဲ့ winning point တွေတခုထည့်ရမှာ
They just can't do anything.
11k goalie
tank up that damage. The fact that they
တူ
went
တာ
for
တယ်
Utah
သူလော့
in the EXP lane to try to
ဘက်ကတာဝါတစ်လုံးပဲကျူသွားအောင် Rebellion ဘက်ကနေပြီးတော့
the consequences when he is unable to do so. With the Lord coming in the
Lord
bottom side.
ဘောကနေစပြီးတက်လာမြင်မှာကျော်ဟဲရှိမယ်
Watch out for
Phobia ကလည်း
X-Wing to
ကြည်
make
နေ
the
ပြီ
big play happen.
Matt အနေနဲ့တက်ရောက်လဲကွဲနေအောင်နော်အဲ့လိုပလီယာဆွဲစားနိုင်တော့တော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်ဆွဲစားဖို့အချိန်မရှိပါဘူးသူတို့လည်း moment မှာ define ရမယ် Matt ကသူ့ပြေးကြည့်နေဒီချိန်မှာသူတို့နေ Dragon Form ပေးရတော့မှလားတက်တာပါထပ်ပြီးပေးရပြီဥမာကော Injector အနေနဲ့အလောကိုပိတ်လိုက်တယ် nice အလောရသွားပြီဟုတ်အလောနဲ့ survive မဖြစ်သွားဘူး Mr. ထပ်ရပြီအော်ဒီတိုင်းအံ့သွားမှာပါသူတို့နေနဲ့ကော်လန်တာကိုထပ်ပြီး ban နေသူတို့နေ Dragon Form စပေးလိုက်ရပြီအဲ့ဒီ Zaman ဖို့လည်းအလကားဖြစ်သွားပြီကြည့်ပါအဲ့ဒီနဲ့ဘယ်သူမှပိတ်လို့ဆုံးပြေးရတော့ဟဲ့နေသူတို့ကို Injector ထိုးခြင်းနေတာဘယ်နေတာနဝင်တော့လဲ Alpha နဲ့ဘယ်နေတာကိုလမ်းကြည့်တာဘယ်နေတာအဆင်မပြေဘူးဘယ်မှာလမ်းခုံတယ်ပလီယာ2ယောက်ပဲကြံတော့နော်ကြည့်နေသူကတယောက်ချင်းပြေးလိုက်ရကဲโอเคကျေဖြစ်လာတော့ကဲကြော်ရီ Rebellion နဲ့ video Megatron Alpha သူတို့လိုချင်တဲ့ပုံစံလေးနဲ့ AC ရိုက်သွားတယ်နော် Megatron Alpha game 1တော့ရိုက်တဲ့အတိုင်း AC ပဲဘာမှမကြည့်ဘူးဟောသူတို့လိုချင်တဲ့ဒီ format တွေကိုခေါ်လာတယ်ထည့်လိုက်တယ်ပြီးရိုက်လိုက်တယ်ညညာဒါ Rebellion တက်တော်တော်လေးကောင်းတဲ့ game တစ်ခုလို့ပြောအောင်သူတို့ ਨੇ bot အသင်းကဒီ highest ပြလာအသင်းကိုရိုက်လိုက်တာပေါ့ဒီနေ့ game 3မနေ့က game 3တွေအထိသွားကြတာပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ကအဲ့လိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရအောင်ဟုတ်ပြီးတော့ brother နဲ့အတူကြည့်ဟူးသူတို့ ਨੇ ဘာတွေပစ်ထားလဲ Zax ပစ်ထားတယ် Roger ပစ်ထားတယ် Ruby တော့ကာကြပစ်ကတော်တော်ကောင်းတယ်ဗောနော် Rush ထပ်ပစ်ထားတယ်တော့ Jaw ဟက်ရှိမယ် Vanilla ရှိမယ် Harry Rizla ဘာပစ်မလဲ Lux ပစ်သူအနေနဲ့ goal lane ရပြီးသွားတယ် mid ပဲတော့ဗောနော် mid goal ကျွန်တော်ဟိုလွတ်လာ Valentina လွတ်လာသူတို့တက်ဟိုဘက်မှာ out တွေက share တွေပဲ Valentina ပြင်တော်တော်ကောင်းပါဘူးတော့နော် Valentina ပစ်စီနင်းနေတော့ကောင်းတဲ့ pick တစ်ခုလို့ပြောလို့ရ
But I gotta say, when it comes down to the immediate follow-up, to the
Valentina ထုတ်လိုက်တန်တယ်ဒီဖုန်းမှာ all တွေက Zax all လည်းရှိမယ်ကျွန်တော် Ruby all လည်းရှိမယ်ကာကြ all လည်းရှိမယ်တချို့ဆို ultimate လေးခုလောက်ရှိတယ်တဲ့ all လို့ပြောရဒါ Indonesia fan တွေပေါ့ really high ဖြစ်တဲ့ crowd တစ်ခုရပိုင်ဆိုင်ဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်နဲ့တော့ဆိုဒီတိုင်းထိုင်လို့ကြာသူတော့မဟုတ်အဲ့ပါချီကြပြလိုက်တော့ပြပြတာTerus kami ngasih mana? Foto kamu lau nih ya. Rebellion Rabu sponsorship partner, me partner Rabu Rebellion Rabu apa pita? Ini boleh pita Rabu aro. Okay, jom. Dekat rumah bapa saya Rebellion game. Berita pun jom huah tahu no? MPL Philippine tu cima. Philippine ya terus cilu kau nih. Karena bibik jitu dah lu jangan cala ya, orang teriak dah tidak. Yeah, Leno draw, warga lu Leno draw, Samsung Galaxy, the first sponsorship UBS Go, kalau PA, main sponsorship kalau Samsung Galaxy, hashtag we want this dah, jangan ini bro ni, ibu ciri hari lu, channel social media ini masih aja nih soalnya, hashtag we want this nih, selalu ya. Okay, tapi, kaca room. Còn Roger hype Ruby thay cầu thả goal lên mà Harry nè Patrick nè Patrick này nè Harry goal lên cái nó bị punish lâu rồi nó Ali cái nào đó này bay về phía Ali đủ bay về phía mà Red đã not being able to win a single match or Bigatron will deny them of that sweet glory और तो बका बिडिया एमाने अच्छे महौ बाओ मैं मां Aurora शी है ना Aurora ने low space they create beam में तेन रहा तो नहीं ना process Lao đó sang luôn miệng đó mày. Đúng rồi, hoa pi lại không à? Là đi nào nó? Ora tụi con là như này pick thà lên. Đi vào ấy. Rồi qua. Rồi hai bài chỉ có engineer này nè. Thì đã bao bị Ora game rồi. Tụi thâu làm này. Có lẽ mà rồi cho Ruby nha. Rồi là tụi bộ tam lên rồi. Ruby bộ tam này bao lâu rồi? Ruby bắt đầu mà stand up cũng mày. Rồi là nè finally zone tôi cứ về xí liền là Ruby hay là survive đồ đồ phía mẹ tôi đều nhỏ luôn à nó đã giờ nên cái đồ sản minh rồi
We've seen some terroristas go without it, but Cars wants to brawl, wants to scrap all the way from the beginning, and of course inspire for sway low on the Aurora. Car control is the name of the game, and with the heal as well, the heal storm, he can kind of help out in scouting for the team. As
Eman ini mất của tôi lấy pressure pi nè, anh blink đâu này pi và Harry đâu này, có không vậy? Harry blink đâu này mình bây giờ đi đây ở bao lâu rồi blink cú nó sẽ second trả lại nó blink. Đi đu thi rồi là blink nha. MPL mà la, MPL mà này. Cái này á, tụi à. Cái này. Không có cái mà tí là tôi xin cho trong nếu mà xin là sao? Mà xin rồi tôi ý xin xin. Okay, penalty zone số 3 cao lan bị đấy. Cho hai anh đã nice drive down này. Chú chỉ giao bao lại đấy nó. Aura Kera, tôi có hỏi Rebellion này, Upania rồi. Như này đi lại à, ok. Giờ này thắp bây giờ mà, bây giờ là Ruby safe rồi. Ok, taking cái boss. Nice. Chỗ này nha, boss gì? Yeah, chỗ lại. Ok, chẳng sao ấy, Roger này nè, muốn đó gặp video ấy, nhưng mà tôi sẽ là xin mà cho, ở đây bao 50 second, cái này nè, hoàn này đã, giờ này để ông tôi này bảo lên từ Orion mà đái lùi gì ra, cho Harry này bot mà xin mà, bây giờ tôi nói sao này, bot mà cho, em bị back lại này, hoàn này vô sự rồi, em ăn anh nói gì nào, tôi đã thú gì nào, đã em ăn thế nào rồi mà trả lại chứ, ba chào bà thắt bị bà lại,
gotta watch out for
Cái
this
cục
man.
nhận tài tôi
Once
này
you hit level 4,
rất cục
he becomes
chỉ đã
an
thú này rồi
immediate
con
threat,
cục
especially
nhau
for
này
Matt. No purify, no
rồi đã nên
positive
aggressive sản
damage
tôi nhận PM biết
from
phát
that
lô sừng
combo.
và vấn đề đa số tôi xem là đi bên này skill
That
nhiều
is
nó
some confidence there, Rush.
7 seconds rồi
Confidence
lọt
is
thôi
also
bị
the
cái
necessity.
rồi
You're
cả
gonna
rồi
turn
là
a
bây giờ
combo
mấy
and divine judgment into a
Ruby
straight
lesson
kick
là
out.
first là lesson là cái giúp bọn nó sẽ bù cam lại chia đi à còn ok super cam tôi nên knock lại super cam 20 HP လောက်ထိတက်တောင်းခံလာ Royal Dance super cam ရမှာ nice okay super cam ပြီးသွားပြီ Ruby နဲ့3 man ပေးလိုက်တယ် first ဘက်နဲ့1 man ပေါ့နော်ပြီးတော့ battery အနေနဲ့ space လို့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ shut down ချလိုက်တယ်ဆိုတော့ Zack ကြီးကလည်း space တော်တော် create ပြီးထားတယ် Rebellion နဲ့ပြန် back ရအောင်ပါဗျာ okay တာတဲ့ Royal Dance ရောက်သွားတယ်အဲ့ဒါဆိုမှ 4 king ပြီးတော့ super look ကိုရမှာလား super look ကိုမရတော့ဘူးကာဂျာအနေနဲ့ Harry ကိုဆွဲတာ nice ကာဂျာတော်တော်ကောင်းတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါကို shut down အနေနဲ့တော့ VDI MR shut down ချလိုက်တယ် Harry ကိုသူအနေနဲ့ goal lead ရတော့မယ် mission lead level 7 rip တစ်ခုလုံးရှင်းနေတာကြောက်နေတယ် okay ဟိုဘက်ကတန်းကြည့်ဘာဆင်းလာလဲလာမသိဘူး nice ပြရပါပြီ MR နဲ့ရှင်းနေရပါဒါ Joe Hand ကြတာဟုတ်ပါတော့ Rebellion နဲ့သူရဲ့Harry တဲ့ဟို growth space လေး create လုပ်ပြအဲ့လိုမျိုးလုပ်ပြရပါတယ်โอเคဒီလိုက်မစားပါနဲ့ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ coding grow နောက်ကျသွားရင်နောက်ပိုင်း battery မှာရှင်းတတ်ပါတယ်ဒါမှအဲ့လိုလေးလုပ်ပါကားတွေ့ရင်မစားပါနဲ့ကုသိုလ်ယူကြကဲ Trizla အနေနဲ့မဲမှာတက်လာပြီး KOI နဲ့ Trizla ဆွဲမှာလားမဆွဲပါဘူးမတန်ပါဘူးဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့အဲ့ရ fighter ကြီးပါပြီးရင်တေးမှာလည်းမဟုတ်ပါဘူးဥစမှာဖြတ်ဖို့ breast damage မရှိဘူး Trizla ဖြတ်ဖို့တဲ့ every နဲ့ border ကို side push နေ KOI သူရဲ့ mass man ကိုဆောင်းရင်လည်းဘာကလည်းထပ်ပြီးဆောင်း
We turn it down below and Matt should be able to equalize.
ဒါပါယူတဲ့ bad လိုက်တယ်ဒီဟာတွေကိုထပ်ပြီးမဆောင်းတော့ဘူး
So it's back to even on the board now. When it comes
ဘာ
to
နေလဲခုနဘောလဲနောက်တယ်ဒီဘောလဲတော်တော်လေးနောက်နိုင်တယ်ဟောနေကြည့်Okay ဒီပိုင်းကျမ Oh my god ကျိုးရင် Joy ကိုဖြတ်ချလိုက်ပြီအမှန်နဲ့ BOD ပြီးသွားပြီဗောနော်ပေါ်ချင်း6မိနစ်အတွင်းမှာ Okay တော့ကောင်းတဲ့ timing တစ်ခုလို့ပေါ်ရမှာလားနိုင်ပါ damage ပို့ထွက်မယ် Ruby နဲ့ Riot ရအောင်ပြတ်သွားအောင်ဒါ Ruby ကအတာချက်ပါဒီနေ့ battle မှာ battle တိုင်းမှာတင်းဖို့ပြီးရတယ်အဲ့ဒီစိတ်ရှိရပေါ့နော်သူနဲ့ပေါ်ရင်လည်းဖြတ်ခံရမှာပါဒါသူနဲ့လိုချာရှိမယ်သူ့ကို shut down ချဖို့အတွက် Ruby နဲ့ slash လေးမိနိုင်တန်းတန်းပါအဲ့မှာနေနဲ့အပေါ်လန်းဆင်းလာတယ် Eric ကလည်းအပေါ်လန်းလိုက်ပြီးဆင်းရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကာဂျာနေနဲ့ဟိုအောင်ကြည့်ပြီးနေပေါ့ကျွန်တော် Ruby ကိုလန်းကြည့်ပြီးနေဒီတာပြီးလိုက်တယ် Okay purify drug သူနေတော့ဟက်ကိုရမှာလား Okay တော့ရဲ့ဟိုကျွန်တော်မော်ဒယ်ရရင်တော်တော်ကောင်းပါပဲအဲ့သူတို့တာတဲ့တန်းဆောင်ကိုချင်း6မိနစ်တာတဲ့ဘယ်သူရမလဲမသိဘူးကြည့်ရသေးတာပေါ့ပါကန်သူ့အနေနဲ့တော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ် Hey come on โอ้ซูเปอร์ကန်နဲ့တာတဲ့ရအောင်ယူတာ Trizla ပဲနေစုံမရလိုက်ပါတော့ Riot လည်းချက်တောင်းချခံလိုက်ရတယ်Aura ultimate တော့ပေးလိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့နဲ့ Aura အလောက်ကြီးအဖက်မဖြစ်နေဘူးဒီပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်ကြည့်နေဂျာနီဟဲရီကိုရှာနေပြီးတော့ okay အဲ့ဒီနဲ့သူနဲ့ easy လေးပြန်ကာဂျာနေတဲ့ space ဟူကဲစိတ်လျှော့ပါကွာကို second tower ယူဖို့တော့ဒါ space create လုပ်ပြရမှာကန်အနေနဲ့ shut down လမ်းဖြတ်လိုက်တာပေါ့နော်ဒါအဲ့လိုမျိုးလုပ်လိုက်ဒီဘက်က tower ယူရတော့ easy လို့ရဟိုကြည့်အောင်လားကာဂျာတောက်လျှောက်ကြည့်နေပါလာတဲ့ player တော့ဒါသူ့ငယ် shut down ချလို့ရနေ battery နေနဲ့ဒါသူရဲ့တတ်တိုက်တယ်ပြီးတော့ second နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့မှလည်းလိုဒီပြီးတော့အချိန်9မိနစ်ဂျာနီကလည်းတောက်လျှောက်ခိုင်းတယ်သူနဲ့ map မှာစီမြဂျန်ဂျယ်တွေပေါ်တမဂျန်ဂျယ်တွေအကုန်လုံးသူပတ်စားနေ Biota အနေနဲ့သူ space တိတ်မရှိတော့မင်းတော့မှထပ်ပြီးပေးရတာလူဘက်ပါထည့်ပေးရတော့မှာအဲ့လေတန်းတီအောင်ပါကံဘလောက်ရောက်လာလဲမသိကြောင်းတိတ်မထားမိလားတက်ကြည့်ပေးကြောင်း Okay ကာကြဆွဲလာတယ်ပနီလုံး safely တက်ခွဲလိုက်ရအောင်နော်သူအနေနဲ့တော့ဟဲ့အင်ဂျင်ကလူကိုလမ်းပြစ်လိုက်တယ်လူကင်းနဲ့2 man ထပ်ပြီးဆွဲလာပေးပါတော့ Oh my god nice ဟူးဆွဲလို့ကထပ်ပြီးရသွားတယ်တော့ဟဲ့အင်ဂျင်တာကြီးကတော်တော်ဆိုးသွားရောပေါ့နော်လူကိုလမ်းခေါ်လိုက်လူကိုလမ်းခေါ်လိုက်တာတိုင်းငါတဲ့နိုင်ယူနေဆိုရလမ်းပြစ်ထည့်ပြီးလာပါ2 man အင်ဂျင်တာဆွဲRuby all နဲ့သူတို့နဲ့မေတ္တာပါပေးရတော့မှလားမသိဘူးတခြားတော်တော်များနေကာဂျာအောက်ထဲမှာပါလာတဲ့ပလီယာလည်းပေးရမှာအိုးပေးလိုက်စတိုင်ပါ nice agent 47အောင်နော် sharp ကတော်တော်ဖြစ်ပါတယ် snipe ကတော့
There's a reason Beatrix is his most picked hero throughout his career, man. He is now 8-1 as a Beatrix.
ဒုက္ခပေးနေဂျိုဟဲ့ယူအရင်ပြတ်လိုက်လောရတော့နောက်ထပ်4မိနစ်လောက်သူတို့တခါလေးယူမယ် GG push မှာဟုတ်နေနေ
And that is also the
Probably la push နိုင်တယ်
of the El Momento 0-0.
ဒီတရားနဲ့ခုနဘွယ်ကဒီလိုသာလီမတိုက်ရတာခုတိုက်စင်လေးကတော့ကောင်းကောင်းတိုက်ရပြီသူတို့နေဟဲရီကိုလိုချင်တယ်အဲ့ဒီရပါပြီ flicker နဲ့ဘယ်သွားမှလည်းကောင်းတယ် Oh my god တခါလေးပြတ်သွားတာပါ Ruby all ရှိသေးရ bro အကြည့်အောင်ဆိုကျွန်တော်နေလည်းပြောအောင်ဆိုဘယ်နာနဲ့အောက်မှာကတ်တိုးလေးရှာဟုတ်အဲ့လိုမဖြစ်အောင်အဲ့လိုအဆင်မပြေအောင်သူ easily
Now it's the exact opposite situation. Whenever Rebellion wants to walk up,
ဒီကြည့်ကတ်လာတဲ့ player ဆွဲပြီးတော့အမလို့ဖို့အတွက်
Oh man. The fight is still happening on the bottom.
ဒီမှာ choose လောက်ဆွဲလိုက်တယ်ဗျာဒီမှာကြည့်တော်ကောင်းတယ်ကြည့်ရ Joy ဟဲ Ruby ကိုပြစ်ထဲမှာကြည့်တာ Ruby ပြစ်ထဲလိုက်ရမှာ Ruby က2 main ဆွဲလိုက်မှာဗျ big ဆို Oh my god အမတစ်ခါလေးပြီးလိုက်ရအဲ့ဒီအနေနဲ့တော့ဟာလေတော့ကောင်းသွားတယ်ကြတော့ကျွန်တော် Rebellion ဘက်ကထောက်ဖာတော့ကောင်းပါအောင်သူတွင်းတော့Ooh, not tap bila. What the hell, bro? Come on. Cái này nè. Này mà biết là tôi có này mà. Cái bây giờ shut down chart này nè. Cross này. Đối kia mà bị đại, ấy đối kia mà tôi save này mà không vào đi game được rồi. Oh, em man. Cái này nè. Tiếp theo là solo combo rồi, bắt đầu sẽ biết được sẽ làm gì lại. Battery mà thâu là trả rồi bây giờ battery anh đi mà chỉ anh nha. Oh my god. Đó sao rồi? Còn Zaki solo pha buồn ra để tìm em mà biết lại để đá với. Quá lâu mà solo rồi, nhưng quá mà lâu nha rồi. Từ solo nào mà khó là được rồi. Tiếng hàng tí đâu. Ok. GG. Rất bật kia em mà. Cái này giờ là kể cho MPL Indonesia week 4 T1 tí nào cho vậy lý đại rồi chứ cái gì rồi hòa ta chả ấy kia Philippines sẽ chịu nó có này mà nó phải rồi rồi em mà này đáo cho được sao đáo cha này giờ đi
Talk about flipping the script from being the hunted to being
MPL Philippine
the raider.
Oh my god. Yeah, week 2 rồi. Week 3 day 1. Week Okay, let's go. So MPL Philippine. English start chiba. Yeah. Let's go guys.
Talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So gusto ko talaga ilalim kay ano, kay Levi.
So live event ဒီမှာခါကျတော့MPL Indonesia ပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်းတဲ့ quality ပေးရပါတော့
bagong MLBB skin na libre lang yung 4 na skin tapos meron
Diba,
pa siya yung 500 na total skins
Okay,
humihilaw yung loading screen so yan
open Superfizz has had one Julian game if I'm not mistaken, however that did not fare well for him. So if they want to go full dive, go ahead and pick up the Julian. Now another hero that does really well with a high loss, if this is not going to be a Zask pickup for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and maybe that's why they banned the Valentina, is because they're thinking of going for the Zask. Maybe they're floating the idea of an Aurora.
Oh!
Aurora the hero for Fnatic Onyx.
Against Aurora MLBB.
Yeah.
Which I think is a great pickup just in case since it can be equally aggressive and it can equally play safe up against the Ling, especially the Ling. So think twice if you were Demon Kite in this situation, if you'd want to go directly for the Aurora and try to take him out. Because if it's just the Aurora, that could be a potential easy target here for Fnatic Onyx. That might make things hard for
skip like
immediately look for the engagement.
now for...
Yeah, Philippines so
there's already a win for Brusco there.
Okay.
Yeah, so put the high loss.
Kelora နေနဲ့သူ့အနေနဲ့ Eric ကိုထုတ်ထားပါတော့
Yeah, I think they're thinking about the Kirk's hero because it seems like he's the one.
တော်တော်လေးကောင်းတဲ့ player တယောက်လည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်
I don't know if I've seen
ဒီ
Kirk
ပိုင်းမှာ
on the high loss.
Incon
Or I couldn't
Brusco
like
Rocket Trizla ဒီ draft မှာတိုင်းကြည့်ရဆို Lilia Phobias
Considering that they're up against
Timon Kai အော်ကျွန်တော်ပထမဆုံးတစ်ခေါက်ကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းတွေ့ရတယ်နော်သူ့အောင်
sense of a responsibility management for Fnatic on
ဘယ်မှာ Trizla Zax
the crowd control at what
Ailu
time and who's diving with
Nolan
at what
Herod
time. They need to really mesh the high loss, the Zask and the Trizla together.
I'm really liking how I think both of these teams like stick to their identity and are very comfortable with their picks. And I just can't wait. I feel like they're going to show us a really great game for the first series.
Yes, bring it out. Let's be quick. What's our predictions? What was yours?
Mine's Aurora.
Mine's Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
All right, you heard it. And let us know who your choices
Aurora
are for
and
this upcoming match as well. And we're definitely eager to see who. Is it going to be Renmar or is it going to be me? That's right, in our predictions. I feel like it's time we throw it over to our casters to bring us the action in the land of dawn.
ပြေကျွန်တော် Philippines sponsorship တွေကတော့ nice ပေါ့နော်
Will the Super Family continue their streak or will the newly
Yes,
formed
sorry.
Super Team conquer and
Night
prevail
job.
up against them?
Bowling.
Going into game number 1. Welcome to the
Osco.
English desk. My name is Egan. Together with me is my super bod buddy. Nice to.
I thought you were gonna say super part of your super family, man. You know.
ပေါ်လဲမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Moscow နဲ့ Herod နဲ့မြင်မှာ oh Moscow နဲ့ HP 20လောက်ကျော်တက်တောင်းခံလိုက်ရတယ်ဗောနော်
That's the question here. Is it gonna be
Incon ကတော့ပေါ်လဲမှာလူကယူနေ
by the time they end this? Because Rora's been doing pretty good, I would say. They've shown a lot of promise, especially last week. So I'm just wondering how the adjustments playing a part here now that we're in this match.
Yeah, especially Renegade has one of those roamers that he's really comfortable using, the Grok. And going into the early game, you would expect Aurora's pokes to be stronger. Again, they have the Lilia plus the Grok. And when you're playing high loss, you'd usually feel the high health or high durability of highlights towards the mid game to the late game. So far, we can expect Aurora to really dominate the early game.
Yeah, not only that, but I was trying to listen in. What was the two predictions? Was it? Yeah, was it? Wait, was it Renmar going with Fnatic? We're gonna go in with Aurora. I think it was.
Yeah, me also.
I gotta ask you, which one do you like more?
For
here?
me, I'm kind of leaning towards Fnatic Onyx if ever they pull off their mid game power spike. Especially they have the Harith and the Hylos.
Yeah.
But again, we've seen Aurora come back from such a huge deficit, especially if
Renegade
Renegade comes up with those amazing sets. Like what we witnessed last week. Again, the 5-man implosion play out of nowhere. And did you notice that during that moment, Renegade and Shaknu actually casted their conceal at the same time during that skirmish. So the instincts of the roamers are really, you know, the best of the best. On point.
With this already, Turtle going down really quickly here. Whoa, Demon
Okay,
Kite!
ဒီမှာလည်း notification တွေတော့တက်ပါပါပြီ
Get the retro
Moscow
off
highlights
and take the Turtle on the first objective. Now, real quick with that, let's highlight what they were saying on the panel too. Shout out to our English panel, by the way. We've heard you guys, and we love to have it now that that's there. But the statistic was 11 out of 16 games where that first turtle was secured, the team won that. So, hey, Aurora got the start here.
Okay, so a good sign for Aurora. The lights are shining brighter as of the moment for their team. But it's really easier to contest.
Trizla အနေနဲ့အောက်မှာ phobia နဲ့တွေ့ရအောင်ဒါနည်းနည်းအောင်းနဲ့ draft လို့ခေါ်ရအောင်လား Trizla phobia ဆို phobia ကတော့တာမလားမသိဘူးနော်like game fight တွေမှာ phobia ပို့တာမလားသူရဲ့ ultimate Trizla ကလည်းကျွန်တော် penalty zone တော့ပေးလို့ရအောင် fight မမိသွားတယ်တော့ကောင်းတာတော့ဒါ phobia ခါကျ individually to jump ချင်တဲ့ player ကိုလည်း jump လို့ရမယ်
And that's I know it's like easier, but it's almost like an easier said than done thing to be a Ling and go get those skills. Obviously, it still takes pretty good timing as well as what you're up against. And I think part of that, looking at the lineup here, Ingen, is Aurora wanting to deal with the lineup that Fnatic Onyx brings to the table. We have seen and talked extensively about Hylos, like this horseman coming into the land of Dawn and just changing things. Or he's a senator. My bad. He's kind of like a horseman.
Yeah, he's a politician.
Everything
You got my joke finally.
Well, mid lane, they're going to be fine. Renegade backs up. Hey, you got to save that for the Filipino desk.
It's Filipino humor. But right now, Renegade really has to really has to watch out for the pokes again. Because if we know Fnatic Onyx, even if you're an opposing roamer, they're not afraid to cast those ultimates, expend those kills. If it's a kill for them, it's already a win for them. So Renegade has to watch out for those kinds of plays.
And with this, I think it comes down to that. Is Renegade going to be able to find those setups that we were just talking about last week that he got on the Tigreal? This time around, you know, anytime you lock in the Grok, that's what it's for. Not only to set things up, but the utilization, like the best Groks out there, also utilize the Guardian's Barrier so well. Edward too, pretty tanky. We've seen Phoveus do amazing things. A lot of lineups now drafting him in. Second turtle for the fight though. Brusco's going to be on the front side. Infernal Pursuit going to be popped. Edward on the back side. They're going to force the
Exactly. Right down there. That's how go near lane in there. Come on, break. Be like one of them. Be like call us in. Do my call us in. Oh, go down there. That's but they be like
no one goes down from Fnatic Onyx.
Do my Fnatic go. Do my be. Do my nine in there. Let's go first side. No byar. Bola ma Harry got Moscow be pressure. Come can yeah.
Pathway paired up with the revitalize. Even if Aurora was the first team to actually set up,
they were
able to regroup and counter attack. And props to Kirk. I don't know if you noticed it, but the 3-1 penalty zone on the backline as they were chasing for Brusco was actually the ultimate that forced Aurora to back away and just give up the turtle. So far, so good for Fnatic Onyx. Both teams each have a turtle, and we'll really see later on how this game pans out, especially when our top gold laners are activated.
And that's the difficult part of it. Like we just saw for that fight. You know, you pointed out the penalty zone, but also the way it works with Glorious Pathway, whether it's used defensively or offensively. There's a lot of utility here that Fnatic Onyx can use throughout the fights, especially when we're talking about Lords later on. That might be a little difficult for Aurora to kind of deal with, you know, because of the fact that Edward's going to go for it, just like we saw him do with the Phoveus. You're going to have Renegade trying to set things up. UA is at least okay because of the fact that he has black shoes, right? But that's also where it becomes a little more tough here, especially for Domang's positioning later on.
Lilia breast was in that day. Harry got a call. I mean, in the blue bus of them, but they're signing on. But they are pointing on law. Tadeo second Lisa last side. It was a new like town. Palama. Harry go Jivo. I lose ne. Also, go Jivo. I lose Harry push la. I push that. Also, a game about doing it.
This is crazy. It's 6.5 minutes. Only one kill in. And this is probably one of the more slow
time here, but we leg in
but the funny thing is,
I'm a full speed live. I lost it. When I was standing out, okay, to the first time I lose, you know, you know, through objective. Oh, I'm a hobo, Joe. Moscow holds exactly nice. Moscow young bit.
It stayed a little too long, and Super Fritz comes up, cleans up the kill.
You know who tell you I got when I did only so pushed on the road I'll stand on I do. Then what we do every time we need one. Issue I. Oh my god, why charging a bit like that? Bro, no la biarmala. That time I'm like, okay, they need a luna big be die. They're gonna take value I so be die. Because you but I'll trust on it.
But they get a kill out of it. But still, Fnatic
don't trust on it. I lose all that simply do.
That's a good sign for Fnatic. I mean,
what's going to the first hour? We are safety out of Pilaya. Emma, John Lilia, but Emma, allow me, I'm alone. Oh, Hylos can in it. I thank you if you're being we can't do it.
And for King Kong to pick up the last turtle. And now this is where it gets interesting. Because we all know, in terms of lineup, we can expect Demon Kite and Domin to actually have good wave management. Again, it's
200 key. 200 goal dog guys.
Even if they lose,
yes. You know, she's like in the zone be like we. Ling out chala, one ling. She's like in a okay. Timona be out mama. Ling and Nulan tell you pick on my pet was some girl. Ultimate got a be like out of them. Oh my god, doing it. I walk shut down Chama. Exactly. Oh my god. If we don't need to take down here. Every time for King York.
Pops off the Zaman force.
Okay, doing it. I will go big like I will link. Oh my god. I lost in stand up like and two little knocked out to think about Chavi.
Both teams just going back and forth here.
Trade after trade, blow after blow in the top lane. It was the XP lane for a gold laner, which I thought Fnatic won, but this time.
Okay, rolling count now.
But he was also, he got picked off, so far it's a tie ball game once again for these two teams. 3-4 scoreline. Goldie non-existent once again.
I'm gonna go back to what you just said a couple minutes ago, Ingon. It was a low kill game earlier on, but man, there's a whole lot of action.
Super. Kuna bade ma Hera ka really calm ma zaman fu game yo tune phobia ko ya la de phobia ya de tune Lilia Black Shoe down tha ro Lilia ne aggressive set ma span no.
Are you super?
Not yet. Boy en comment do ji po la bi. Phobia ne Ling nga no tune blue bet side ma bade sa ne ma. Tu wa Ling nga blue bet shi ye.
I mean, they have a good counter engage with the Wild Charge coming in from Renegade, but when it comes to minion management, those split pushes, you can rest assured Aurora is superior when it comes to that. So Fnatic Onyx actually knows this. That's why they're actually rushing these clashes.
Oh, rushing these neutral objectives. Second hour, you go plan challenge on Gina.
They know that they can
low dance ne low dance ka paro ba da me tune tiare why me piya de location ni ke me piya de
pick up Moskov. Again, we see this time and time again. Teams will pick them up. You can sit in a side lane if you want to and let the team go and start up the objective, especially when it's around the Lord. But also when you have a Ling, it's kind of double.
It's still looking good for them again.
They lost
as long as they have the glorious path.
Moscow got Jalo Simply.
All those clashes for Fnatic Onyx, whether they start it or whether Aurora starts it, it looks like
the easy way to our push on first also a canal in the Mel Charlie. Okay. Every time I came out like me, Moscow in it. Oh my god. Every go shut down Charlie. We do need a live and down shop. We do need to have a heavy yama. Nice. Let's go about the GG now. Zenny. Oh my god, bro. That's that. Yes, do need about heavy yama. Nice, Timo.
Wipe out for Aurora.
They don't wipe out Charlie. Do need a meet about heavy yama. Dito ma chi mo shi lo we ba la bu ro.
For Aurora.
Bro, dito chi ye lu mo shi ya.ကျွန်တော်လည်းမရှိနောက်ပိုင်းဖြည်းဖြည်းဖြစ်အောင်ဘိုးနေ push ရအောင်ကိုယူရီပုံမှန်တင်မှဒီ
talk about mechanical skills
ယူရီပုံမှန်တင်မှဒီတော့ရအောင်အနည်းဆုံးဗီဒီယို3-4ပုတ်တယ်ဘိုးနေနဲ့ဒီယူရီများရဖို့ဆိုမဖြစ်ဘူးနော်တရက်ကိုတပုတ်ကပုံမှန်တင်မှဆင်ပြီတော့
making sure that Aurora secures the neutral objective, but this time they have the level 1. Let's see if they can have set up here, especially.
Should be able to clear this out.
Moscowကိုတော့တွေ့ပြီ Moscow position ပြီးလိုက်ရ Hello oh my god တခါထွစလာ2 map နဲ့စုံပြီးတယ် Nice ဘူလန်နေနဲ့ Oh my god သူတို့နဲ့ Moscow ပြီးရဒါပေမဲ့အဆင်ပြေပေါ့နော်ဒီဘက်က Calera ရရှိတယ် Calera နဲ့ shut down ချနိုင်တာ Phobias ကို Nice သူတို့နဲ့ high ground အဆင်ပြေသွားလား Nice သူတို့ high ground ဆင်ပြေသွားအပေါ်မှာ Link ကအာပဲချူလို့ရတော့မှာပေါ့နော်အဲ့ပုံကြီးလို့ရအောင်ဆိုပါကျွန်တော် Fnatic on နဲ့ဒီ slow push ကို survive ထပ်ပြတာ။ဆိုသူတို့အနေနဲ့အပါ3လုံးပေးဖို့ plan ရှိအောင်။ဒီဝေးပြရမှာ။အောင်လို့
as well as a bottom lane inhibitor turret, and it was a well worth it trade for Aurora as they extend their lead to 5.4k. And this is the tricky part, because if ever they would clash in those small spaces, as we see in the instant replay here, you have to watch out for the
3.3k ဗီဒီယိုအများကြီးပါပဲတခြားကြည့်အောင်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းတင်တဲ့ဗီဒီယိုဆိုကျွန်တော်300လောက်ပဲရှိတယ် 1k လောက်ထိရဲဆိုတာ view ကောင်းတယ်လို့ခေါ်တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆက်ပြီးတော့ push နိုင်ဖို့လိုတယ်
It's hard to execute those mechanical
skills. တော့လည်းကျွန်တော်ဆိုတော့မှလည်း view အများရဖို့ဆိုတာ stack ကောင်းကောင်းသုံးတတ်ဖို့လိုတယ်ဗျာ view ရဲ့ကိုပိုင် content ဟုတ်ရင်တချင်းကောင်းကောင်းသုံးတတ်ဖို့လိုပဲဘုရင်နဲ့ view တွေပုံမှန်တင်မရအောင်နော်ဒီရက်ကိုတပုတ်လာကပုံမှန်တင်ပေါ့ဒူးနဲ့မဆိုင်ပါဘူးဒီနဲ့ဆိုင်လားဆိုဆိုင်တော့ဆိုင်တာပေါ့ဒါနဲ့ဟိုမှာတစ်ခါပထမဗီဒီယိုမှာကြည့်ရလို့ဒုတိယဗီဒီယိုမှာလာတော့မတေချာဘူးဗျာဗီဒီယိုတပုတ်တိုင်း individual ဖြစ်တယ် TikTok မှာဒီမှာ TikTok ဗီဒီယိုအသစ်တိုင်းဟာ viewer တွေ follower အသစ်ဗျာရှင်းရှင်းပြောရရင် bro အနေနဲ့ဒီ viewer အဟောင်းတွေရဖို့ဆိုတာ 20% လောက်ပဲရှိတယ် TikTok မှာဆိုတော့ TikTok ကပို့ပြီးတော့ expand ဖြစ်တယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်နေကျွန်တော်ဆို bro အနေနဲ့ဒီ team နဲ့တွဲလုံးမယ်ဆိုပို့အောင်ကောင်းတယ် TikTok မှာအများနဲ့ viewer အသစ် follower အသစ်ရတယ်မကြည့်ပါလားတဲ့ ကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ပြီးသားလေဘို့ TikTok က
I think it's real quick too. Speaking of consistent, Aurora Edward holds the record for the most damage taken in MPL history. 36.3 million. Wow, that's a lot of damn. That's big damn.
Now the question is, what's more, his career earnings or his total damage.
Oh, but I'm also YouTube channel town also. That's how I should that.
Would you still be playing?
You know, YouTube video. I'm a guy lady.
Even if I had
$999 trillion, now Johnny, some location also. I like it.
Yeah, but we're not Edwards.
Well, you know, either way, I think that number is going to be continuously padded. If like this Phobius, who once again has just been making waves.
Who brother YouTube channel, you know? He MPL
Reform. Yeah, he's been, ever since he's now it's not demonic force anymore. It's a force is passive. But such a stalwart lineups. You can see it with the lead that they have. They're going to keep this Lord control too. I'm wondering how Fnatic Onyx will answer this.
Really need a heads
so Moscow
I mean, he's been performing well. He has the flicker right now in the penalty zone. So
oh my god, no lane. Press down through the dog shot where Lilia G like nice through the Lilia have the heavy red. Down B I no. Then in a position G same play but the same order. The high got really can't try like that.
Good pickup though. You were talking about the unsung hero for
you. Running lot dance photo like some of you but some meta what have beat higher there.
That was a good glorious path.
Oh no lane if you do what have you like sit on go yeah. Super machine no lane. Swipe here to cut. Never kill right to count it no. Rubaga law out of some dance maybe.
Using that speed.
Who we got it to count it. Oh. I do come stand like young. I have Moscow here on have go breast shower. Through an award to a dash out breast mala. I want in a PR or that heavy summer for baby or Shanghai. So, you're not a pro what have you been nice. Lema Bola, Lema Tessa, Harry got always mining on Moscow in oh, no la breast and they didn't know that I was Moscow, but have PR on Matibaga or run in it. Lord Dan Sarah Matibaga. Liane out beat high as well. Through it. Whenever they shoot on my one, Preslaro in my creation and I lose near Sabio Gio, man. Okay, Dilavi. Everything that tap you shut out Chama Lilia. Nice, Carrera to the Lilia G and Nakaushi. Lilia in a gown, Paul Mia, Roscoe in it, Tasha Gita, Moscow in. Oh my god, when I lose some you, when I do whatever be out. When I did on it, we got or Rabita the Alligator pressure, side pinning, who are 1.9 goalie pinning over. We got Nolan Lepa, Nolan leg in a silence, so do one breast here, sorry. Make a career or Abitani, we run in the meta, don't lot you tell me 2 hours, the backup. Don't I do, Law or Lantana. Whoa. That's it, deception, Nora. If you don't allow to be like Olama, Phobia. Oh, my Pila, no? Denji. Lost in a chamber. Though you buy one, high ground I do. We got low bush, this dollar. We'll in a blue battle to me, we alone to that. Every time for Kinan, if I got people plan Chania, there isn't a few. In the middle, I am. Oh my god, Moscow, you yard, I don't know. Everything that survives, you know, I want in the Dash of Lane in the Coney Diamond. You back who I am. Push on about doing it. Oh my god, Moscow be like out to those who are plan to Meta, I am, man. You're running to rest. I can allow water tail or get a tail doing a llama, but I'm not survive him. But I want a long name, it's in a job. Not it only. Philippine, but not Indonesia mobile.
Defense of a lifetime here for Aurora. Again, the unsung
for their team UA. But they are only the 10. But they put it here. I had some phone. They put it here. Most here to go to the door. Here to go pitching. Ooh, some of the Pilaya. Nice. Here we go pitching up. Let's go to land PG. Moscow in the breast can I. Bamam Dilla Moscow. The fight at the Bamam shoe. Timo Honda Kuran Sky. Golden Step. New Cliff. John Pikachu. They all see how bad I'm doing. Take away there. Take away the do that at time. Life Steve Shore how.
Yeah, even looking at the items here.
Look at Herica by data. Herica holy foot there for don't define. Oh, I didn't. Oh my god, never see him.
What was a 7,000 gold deficit? They turned things back in their favor.
What? Tell my own. Here we go. Take my own. They make quite doing Harry Sheen and gentleman that one legging.
ended up winning out.
Hilux ကတော့ position ကောင်းကောင်းလေးတစ်ခုယူတယ်အပေါ်လမ်းမှာက phobia နဲ့ lane နဲ့ lane push ဖို့ချောင်းနေပေါ့နော်
Like you said, it's a little bit more difficult too for
Demon Knight နောက်ထပ် second 30ဆိုတော့ပေါ်လာတော့မှာသူက low push ကြီးလာမှာ
Now the one advantage I will point out is obviously they have two base
turrets position ကောင်းကောင်းရထားတယ်
of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. That's about it.
As long as they once again
ယူထားတဲ့ position ဘယ်လို position မျိုးလဲဆိုတာလောလာယူတဲ့ player တွေဆွဲစားဖို့ plan ချတယ်လီလီယာဖြတ်ပြီးမှသူတို့ဗတယ်စမှာမဟုတ်ဆိုအဆင်မပြေခုနလည်းလီလီယာနှစ်ခေါက်လုံးပစ်တယ်ဗောနော်ဗတယ်မှာပေါ်ချင်းကိုထပ်ပစ်တာအဲ့ဝက်ကတော်တော်လေးကိုမြန်မာအခုနဲ့အဲ့ဝက်ကိုပေးရတော့မှာ nice အဲ့ဝက် survive ဖြစ်လာ oh Trizla ပနေဆုံး3 man သူတို့လီလီယာထပ်ပြီးပြအောင်လီလီယာ black shoe ပြီးသွားပြီ boss ကောက်နေတဲ့ပြည့်စုံအချိန်ရှိတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့လီလီယာ survive ဖြစ်သွားသေးတယ်ဗောနော်ကန်ကောင်းလို့လေးတင်နဲ့ no land ချမှာလား oh my god လေတမပလေးအဆင်ပြေဘောနော် heritage ရှိရဘတ်မရမှာလင်းနေသူချနေတာချလို့အဆင်ပြေ Trizla နဲ့အိမ်ပြန်သွားပြီသူတို့နေ loss ဖို့အတွက်ခွင့်လန်းလေးတစ်ခုရရင်နော်သူတို့ဘယ်တဲ့ဖွင့်မယ်အဲ့ဝါမရှိတော့ဒီဘက်က heritage ကိုပေးရမယ်ဒီရအနေနဲ့ black shoe ကလည်းပြီးသွား black shoe ကူတော့အမြန်တော့မြန်လမ်းမဲ့သူတို့ ready ပေါက်မဲ့ link မရှိဘူးဗောနော်ဆိုတာတစ်ချက်ကဒီမှာ player တွေပဲကောက်လို့ဆင်ပြေမှာ okay ဘောလီနဲ့ကတ်တိုလေးပေါက်ကြည့်ပြအောင်နော်ပြပါဦး rank မှာတယ်လို့မျိုး game လေးတွေကတော့ MPL Philippine ဖြစ်ပါတယ် player တိုင်းကတော်တော်လေးကိုတိကျပြီးတော့ဒီ use ဆိုင်တယ်ဗောနော်သူတို့ရဲ့
winter crown so he can do those outplays penalty zone in then get frozen and a 2.4k gold lead for Fnatic Onyx
Rora နဲ့အားလေးကတော်တော်ဖိနိုင်တယ်ဗောနော် Fnatic ကိုသူတို့နေ first law နဲ့ဘက်ကတာဝါတွေကရိုက်ပြီးသားဒါပေမဲ့ဒီဘက်က window စတွေ့ရဗောနော် win တွေ့တဲ့ window ကသူကလီလီယာကိုပိတ်ပြီးမှ battle စမဲ့ window လေးတွေ့တော့သူအဲ့ window ကတော်တော်အလုပ်ဖြစ်တယ်လီလီယာမရှိတဲ့ battle နဲ့သူကတာအောင်တာနေ battle တိုင်းမှာသူစလားပြင် 2 man 3 man penalty zone နှစ်ခေါက်ဖမ်းပေးလိုက်တော့သူက battle တောက်လျှောက်ပေးရအခုလည်းသူတို့ high ground စတက်လာပြီတော့ပြီးသွားပြီဗောနော်ရှင်းပြီးသွားပြီသူတို့နေ mid tower ယူမှာလားမသိဘူး mid tower တဲ့ battle ကြီးချမှာလားမရဘူးရ Philippine player တွေက okay စပြီ Terra နဲ့သူစီမှာ Zaman 4ရှိမယ် Trizla ပဲနေတော့ရှိမယ်Hylos Raking ပြီးတော့ space စပြီး create ပြီနော် Oh my god Trizla နဲ့ HP 50% လောက် tag down ခံလိုက်ရပါပြီ mid tower ယူပြီးသားပြီ ball tower ယူဖို့အတွက်အဆင်ပြေလားအဆင်မပြေတော့ ball နှလုံးလုံးကြံနေရ ball tower ယူရှင်နေဆိုရင်တော့ဒီလောကသူတို့ tower push ဖို့လည်းဖြစ်တာမနော် player တယောက်တော့မကောက်နိုင်သေးဘူးဒီဘက်ကလည်း position တော်တော်ယူရသူတို့ camera တွေ့ပြီ Oh my god ဘယ်လိုမှဘာလို့စဉ်းစားမြခုံလိုက်လဲမသိဘူးဗောနော်ကြောက်နေပြီးလိုက်ရပါပြီ Edward နေတယ် first game Moscow နေတယ်ခုံချင်လားမခုံချင်ဘူးဒီမှာ Demon Knight က HP 20လောက်ထိကို tag down ခံလိုက်ရတယ်ဒီတိုင်းထွက်လိုက်ရအောင်နော် on နေနဲ့ pressure ပေးရဟိုကတော့ 3.3k စပြီးလေးနေအဲ့ game ဆိုတော့ goalie ကအလောက်မဆိုင်တော့ဗောနော်အကုန်လုံး item ပတ်ပြီးပြီးရဆိုတော့အဲ့သူတို့စီမှာနိုလန်နေနဲ့ press ဖို့စဉ်းစားအဆင်ပြေပေါ့နော်အဲ့တန်ယူ price press မှာဆိုအဲ့လိုနဲ့ super free တော့ push ချင်တာလားသူနဲ့လီလီယာရပြီလီလီယာ black shoe ရတော့မှာ nice Oh my god Moscow နေနဲ့ crit ကို shut down ချလိုက်ပြီသူတို့နဲ့နောက်ထပ်အဲ့လိုကထပ်ပြီးရအောင်ပါ Terra နေနဲ့ပြီးပြီးလိုက်ဆိုတော့ Fnatic on နေနဲ့သူတို့ push တာနည်းနည်းမားသွားပြီဗောနော်သူတို့နဲ့ပြီးလိုက်မှာလောကတော့ second 50လိုသေးတယ်ထွက်ဖို့ Nolan နေနဲ့ Moscow ရဲ့ immortality တော့တက်ချနိုင်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဆင်ပြေဘူးဒီဘက်က push တော့မှာပါ Oh my god လွဲသွားလို့ပါဗောတော်တော်လေးအနေများပါလေအဲ့ဒါရကဲဒီပါကျွန်တော်တို့ aura နဲ့ PC push အောင်လဲလေးဟဲ့အောင်ရဲ push ခင်ကျွန်တော်နေနဲ့ second 20လို့ဒီပါရဲ့ကျန်တဲ့ player ရလဲအချင်းကကွက်တီပဲ freeway ကပြေးသွားရကျွန်တော်ဟိုဟာအတွက်Fnatic on တဲ့ spy ဖြစ်တာဒီမှာသူတို့ Harry ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်သူတို့ Lilia shut down ချတာ Lilia shut down မဖြစ်ပါဘူးပြဿနာအဲ့ဒါတခုကျွန်တော် Hilux ကMoscow တော့ပြေးရကြည့်လိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်အဆင်ပြေတာသူတို့နေ push လိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ကြီးကျွန်တော် aura နေ push လိုက်ပါပြီကဲပထမဆုံးသူတို့ push တယ် Fnatic on နဲ့ပြန်ပြီး come back တယ်အဲ့ come back ကိုသူတို့နေနဲ့ Fnatic on နဲ့လောသွားတဲ့အတွက်အဲ့ဒီပေးလိုက်ရတယ်ဗောနော်ကဲ Game 2 rapid တခါလေးခုံနိုင်အောင်ပါတော့ကျွန်တော်လဲနည်းနည်းလေးတော့အလွန်တောက်ကိုခုံလိုက်မယ်နော်အဲ့လေကြော်လောက်ကိုခုံလိုက်မယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီပွဲပြီးရင်တက်ပြီးကြည့်လို့ကောင်းအောင်လားဒီဘက်ကဘာပစ်ထားလဲ Roger Carey
I feel like Bruno
ဘက်က Tiger ထပ်ပေးထားတာနော် Oh my god Bruno goal လေးမတွေ့ရလေတော်တော်ကြာပြီ Bruno ရှိမယ်ကျွန်တော် Harabuza ကျွန်တော်ဘက်က Zax Tiger
I don't know how you could like
အထောက်မလဲဒီဘက်က
manage up against that
ကိုလိန်ထွက်ပြီးသွားပြီ
I mean, we've
bowling
seen
trap right mid တွေပါကောင်းမလဲဒီချိန်လုံးဒီလိုမျိုးချိန်မှာ mid ကကောင်းကောင်းလေးပါရှင် Valentina လည်း ban ထားရပြ mid တွေ Lilia ပဲရှိမှာလား Lilia ကျန်မယ်တော့ Novaria ရှိမယ် Lilia နဲ့ Arlon နဲ့ဟုတ်ပြီကောင်းနေတာတော့ကောင်းတဲ့ combo လေးတော့ပါရှိအောင်မလဲ Dicky nice Tiger အတွက်မတွေ့ရကြပါဗျာ Dicky လေးဝမ်းလိုက်တာ Nice
Oh no
ဒီလိုမျိုး Dicky မတွေ့ရကြဘူးပေါ့နော်တော်တော်လေး Dicky safety လာတော့ Tiger သူဝင်ရှင်တိုင်းtime တိုင်းဝင်ရှင်လို့မရဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ Dicky ultimate ကအချိန်တစ်ခုတော့ပေးရမယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ Tiger ရဲ့လာမဲ့ ultimate သူ့အနေနဲ့ဖြတ်လို့ရမယ် battle ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ aura ဘက်ကသူတို့ဆိုင်ခြင်းနဲ့ပဲသူတို့တိုက်တဲ့ပုံစံနဲ့ battle ဆိုင်လို့ရတယ်ပြန် back လို့ရမယ် Dicky ရှိအဲ့လိုမျိုး Dicky ရဲ့အတာချက်ကအဲ့ဒါပေါ့နော်
So that might just be the game plan here for Aurora MLBB. I feel like they're
ကျွန်တော် Fnatic on နဲ့ Philippine နဲ့ကျွန်တော် Aura ရဲ့ game 2 Aura နဲ့ Fnatic on ကိုဒီမှာ shut down ချနိုင်တာတော့ Fnatic on နဲ့ပဲ Aura game ကို game 3ခေါ်ပြီးတော့ပြန်ရိုက်မလားမသိဘူးเนาะကြည့်ကြသေးအောင်ကဲအချိန်မဆွဲဘဲနဲ့ကျွန်တော်လမ်းတော့လမ်းပြီးခုံနိုင်အောင်sponsorship တွေကတော့ Infinite Mobile ပဲတွေ့ရအောင်เนาะကျွန်တော်နေ MPL Indonesia ဘိုး sponsorship စုံနေပေါ့နော်smart Omega နဲ့ Infinite Mobile sponsorship ပေါ့နော်အဓိကကြည့်အောင်ဆို Rabbit စပြီးနော် Roger အနေနဲ့ဒီမိုနဲ့ညစပြီးနောက်ခံရပြီ Lilian တက်ကြီးနောက်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးနောက်ခံမဟုတ်ဘူးသူစားတာပါ sorry ဟုတ်တယ်ခုန Lilian လာနောက်သွားတာသူ
That's exactly what I was going to point out here. I love that.
Okay မြင်မှာကျွန်တော်
mentioned it. We've gone from hitman to wingman and
I lose အားလို့တောင်းလား I lose တောင်းပြရတယ် and ကတော့
flexing his versatility
and I don't know အလီကင်းတော့နည်းနည်းပြောမယ် leg ကင်းအောင်တော့ link out လေးလာတယ်ပေါ့နော် 4 man 2 man 3 man ကြိုက်အဲ့ဒါတော့ဖန်တစ်ခါလေးပေးရမှာလား one man တော့မှ match man တို့ဘာလို့ရလို့ပေးလိုက်ရင်သူတန်ပါရော
So again still Renji showing that he's capable
of creating Aurora ကလည်းအချင်းမဟုတ်ပါဘူးဒီ tanky hero တွေတစ်ခါလေး match ချလို့ရတယ် match man ကောင်ဆိုတော့ကောင်းတယ် Roger အနေနဲ့
and off
အေး retreat ပေးလိုက်တယ်ရသူတို့တွေ level 4မြင်လို့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော် PHP များလေသူက retreat ပေါက်လို့ပိုကောင်းလေရော Okay level 3ဟိုဟိုအဲ့လိုပေးရမှာလား Tiger နဲ့လာ save ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်အစင်ပြေသူနဲ့ flicker ထပ်ပေးလိုက် nice ဦးမန်ကိုဟိုဟာလေးသိသွားပါတော့သူ့ healing လေးက Roger နဲ့ရောက်လာပြီ Evo အနေနဲ့ပေးရမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တာတော့သူနဲ့ like and bout ခြံထားသေးပါတယ် Oh my god like and bout nice ရပါပြီ 1 for 1 trade offline ချင်းရပါလေဒါ flicker ပါသွားတယ်ဗောနော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ Tiger ရဲ့ဒီက carry ကိုကျွန်တော် Bruno နဲ့ Dicky နဲ့တောက်ချောက်ဖိနေဗောနော်ဒါ 2v1 က carry ရဲ့ link လေးရှိမယ် link ချိတ်ပြီးတော့ Bruno လမ်းကန်တဲ့တိုင်အောင်တော့ခံနေအောင်ပါ Tiger နဲ့ carry ရောအခုတော့လာကြည့်ပေးနေ
one of those marksmen that can really be self
တော့ဒါတိုင်မှာ Roger ရှိမယ် Roger နဲ့ဒီမနိုင်နေဘူး
with this diggy you can actually
ဒီရလန်းဆင်းပြီးလို့ဆင်ပြေမယ်ဟောဒီဘက်ကအားလုံးကလည်းတာတယ်လန်းကြည့်ပြီးလို့ဆင်ပြေမယ်တိုင်မင်တစ်ခုရောက်လာရင်တော့
That's the thing if you
ဘက်ကဟာရာဘူးစားပြန်ပြီး pressure ဆက်ထွက်လာမှာနော် carry အတွက်ပေါ့ Roger အတွက်ရှိမလားဆိုတော့ Roger အတွက်လည်းရှိမှာဗျ
I don't know how the last game went
အဘူးစားမကြောက်တာကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ Lilia တကောင်ပဲရှိနေတာ Lilia လည်းကြောက်ဝင်နေတွေ့လိမ့်ခင်းရအောင်နော်
But Domeng on the Bruno when he played in
his career damage စားပေးတာဟုတ်လား
this was
position giveaway ပေးရမှာဆိုလို့ဒါသူတို့ဒီထဲမှာတန့်ရှိရဆိုမှပြောချင် level 4 Dicky နဲ့ level 3ပဲရှိတယ်သူတို့နဲ့အားလုံးနဲ့ဖြတ်ရလိုက် nice သူတို့နေနဲ့ Bruno pick လိုက်ပါပြီ Dicky ရရှိပါတယ်
gets decimated out of here
Okay so this time Fnatic Onyx
shut down လာချတာအာလီဂိမ်း Bruno shut down ချမှလည်းရမှာဘာလို့မဟုတ်ဆိုတိတ်ဂိမ်းကဆရာသမား damage 2000ရှိရဲ့ဘောလုံးတစ်လုံးတစ်စက္ကန့်တစ်ခါကန်တာ Roger နဲ့ level 6 1000 area 001 လာပြီနေနော်
But this is what you want if you're going up against Domeng
Lilia level 5
That is the most patient
Roger အနေနဲ့ one stock ကပြီးသားပြီခရဘူးစားအနေနဲ့အလုံးမလုံးသူလိုပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာကြည့်တယ်သူ့နေနည်းနည်းလေးကြောက်နေလို့ပဲပေါ့နော်မရုံးနိုင်ဆိုဟိုလိုမျိုးလိုက်ပြီးတော့ဗတ်တယ်မချနိုင်ဘူး
Like you said do it when Renegade is not
there Bruno level 4 Dicky level 4ရှိပါတော့အခုခုနလိုပုံစံမျိုးဖြစ်လိုက်တာ Dicky နဲ့ Bruno စပြီး save လုပ်ရမှာလေ Tiger ကတောက်လျှောက်ကြည့်နေကိုခွင့်ပြီးရတာ Bruno ပဲဆက်ရသွားတယ် Bruno နဲ့ oh my god ပြီ Let's copy တာ သူနေနဲ့ hit point နေ nice ဒီကောင်းကောင်းပါမယ်
could find himself in a pretty tough situation
so
that's why he's so aggressive obviously no Renegade's around the corner here But I wonder if they'll keep that aggression.
အလုံးနေမိကိုတက်လာသူနေတာတယ်မထွက်ရင်ဗတဲ့တစ်ခုဆိုင်ကျင်းနေ
giving an idea to Fnatic Onyx.
အော်လမ်းပြီးတက်လာဆိုတာတာတယ်မထွက်ရင်ဗတဲ့ဆိုင်ပြီးတော့ပေါ်လမ်းတာဝါပြတာဝါချိုးပလန်ချတယ်
ready to support Doming here.
တန်းကြည့်ရတယ်အောင်အင်းကောင်နေနဲ့ကျွန်တော် physical boom ဒီက defense boom လာပြီးအပေါ်လက်တီယာတာဝါပြီးမယ်ယူမယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့ဟောချင်း Hylos နေနဲ့တက်လာရပါတယ် Okay သူတို့အနေနဲ့ရောက်ဆက်သွားတယ်လီလီယာဘုံခွဲလိုက်ပြီးအပေါ်လက်တာဝါပြီးလိုက်ရပြီပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုအနေနဲ့အောက်လက်တာဝါယူမယ်ဆိုလည်းမပြီးဘူးပေါ့
Edward there, they could actually still contest this.
တာတယ်ပဲစားတော့သူတောင်းလည်းမသိဘူးကြာတယ်ဘက Aura နေနဲ့တာတယ်ထပ်ပြီးပေးရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒါ Fnatic on နေတဲ့သူရဲ့ mid game time တခုကောင်းကောင်းလေးရှိတယ်။ King Kong နေတာတယ်ယူလိုက်ပြီး nice ။ Hylos ထပ်ပြီးပေးရမှာလား။ Dax ultimate ပေးထားတယ်။ဟာလာဘူးစားအနေနဲ့ Terror ပဲပြစ်ထားပါတော့။သူနေပိုင်းလို့ဆင်ပြေ Diggy နဲ့ save လိုက်ဆိုတော့သူနေ easy back လို့ရပါတယ်။ Diggy ပါတော့သူနေလောက်တော့ buff မှာ
Okay, so good sign for Fnatic Onyx.
ဟာလာဘူးစားကဒီမှာသူနဲ့တိုင်လေးပြောင်းနေ။ Space create ပြီးမဲ့လူမရှိတော့ရှေ့ကချောင်းတို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ space create ပြီးမဲ့ tank တကောင်လို့နေတော့ Diggy ကသူ့နာမရှိတော့နေ light ချလို့အဆင်မပြေဘူးဖြစ်နေ။အဲ့ပါတွေကို vision ပြပြီးမှ tank တွေမရှိ။ အဲ့ဒီတိုင်ပတ်သွား။ဘရိုဟာလာဘူးစားပေးမယ်စားဟိုပေးလိုက်ပိုကောင်းမလားလို့ကျွန်တော်စိတ်တယ်မှာ
little bit of a lead that they already have, you know, 2000 gold is no joke.
Alpha
plus the two turtles. So if they
Alpha လိုမျိုး independent တဲ့ hero ပေါ့နော်သူတို့အနေနဲ့လွယ်လွယ်လေးလိုက်ပြီးချလို့ရတယ် hero တကောင်ပေးလိုက်ပိုကောင်းမှာမလား။ဒါတို့မသိရဘူးနော်သူတို့ဘယ်လို timing ခေါ်ထားလဲဆိုတော့လောက်စားနေလမ်းကြည့်ရဲအဆင်ပြေဘူးအဲ့လိုနေမျက်မှာပဲရှိတယ်။ဦးဒီကနေ့ Flicker ပေးလိုက်ရအောင်သူနဲ့ ultimate မရှိဘူး။ Okay သူတို့ bot tower ထပ်ပြီးပေးရပြီ။ bot tower ဒီကဆိုင် push ပါပြီ။ကောင်းပါလေ။ Okay တာတဲ့ trap ဘောကနောက်တစ် second 50လိုသေးတယ်။ဒီမို9အနေနဲ့ Hunter strike ပြီးသွားပြီ။ Roger လေးတဲ့ level 9ပွဲချိန်ကမတင်ပါ။
Oh, look at Kirk.
ဒီမေတ္တာဝါယူရှင်နေမေတ္တာဝါဗတဲ့ပေးမရဘူးမပေးဘူးဗတဲ့ချမှာဒီဘက်ကဆိုင်မယ်ဆိုချမှာဒါမှမဆိုင်ဘူးနော်တီးရဗတဲ့ဒီဘက်က Tiger all လည်းရှိအောင်ဟိုတဲ့ Curry အနေနဲ့ဗာပြီးသွားတယ်လို့လမ်းကြည့်လိုက်ရအောင်ကိုအဲ့ဒါဗာလေးတက်လာ Curry နဲ့ Cruiser Sky ပြီးသွားတူနဲ့ Demon Hunter တဲ့နေပါဟုတ် Golden Step တင်နေဒီဘက်က Bruno ကထင်တာကြောင်းနေ Basca Fury တယ်လို့ထင်တယ်ဒီ Has ပြီးတော့
I think he's not going to build the
Roger ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ Roger အနေနဲ့ဟိုထက်တယ်နေ Roger အနေနဲ့သူ့အနေနဲ့ကဲသွားနေတယ်
And once
Alice
gets the Thunder Belt
ပြီးတော့
they're good to go. Like he can go for the back line.
There, he picked it up.
Picked it up. Okay, so it's a good sign for Aurora. He can actually
damage
dealers of Fnatic Onyx this time. But we'll see how it
သူဒီကြီး Bruno ကိုမောလိတ်ကြီးမှာအလုံးဖြစ်မလားသူတို့နေဒီတိုင်းယူလာထားအလုံးမဖြစ်တော်တော်ဒုက္ခရောက်ပါ
like he can still and we saw it earlier on like he could still be the front line and then get shredded down eventually especially when
our နှလုံးလောက်ထိပြီးထားရပါနော်
and so you know when you think about timings here there's the golden
Curry နဲ့ Golden Start တော့ပြီးသွားပြီသူတို့အနေနဲ့ပြစ်လို့ကောင်းပြီဒါ Hylos ကို match ချလို့ရတယ်နော်အဲ့ဒီမှာခေါင်းခေါ်လိုက်ဒီလျားလည်းဘုံလေးချတာဟောသူတို့အဲ့ Gobi ထုတ်လေးလိုချင်တာပေါ့ mission ပို့ရတယ်ပြီး nice တော့ဒီမိုနာရဲ့ blue buff ကိုဒီဘက်ဒုက္ခဒါတိုက်ရထပ်ပြီးပို့ချင်နေရသူ
plus securing the turtle
ဒီတာတဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီသူတို့နေ blue buff ပဲစတော့တိုက်ရကြည့်နေအိုးတယောက်လည်းမြေကြီးကိုကောက်ဆွဲလိုက်ပါဗျာ nice ဟုတ်ပါပြီကြပါပါပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီထဲမှာ
his purple though not able to get the buff
တိုက်ရနေနဲ့မြေကြီးဆွဲလိုက်တာဟုတ်တော့တယောက်စိတ်တော့
they put the pressure on the buff and they get that too
ဟောလည်းမစားပြီးတော့ push လာပြီ
Glorious pathway will be casted
lost နေ
but they're not going to catch anyone
ဒီဘာ second တော့ထပ်ပြီးပေးရဒီဘက်က Fnatic on နေတယ်သူတို့ tower တွေကိုလုံးပြီးလုံးနေနေအောင်နော်ဒီဘက်က Roa အနေနဲ့ဘာမှလုံးမနိုင်သူတို့လည်း game သွားရတော့မယ်ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းဆိုရင် easy ဆိုဆာနေသူတို့ဒီဘက်မှာ battle sign လိုက်ဒီဘက်က tower လမ်းယူလိုက်အောက်မှာ battle sign လိုက်အပေါ် tower လမ်းယူလိုက်တယ် pressure တော့ shot ပေးခဲ့ရ Roja အနေနဲ့လည်းအဲ့ဒါနှစ်ခွက်ပြီးသားသူ၃ခွက်မြောက်ဟိုတွားနေ define နဲ့တခုထပ်သွားနေသူနေ survive ဖို့ဖြစ်အောင်ဒီဘက်မှာ Bruno နဲ့ Basca Fury ကပြီးတော့မယ် Basca Fury ပြီးကန်တဲ့အချိန်battle ကြည့်ရသေးရပါဒီဘက်က Roa အနေနဲ့ Bruno ရဲ့ timing တခုကိုစောင့်နေလို့ကျွန်တော်တင်တယ်
which so far is hard for them because even
if they
playoff
manages to go for the back line
the damage
penetration နဲ့ပုံများမယ်အဲ့ game ရောက်လာဆိုဒီရလေးနဲ့ပေါ်လာမှာ
it's going to get to a point where like I always
easy စောင့်နေကြပါနော်ဘူးပါဒီလို easy ပတ်တယ်လည်းမတွေ့ရဘူးသူတို့အနေနဲ့ပိုပြီး gas ရအောင်ရ
at least that turn down top side But Kaoru's just farming out of his mind. King Kong Thunderbelt at this point. You know, and that's why they continue to assault these turrets. Get about half the health down on the turrets and then just kind of rotate together. So far, it's unanswered, yeah. Playing
like a family, 5-man rotation after 5-man
rotation.
Philippine
vibe deal,
once again. Can be casted here. He has the flicker in how many seconds? 20 seconds. But you know, I'd like to point out that Fnatic Onyx, in the hands of Super Friends, they have the Lilia. So even if Aurora manages to extend the game into the late game, they're gonna have a hard time beating down Fnatic Onyx. We've seen this during game number 1 with our game MVP Yue.
But they never say Indonesia is also better. Liga who be that. Philippines the bottom.
Really tough too, because as you were just pointing it out, Super Friends picks up the Ice Queen wand. That's going to be tough here.
Lilia black shoot down.
He's very disciplined. Won't pop it just yet. Brusco also half health. There's the glorious.
Oh my God, Tigress stand. We hope we through it, but it's I put low. But first thing, young big dog. Harabudan slash point hare. Biggie ultimate beat hare. Through it, premium back low. Lilia through young bit of. Ishare. Duro. Not to check cam guy. Nice. Through it. Lot of Bilaya. Through it. Kill don't be me tired about there. Now they ordinary. Through it. Push lo me out. I know you. Have seen him.
They were able to pick off 3 members.
Alright, game. That Fnatic only through it. Low motor here. Tower. That's tower. Don't you be up on mental. What tower along? Body tower.
For me, it was because instead of just letting go of the Lord for Fnatic Onyx, you at least have a chance of not letting your inhibitor turrets be taken down.
I push B.
And with the lead Fnatic Onyx established,
I lost.
Rest assured, you can really expect Fnatic to burst down at least an inhibitor if that clash didn't happen.
At this point,
ooh,
especially after what we saw from game 1, even with that lead that we saw earlier, anything can happen with these two teams. They're going to deal with the Lord really quickly. So Aurora clearing out the lanes, trying to keep up as many turrets as they can, but still the pressure here is mid-lane.
Yes. Wow, I love the slash shot like that. Oh my God. Top blue in the breast can I through here. Tiki anyway, the guy Pilaya, the Mega Tower, I push can I say down, high loss to come with you.
Now to look for these holy shields on
hello,
the
John. That's it. You want to bet channel. I'm a high round of family that hello's got the other channel. Digitally, Tabby Pilaya.
The base is open. Look at Brusco.
Yeah, people. This could be on. Yes, through it. Oh my God, Fnatic on it in a game 2 young now. Through a game 3 of Bush Tom.
And they'll do just that as Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes game 2.
I don't know. You thought you know.
What a way to start week number 3. What an intense series. As we head on to a game number 3. That was a fast game, I see.
That was fast, and that was clean.
What a clean performance for Fnatic Onyx. But we have to break down what happened. How did they execute this to perfection? That's why Pano, take it away.
We had a feeling that this would happen, but we didn't expect it to come this soon.
Yeah.
I think that was a 11-minute game that didn't even reach 12 minutes. So there was a record last week that had like 11 minutes and 26 seconds. I'm not sure if this broke that record just yet.
We'll see when we get. I didn't have my eyes set on the timer there at the end. But yeah, it was a very quick game. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines, unlike a lot of us, they were calm about the Diggy pick. They made the right moves.
Sobrang bilis na naging pacing dito ng Fnatic Onyx. To the point na hindi na nakasabay yung Diggy kasi may build up yung Diggy. Tapos kung lalabanan mo yung ganitong class, the gold standard on his carry, kahit sino nasa harapan talaga yung matutunaw sa ganyang klaseng build.
We don't usually see carry na and just got that double kill. It was the easiest double kill that you can get in that scenario to just make sure that Fnatic Onyx ends the game then and there.
You know, he's got the mechanics when he's able to manage against the Diggy Bruno in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And I feel like the reactions from Fnatic Onyx didn't come until like after 2 minutes or 3 minutes into that game, but then he was really just able to manage. We've seen the first rotation happen towards the XP lane, and this was exactly what happened. There was a trade which happened on the XP lane, but this is the surprising early game from Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, it was that rotation at around 2 minutes and 40 seconds where they decided to send Kirk up top.
Yes.
And then they were still able to get a kill onto Doming there. And this is the flicker forward of Kelra. But going back to that rotation, early rotation before 3 minutes, that was key, and that was the turnaround.
Yeah.
Because that shut down a little bit, or for a good amount, what Aurora wanted to do with their Digi. And that shutdown, it wasn't an official shutdown, but like, you know what I mean, you know what I mean here. It meant that Aurora had to readjust their mindset of, oh, dang, okay, let's just play for turnaround. And let's just play for late game.
Yeah, basically what we've seen in the highlights, those were all the key moments which took place in the game. Probably not including some of those highlight final slashes coming in from Kirk, because we've seen the aftermath of that gank they've done onto Doming onto the top lane, and then it was a continuous and consistent early game performance that we've seen from Fnatic Onyx. Again, we've mentioned they were just really calm and complacent, or calm and collected about what happened in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, they were composed.
So composed.
This wasn't the fastest game. The fastest game was around 11:20. This one is just 11:32. But this is the second fastest game of the season. And yeah, Camera gets 794 GPM. That can be attributed as well to the power spike that he got there in the end. And most importantly, just how well him and Bruce will handle the gold lane. So again, I like that we're seeing the gold laners pop off.
Yeah.
And you see how these two teams play around their gold laners specifically.
Yeah. And I feel like a huge part of how Fnatic Onyx was also able to get hold of that early game was also, again, because of their mid laner. It's a Lilia, I mean, obviously that they get they somewhat of an advantage in terms of the early game, but then there weren't that much successful attempts from Brusco, like in terms of the implosion setups, using the Tigreal. Most of the time, it was really just answered. Again, there's a presence of the Time's Journey here for Renegade. But it seems like the focus of the team fights weren't entirely on the setups that Brusco were going to make for the team. It seemed like he was just more of a trigger to force out the Time's Journey from Renegade and eventually to make way for Kirk to make the actual setups for his team.
Yeah, the last 3 picks for, if you're Aurora, you're going to be overthinking a lot. You're looking out for the Lilia's damage just constantly raining on you during team fights. You're watching out for Kirk and his potential final slash. And then if ever Kirk already uses his final slash and uses crowd control abilities, if you're Renegade, you're thinking, oh, am I going to use my time journey now? Because I have to wait for Brusco. And if it's Brusco, the one who's going to start it, then you're going to have to think about that Arlot. And specifically, I wanted to talk a little bit more. One last thing about Kirk that I like that they did. For the first Lord, well, the only Lord of the game that Fnatic Onyx Philippines secured, the fact that Kirk targeted Demon Kite, Keller was able to free hit. That actually forced Demon Kite to shadow out, and that's why they lost that turtle, because Kirk targeted the Hayabusa really well.
Yep. It was a game that I feel was the complete opposite of how we...
Because they need a bit more room for physical damage.
Yeah. But then at the same time, if you were to have a Harith gold, you'd want to secure a mid laner who could create space, or at least a roamer who could create space. So probably if this were to be a Phoveus mid lane, how about the Minotaur for their...
ဒီပေါ်နိုင်နေတဲ့ link ထည့်ယူထားတယ်
He's not really a frontline holder, because we know how squishy, surprisingly squishy Minotaur is in the early game.
Flask first item
Yeah,
Minotaur.
first item flask. He's going to be healing. He's like, hurt me, I can heal myself, but it's not a massive
OBS.
Yep. I'd rather the... Oh, that's why maybe the...
Laners as well.
I'm okay with the Tamas. Although, yes, Terizla is the most obvious choice that you can go for. Edith is out. Oh, Arlot's... oh, wait.
Arlot's
up against a Phoveus?
I'd
rather
not.
Because you'll be resetting the cooldown. You already have 3 dashes there.
Yes.
And if you add a Arlot, you're already going to be resetting the cooldown and the passive of the Phoveus so fast.
So it's either they go for the most obvious option, which is the Terizla, or they change the trajectory of their draft and provide us a different XP laner. Because so far, they also, Fnatic Onyx, they also banned out the Grok here for Renegade. So we are going to see the Jawhead together with the
Arlot combo, nice.
Part of the options anymore, but apparently
Sorry, baka bite tata unam diyo.
Yeah, it might be tough, but then again, maybe they needed more damage. They needed the presence that could be aggressive in the early.
Yeah, there's so much early game damage for Aurora now.
Yeah, because, okay, I understand. They needed the Jawhead and the Arlot to be aggressive in the early and deal out the damage there. To create space for the Ling and the Valentina. Just pick up the Lily here. Good.
Oh yeah, Super Friends. Will we still stick with that? I wonder what else. When's the last time we've seen other like Faramis? So.
Oh, Faram. Oh.
Wait.
Give it to the Valentina, maybe?
Oh no! But then you would overwhelm the Valentina with options. Okay. So they go for the Vexana instead.
Sorry,
if they want,
I forget she exists.
Yeah. So if they want to go for the aggressive plays,
Hey, Vexana, nice guys. Don't never do a chow. Vexana.
Save themselves from that threat, but then they have to be careful again in terms of like how are they going to pull off all of their skills together. Because I feel like for Aurora MLBB, they have a lot more spammable resources and they can just like keep going in whenever they want to as compared to Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I think an easier way to look at this game is just first look at who wins the early trades of the roam, mid, and jungle, and then see who gets out of the lane first. Will it be the Phoveus or will it be the Arlot? Which EXP laner will be more active?
Okay, so who are we to focus on? Is it going to be the mid trio or the side lanes for this game? We'll finally get our answers as we head into the last game of this series. Let's give it over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
Ooh, let's go, John.
Already a game number 3. A lot at stake.
Number 3, Rara, Buzzer, Joro.
The remaining undefeated team,
Fnatic Onyx. Game 3 ပေါ့เนาะကျွန်တော် game 2တော့ဘက်က hyper နေနဲ့အလုံးမဖြစ်သွားပါဘူးကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါ push ချင်ပါတယ်သူနေမ push လိုက်ပါ
I think a lot of people too. We talked
ဘယ်
about
နောက်ရုံပါပဲသူ
can that Fnatic Onyx
ကလွတ်ပေးထားပါเนาะ Tiger နဲ့ဘာလုပ်လို့မရအောင်ဆိုတာသိပါတယ်
Brusco just gonna do the things that he wants to do, trying to force out Demon Kite to do something, even use the retribution. Not gonna happen though. So going back to the draft though, I gotta say, I'm not favoring Rora's draft here. I just feel like unless they get some kind of snowball going on, they're gonna have some trouble, man. Edward, we saw this preview when he was playing the Phoveus. Like he has to be that guy that's always in the front, making things happen. Renegade can get an unstoppable force off, toss someone over his shoulders, but you know, once that's gone, it's kind of tough to deal with.
Oh, I don't Demon 9 နဲ့သူ rubber ကြီးပေးလိုက်ရအောင်စိတ်တော့ကောင်းတော့
remember Leo saying that we talked to a lot of coaches and the beauty of the Jawhead is of course aiding your snowball, but the problem is if Jawhead is the one getting pinned down, it's not going to be a good look for the team that has
Okay,
it.
Tiger နဲ့ push လိုက်ပြီ nice Lilia airborne တစ်ခါပေးရမလား Demon 9တိတ်ပေးရတော့အဆင်မပြေဘူးနော် That's it Oh my god ရတာပါ Super Friends နဲ့ Demon 9 shut down ချ first key ပဲ Jawhead နေတော့ပြန်တော့ပြန် pick လိုက်တယ်ဘာမှအဆင်ပြေပါဘူးသူ rubber မစားရတယ်ပဲ shut down ချခိုင်းဖက်ချခိုင်းလိုက်အဲ့ဒီ game မှာအပေါ်မှာတော့ Harry နဲ့ Moscow နဲ့ပေါ့နော် player နဲ့ပေါ့ညီမပါအဲ့ဒီ lane ကတော့
their initial plan, like Renmar said, to aid their snowball, to really get the snowball up against Fnatic Onyx.
ကြာကျွန်တော်အခုမှသတိထားမိ Harry ကိုတို့နေနဲ့ဒီပိုင်းမှာ Moscow နဲ့ဒုက္ခပေးကြတယ်
keeps winning.
Nextတော်လေးကက်ကက်လေးဆော့ပြီးတော့
Actually, they secured 3 turtles.
The player position
I mean, that was probably the cleanest game that we've seen in a while. Very one-sided, and now this time around, Aurora, they don't want to get reverse swept here. Kirk gonna keep UA at bay, and it looks like possibly they go because Renegade doesn't have the level 4.
Resolution
so get this first turtle. Not sure if they can get anything else after that. Renegade still waiting here as Kirk trying to put down the pressure on Renegade.
Oh, Tiger အော်ကြီးပေးလိုက်တော့ဘာလို့လဲတော့မသိဘူး။ Okay တော့သူ့ရဲ့ rest ဆွဲလိုက်ပြီ nice king kong နေတဲ့။အော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမနိုင်နေတဲ့ပြေးတစ်ခုတော့ရလိုက်အောင်တိတ်တော့ဆင်ပြေတော့သူ့နေတဲ့။ဘာလို့ဖြစ်သွားလဲ။ကတော့ရလာလိုက်တော့ဗျာ
casted the flicker early on to get the kill onto Demon Kite for the first blood. Sometimes it really happens, you know. You forget what
Wait. Rubber ထက်ရသွားပါတော့ကျွန်တော် king kong အနေနဲ့ဒီမနိုင် rubber ကိုတော်တော်ဒုက္ခပေးနေပါတယ်။ ဒီမနိုင်နေတိုင်ပတ်သွားပြီသူအနေနဲ့ Rubber ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
How they play the jungle.
ဘာကောင်းကောင်းမစားရဘူး။အဲ့ဒီ on နဲ့သတိထားမယ်သူ့ဒီ
This time around you can see this top side.
Okay, injeraပေးမှာလား nice ပေးလိုက်ပြီ Tiger ultimate စုလိုက်တယ်ပြပြသွားမှာ Tiger ဒါသူတို့အနေနဲ့သူတို့စီမှာလည်း Tiger ပါကြောင်း
wasn't ready for that skirmish, but right now Fnatic Onyx, this is the beauty of having Brusco with a very powerful hero. He can afford to overextend, he can afford
level 5 ပဲရှိသေးပါဒါevery day level 5ပါဒါပေမဲ့အစမပြေဒီမိုနိုင်နေတယ်ဒီအပေါ်နဲ့ level 7လောက်ထိရောက်နေတယ်ဘယ် rubber နှစ်ခုတစ်ခုပိုစားနေတာတော့တမင်းနိုင်ပါ level 8တောင်ရောက်နေပြန်ဆိုဒါ7 second ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ blue bug ပုံတော့ဒီ blue bug ကိုထပ်ပြီး brown မှာကျွန်တော်မသိရသေးဘူးTiger ဆင်းလိုက်28 seconds ဆိုလောပုံမှာ rubber ပဲထက်စားမှာပါဒီမိုနိုင်အနေနဲ့တော့လင်းရဲ့ rubber ကိုတော်တော်လေးကြိတ်နေမှာဒါနဲ့ဆို3-4ခေါက်ရှိနေ3ခေါက်မြောက်ရောဒါဒီတစ်ခေါက်ထပ်မြောက်နင်း rubber မပါပဲဆောင်းနေတာ level လဲ fail လဲဗျာဘာမှမဆက်ဒီတစ်ချက်ဒီမိုနိုင်ကတော်တော်လေး 5 minute တာနေ6 second လောက်ရှိအောင်ကျွန်တော်ဟိုနေ engineer ပေးလိုက်တယ်လီလီယာမြောက်လိုက်တယ်Tiger မြောက်လိုက်တယ်ဗောဒီမိုနိုင်နေနဲ့ thumb plate တော့ပေးလိုက်ရဘာမှမထူတော့ပေးလိုက်တဲ့ thumb plate ကတော့ဒီမှာ Nolan တော်တော်လေး farm တောင်း level 9 ဖြစ်နေပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုနဲ့ flash ပေးပြီးတော့ curation လိုက်တယ်ဘာလို့လဲမသိဘူးတာတယ်မယူသေးဘူးဗျမူနိုင်ကို rubber မပေးချင်တာသူတာတယ်အဓိကမဟုတ်သူတို့ကကိုပြင်းနေခုံလိုက်ပြီ nice အော်
I think Kirk's fine. Yeah, he's
အဲ့လောက်ဆိုရပြီ
Demon Kite did get the buff though.
Yeah, he was able to get it.
And that's the thing. This constant
level 9 ရှိရပိုးချင်းဦးမလို့level 90 farm ထား level 7ရှိတော့ဟန်နေ engineer ပါပြီးမှတိုက်ပြီးပြီးမှဟုတ်ဘူးသူနဲ့ Nolan ပေးလိုက်တယ် nice ကွက်တီပဲနင်းနေတဲ့ thermal plate ပေးလိုက်ရင်ကွက်တီပဲပေါ့နော်မစိုးတော့တော်ကောင်းတဲ့ combo တွေပါကျောင်းနေတာတော့ဟန်နေတဲ့ဒီ type လို့ engineer ပြီးမှမဟုတ်သူနဲ့တွက်တယ်ဗျမနိုင်နဲ့သူရဲ့ rubber လေးပထမဆုံးတော့ရသွားပါ rubber ရသူနဲ့ confidence ပိုရှိအောင်
That could be the game changer Aurora was waiting for. Fnatic Onyx really anticipated.
သူတို့တာတယ်ပဲတော့ဆိုင်တာတယ်ပြီးရမှာဘာမှမတာတယ်သူကတာတယ်မလုပ်ချင်ဘူး Nolan နဲ့ level အမင်းနဲ့ second တော့မှာ level 10ရောက်တော့မှာပဲဟုတ်ပါဘူးဒီနေ့ family တော်တာနော်ဒါပေါ်လာတဲ့ player တွေက brush ချလို့ရတယ် Joker ကစမှာနော် tanky ဖြစ်တဲ့လူတွေသူ brush ချင် brush လို့ရတယ်တော့ Moscow ကရော level 7 ရှိနေပြီသူနဲ့တော့ထင်တာတော့ Frozen Sky တို့ Demon Hunter နှစ်ခုမှတခု Frozen Sky ပဲအရင်တင်ဖို့များပါတယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုသူနဲ့ fan လို့ပိုကောင်းတယ် Frozen Sky ကအခုလည်းဒါ blue bug tap နောက်နေသူတို့အနေနဲ့မပေးချင်ဘူးလို့ link pressure တော်တော်ပေးနေခဏပွဲသူဒီ hyper အလုံးမလို့လို့သူတို့နိုင်သွားဆိုကောင်းကောင်းတိတော့သူတို့နေဒီပွဲကို hyper အလုံးပေးမလို့ဒီပွဲခါကျတော့သူတို့နေ roaming နေ ranking နေပေးမလို့ပါခုနက Joy Angel ပေါက်ထားတဲ့ဒီ Nolan ပြတ်ရမပြတ်သွားတော့အဆင်မပြေတော့သူတို့နေ Moscow level 8 တော့ဟဲ့ဆောင်လူလောင်ပေါင်းလာတော့ position ရတော့ကြည့်ပြလိုက်နော်ဘာထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရအောင်
that you have to end this game early.
Yeah, you do. And at this
point, I don't know if Nolan will let me play
Aurora because they're playing from behind, especially in the jungle. Like,
Nolan rubber to
Demon Kite is at this point just trying to get whatever he can, you know, because when you're boss,
rubber to rubber မထွက်သေးဘူးဆိုရလို့ပေါ့အပေါ်လမ်းတောင်ပုတ်ရှို့ကြိုးစားတယ် Kara အနေနဲ့အောက်ကတောင်ပုတ်ရှိတာ Harry ကဒီ game 1မှာတွေ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်သူတို့အနေနဲ့အမားတစ်ခုကြောင့်တော့ရှုံးသွားတာ Kara Harry ကတော်တော်လေးကိုကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်လီလီယာကိုပြေးပြေးကြည့်အောင်အောက်3ခေါက်ဗတဲ့3ခေါက်လီလီယာတရားနဲ့သူတို့တစ်ခါလေးမင်္ဂ3လုံးလောက်ထိကိုပေးလိုက်ရ
MPL history
3.3
million total damage. So a while ago it was
မကင်းကောင်းနေတဲ့ player display အင်ဂျရာပေါက်ခံလိုက်ရပြီ Tigre ထပ်ပြီးစုခံလိုက်ရတယ်ပြန်ပြီးစုရတာဘာမှမထူးပါဘူးဘယ်သူမှမပါလာတော့သူတို့နောက်မှာအဲ့လိုမျိုးဂျန်ကင်မှာမတိုင်းကြုံတာတော့မစ်တာခုနမစ်တာရှိလို့ဒုက္ခရအောင် Kara အနေနဲ့ Zaman Force ခင်းလိုက်ပြီ nice အဝတ်ထပ်ပြီးပေးရမှာလားဟူးဒါ Harris Zaman Force နဲ့ 2 damage တွေပေါ့Game မဝင်ချင်းတော့ဝင်တာသူ့အနေနဲ့ HP ပြအောင် Oh my god Game back ကို force ခံလိုက်ရတာတဲ့1 second ဆိုပြရလင်းရဲ့ blue bar ပါထပ်ပြီးပေးအောင်မှာလင်းနဲ့သူ space တွေအကုန်ပေးလိုက်ရ second တော့ထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက်ရတယ်တာတဲ့ကလည်းပုံတယ်ဘယ်သူမှမကြည့်ပါတော့ဒါတဲ့ရှင်းရအောင် Kara တော့ယူလိုက်မယ်ကျင်းလို့ယူလို့မယူတာတဲ့သူတို့
What can they do? How can they get resources? Because so far
တာတဲ့ပဲဘယ်သူမှမဆိုင်ပါဘူး
Yeah, they're just honestly they're just choking out.
အမေ update မှာတာတယ်ရောလော့တော့ပုံမယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီတော့ဒီ effect တွေပါရမယ်လို့ပြောနေကျွန်တော် advance စာမှာတင်ရထားတယ်မှာပေါ့ဒီတိုင်းမှာကျွန်တော်ဖတ်ရတာပေါ့အသားတွေနဲ့ဒီ hyper တွေပို့ပြီးတော့အလုံးခေါင်းကြီးမဲ့အလုပ်တွေလာပြီ position ကောင်းကောင်းနေလောက်ရမယ်ဗတ်တယ်အကြီးသားတွေတောက်လျှောက်မရအောင်နောက်ပိုင်းတော့ကောင်းလာမယ်ပေါ့
He has the he doesn't have the flicker here.
တော့ဟန်နေဘယ်လို injure ပါအောင်ဆိုကြည့်
Fnatic Onyx clinging onto a 5.9k gold lead and looking at the items. It's a clear landslide advantage here for Fnatic. Even the levels coming in from the two junglers, 13 for King Kong and even Kite with 10. So in terms of contesting for the First Lord, Aurora's really gonna have a hard time here.
Again, Ôi chị xem này mà tôi này mấy tàu à bên này bởi second tàu à thì ở cầu Lumpia à tôi này high ground xí đoạt thay vì phép này đến này breast cam nice rồi King Kong này đi mua này chỉ có breast chảo là pro cao mà vậy cái này tôi này mấy giờ xí đoạt thay à mà đó bộ vào trong xe lý second lượt đi King Kong này magnificent rồi thay vì tệ vì vậy
He says he has a mission which is to
track
down Demon Kite and now the minions onto the middle lane.
Only lâu thả đấy mà không bao lâu này lựa chọn nó chỉ tôi này flash strike này nice tôi này King Kong ra lại bị carry của ra lại đâu tôi ngọc tem vào giúp này còn mấy năm book up bị tại tôi này nó thật là phải phơi mà cú đó bù mềm ấy đi bên mềm cú đuôi vào muốn này hát đó không muốn này đây này chỉ là basket free hát đó này ai đây nó có video chỉ mà đi bác ạ King Kong này ai đây không có mà ba đấy qua cả video đi bài không video đi phải là ở đây nhất đều là xin tiêu đợi chạy rồi rất trả tiêu mà alo tỷ đó yes tiêu rồi à phải đảo nó tôi chỉ có nên là breast là phải đảo breast là mấy tỷ vài rồi cái nào bí phê mà thì Herrick này tôi cao này tôi này bố gì lên xa này tôi cao nó mà Moscow với xí em Moscow của lại đại với lên chỉ lại cho thì qua lên chỉ lại này
It was Kyle TZ, Carl TZ, then Irad. I think you need to throw in King Kong there.
King Kong's definitely close. I think, as this Lord is secured here very easily, massive lead. King Kong has showed ever since he came into the professional league that, he meant business and he could hang with some of the best. I remember in his rookie season, a lot of us were impressed by the way that he managed the jungle, especially up against some of the best junglers in the league. And so right now he's just walking all over.
One of the smart cho MPL Philippine office smart that could be the smart.
Fan of Demon Kite ever since back in RSG, but now he's just completely been shut down in this game.
Oh, really? He's here damage can. Area burst, outside burst the damage can.
So far,
Dulania upon side push die. Tôi này tôi lấy lead phía này mà đi game mà tôi này lấy nghe xin bắt để con shut down chart xin mà rubber gun sai shut down chart nó đến này lúc đó sao vậy tôi rubber gun mới đâu đó số là cho oh my god Tiger one man này ra là elo nó every này sao mà phút bị lại đâu nó hoa carry cả cái nó cũng bị chỉ every này surviveဖြစ်là Tiger surviveဖြစ်rồi đấy rồi hai thằng bị lại rồi breast khai này ở Poland tao bị rồi rồi push tao mà làm gì tôi này những này forward lại bên nếu bị chỉ mà làm gì option tôi này breast khai mà cái ra lại xí gì những này tao mà bị lại bị Moscow này biết đâu nó tôi này block trên này là ok tôi này high ground cao đi phải đó này bao rồi okay, cao nó rồi tôi này high ground phải này rồi tôi bị lại rồi every time we be like every time we be like tôi này high ground be like Moscow chưa hay ra tôi này full kill rồi cái này phi lâu rồi tiếng ngọn này tôi bao thì phải chi đến này tôi không blue bay vào rồi đấy mà tôi này con lên bật mà vài phía bộ đấy tôi này has scroll là build đi này lên này tôi bị con bất cả space thì time ra rồi cái này tôi có này position này tiếng có mày ra lại bảo mà carry này sai jam đi nên là Moscow của lại chi nào Moscow này HP phải bảo oh my god luôn này nó có breast lại bây giờ con này high ground damage đã là on này high ground hiện tại trên này một lo một bảo vệ này ta tham ăn rồi với mà này high ground rất là lại được này không bị lại à ta bị đau vậy đấy
has to cut the minions into the bottom lane because they don't want their inhibitor turret going back to that clash. Super heads up play. He casted that Winter Crown right on time just before Edward casted that final slash because that was Aurora's trade supposedly. They wanted to take out Super Friends, but with the Winter Crown play, Super Family remains alive with 5 members. And now they're going to wait for the second Lord. 3 seconds in will Aurora be able to
Oh, Lord, let
I
him
don't
be
think so.
on.
I think it's just better that they wait
Running it.
defensively in the base.
All
This
I
is going to
see,
be
yeah.
taken
So I
out.
take the song.
Look how long this
Pola.
goes. No, even this, I would say even in the spear, that's just throwing the Hail Mary.
Link in the ball inside push. Don't hold on anymore. Question is, Fanny, you're Lingo Briaria. Link, Catuli, Shasha, you should say, I don't know,
what we saw in game 2.
Yeah. Very fast game. I think it was over by 11 or 12 minutes, but we have to look out for Bruce. He has the flicker, he has the implosion play. But Yue can also make a counter play here.
Make that out, I don't know.
Of his own.
Which is so minute.
It's going to be hard defense for Aurora. The streak hangs in the balance as well as the top seed for week number 3. Lord marching in the middle lane. Will Aurora be able to defend this?
You're going to have to try here.
Go ahead and get down. The tag ready to my be like, we have some food. I shall keep a link at the moment of the beat. I don't know, slash the tire like that. Some of you are hitting it. We are near like a breast pizza. No longer have breast on my pizza. Oh my god, on it in it. Games we could be out now. Lulu's in a game on that cool one.
The revenge tour of a Fnatic on it complete. As they take the series against the players who brought them down last season.
Tapoy come out. Taki, Jorge, push Taki.
Okay. Yeah. So the lower tier compared to the Jawhead are still available.
Lolita!
Oh, great counter pick. I wonder if RSG will consider the Esmeralda. Because I mean, if you look at it, Esmeralda kind of makes sense.
Lolita, I told like one of the Tonda picked to Hulu.
And then they secured the Esmeralda. That's a lot of shields.
Look at Moscow. One, I can't see the Lolita. I Iraq
was. If they give the Valentina to Bacchus AP, Bren, I feel that could be a lot more difficult for RSG to.
I think
so just take the Valentina instead.
Let's see
take the Valentina and go for a. If not Esmeralda, deny the no, I feel like this is a Phobius. Yeah, deny. But this might be Phobius XP lane already, right?
Oh, okay. Wow, yeah, these two teams really changed up their drafting priorities and patterns.
So, okay.
To live.
We say goodbye to the Terizla for now. There are so many different types of Phobius today.
Yeah.
And it works well even for the secured here by RSG. So
Lolita, no land.
The thing I'm thinking right now is the Lolita counters a lot of the range stability.
Only made our town near Joro. Phobius. I was chose that.
So this might be tough.
He did, yeah.
And the Phobius might actually be one of the biggest thorns right now to the side of RSGPH.
Yep, I agree. A well-timed Guardian's reflection.
LTZ Super Marco, KDZ. LTZ Owen, Hugh. Rakuski. Nebo.
Will be doing together with Lolita. They also have a Pharynx in their lineup. There's so many to watch out for. I can't wait to see the action. So let's
now
two decorated coaches alongside their two highly mechanical junglers. We'll see who's going to prevail. RSG Philippines up against Falcons AP Bren.
RSG Philippines
right. Is nice to, and as you mentioned, RSG Philippines.
RSG Philippines
Titans.
Yep. AP Bren game 1.
Yeah.
ပုံစံရှင်းနေတာဖနာကြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ Oh my god ဘယ်လိုထုံးစံတိုင်းမြန်မာတော့တရားစနေပဲဖားတယ်မြန်ထုတ်ဆွဲလိုက်တယ်တိုက်နဲ့အကွာနဲ့ HP တွားလောက်ထိကိုတက်တော့ခံလိုက်ရ
You know what you're up against.
တက်တီးစီးနေတယ်ပို့ပြီးရဆိုစီးရပါသူနေ ESP လေးမှာဟာအိုးမှာကို over ကနေအိုးကနေတယ်အိုးဟူပြရတော့မလို့ပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လိုချိန်မျိုးတော့မော်စကိုကတော့ကြည့်ရင် Eric Browser ပေါ်လာမှာမြင့်မှာကျွန်တော်
You know, I actually thought that
Lolita bolo ultimate တွေလာမယ်မသိဘူးเนาะကျွန်တော်တွေ့ရသေးအောင်
because we've seen Aqua even in the previous tournaments, international tournaments, has been using this Faramis, has been a key hero with the recent victories. But this time it's going to fall in the hands of few. So we can expect Falcons AP Bren to maybe group up, play as passive as possible because their mid combination is more of supports instead of those aggressive type of heroes.
Yeah,
You
I
have
like to see
Gene.
this because,
Nah,
you know, Brigida talked about it a little bit on the
Pharmaco
panel
level
too.
3.
The Lolita is a pick that you see only certain teams pick up. You know, it takes a certain
Oh,
rover
Khaleesi press
to
can.
make it work. Kati's getting really low
Level
there
3
too.
ပဲ
I'm
ရှိ
thinking
တယ်
he
ဗောနော်
thinks
ဆို6နေ
Alpha
နဲ့
is
ဝင်မှာ
gonna happen. Light will get some pressure
ဥကွာ
off.
နေနေက level 3ပဲရှိတယ်
That concussive blast too to poke them down a little bit further, but that's the thing. The Lolita pick, I'm really wondering how this is going to play a part in this. I know also running the Revitalize helps there. We see this a lot more so on the high low, but this time around with the Lolita, you're going for some that sustainability too for this lineup from FCAP.
And Ogwen's intention is really for the
သူ့
sustain
ပါကျွန်တော်
alongside
ကြည့်
the
တယ်လိမ့်နိုင်မှာ Harry နဲ့တွေ့ရင်
contrast
မ
to
ဆုတ်လာ
what
ကြ
Shaq knew when he used the
အောင်နေ
Lolita,
ဖြူ
he was
HP တော့လောက်ထိတက်တောင်းခ
using
ဏ
the flicker instead. When the
အဲ့ဒီမဲ့ပေးရမှာလားအော် Lolita ကာသွားလို့ဗောနော်မဆိုရင်တော့
Luckily was there too, holds on to the Revitalize. Fuse going to go back.
ပြလိုက်တာပိုကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒီမဲ့ကပို့ပြီးတန်ဖိုးရှိရ Okay 2 match တန်းသွားပြီအားဘူးစား slash ပိုင်းတော့မလားအဲ့ဒါဆို Ava ထပ်ပြီးပေးလိုက် Kaidisi နဲ့ Breast တာပို့ချမ်းသွားမှာ Kaidisi နဲ့ Rishi လည်းပေါက်လိုက်တယ် Flat PC ကတော့ကြည့်နေတော့ Okay သူတို့နေနဲ့ဒီ HP ပြပြပါထပ်ပြီးယူသွားသေးရပါတော့
This is where the sustain coming in from the Lolita.
Okay
You can
ဟိုက
feel
ဘာလို့
it as Ogwen
အိုး
casts that
ကိုနေနဲ့
aluminum blast.
အဲ့ဟော
Kaltizi
ယူ
will
မှာ
be
ဗျ
able to pick up Aqua here.
ဒီ ultimate ကပေးပလိုက်တာ
And going back to my point,
ဒီ Zax
you'll know
pressure ပေးတာကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာမြင့်မှာအားချီ light တယောက်ပဲရှိသူနေဘသူ့ကန်မှာကန်လန်တိတ်အဆင်မပြေဘူးနော်
as much as possible. Whenever Kosei
ဒီဘောမှာသူနေအဓိကကန်ရမှာတော့ Harry ရယ်
he's just gonna look for them, use that bulwark shield,
Paramay.
and deflect all the incoming attacks
ဒီ player ကိုကန်လိုက်ပါအဆင်ပြေပါတော့ light ရယ်ဒီဘယ်လိုကန်မလဲဆိုတာချက်ကြည့်တရားပေါ့
Just the fact that you don't have to be
Okay technical boss
We're going to take a breather here of course, but going back to the point, you don't
ခုနကကျွန်တော် run ပွဲဆိုရင်
aggressive if you're Ogwen. I mean most times when people
အရင်ဆိုပင်30 40အရင်ဆိုပင်20လောက်ရအခုမရတော့ဘူးအဲ့ပင်20ရလေ
going for those crazy set pneumo blasts. But this time you put that all together, you lay it on the ground and then you say all right.
If they decide to go
Familiar face.
Wait, fun fact, I was the one who took that picture.
Oh, you took that picture?
Yeah,
his hands.
And a lot of people used it because the background was already green, so they
ကျွန်တော်ဆက်ဆိုကျွန်တော်လမ်းတော့ပြန်ပြီးရောက်အောင်
Brigida, and now that she's here on the English, you know, the English panel.
Yeah.
She's just going to get memed further, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
For sure.
She's doing an amazing job with Renmar, of course. Hey, by the way, we're just happy that we finally get to have a English easy there to help him out. So,
Coach Ducky lookalike.
Okay, ပြန်စပြီ busy level 6အားချီနေဖို့ level 5ပဲရှိတယ် light နေဘသူ့ kick ချင်အောင် over base kick ချင်တယ်ရိုက် kick လိုက်ပြီး error နေ flash ပြီးမှာအိုးတီးသွားပါတော့ကျွန်တော်ဟိုက permanent out တော့မမီလိုက်ဘူးနော် permanent ပါထပ်ပြီးပေးရမှာပြီးအောင်ကျွန်တော် IDC တော့ရှိတယ်သူ brush caming ကိုမခံနိုင်သေးဘူး Ali game အကော brush မှာ nice အိုးတန်းသွားပါဘောနော်ဟိုး light နေတယ်ဟိုး diversion ပေးလိုက်တာကောင်းသွားတယ် sucks ပါစိတ်သွားသူ player ဒါ flick ကတော့ပေးလိုက်ရအောင်ဘတ်တယ်လာမယ့်ဘတ်တယ်မှာတာတယ်ဘတ်တယ်မှာ kick ကဝင် kick ကိုအဆင်ပြေတော့ red နေ frozen sky strike ပြီးသားပဲ
Also able to pick up Ogwen. So far
Moscow နေနဲ့အောက်မှာ Harry မှာလာပြီးကြပါ
seems to have answers so far, even if FCAP has a 1.8k gold lead,
Oh,
but right now they're eyeing.
အေးရသူတို့တာတယ်ပဲယူလာမယ် Moscow နဲ့ frozen
Kosei has
sky ပြီးသားတယ်သူ
be
တို့
careful, especially since the Moscow
ဒီမဲ့
his
ဒီပဲ
power spike.
တစ်တိုင်း
We're
slow
gonna feel
ပဲ
it later on, mid game or late game.
It's going to get to that point, but, you know, for now it's answering the pressure objectively that's being set up here from FCAP. And so this turtle being up, you're going to see RC trying to get in position, trying to get the information they need.
But it's going to be too late.
Comes down two, won't find the target. And that's just an objective in the hands of FCAP.
လမ်းပြန်တက်သွား Harry ရှင်သူ Harry ကိုရှောင်နေသူ farming ပိုကောင်းအောင်လို့မရဘူးလေ
Yeah.
The hard
Harry
part
နဲ့
is
Eden နဲ့တွေ့ရင်
executing that idea. And if they wait too long, they hesitate. That's the problem. FCAP won't give you that opportunity.
Yeah, as much as possible. Even if we're saying that
Hey,
FCAP, they're going to play not that aggressive, especially since Ogwen has a Lolita that doesn't have a flicker, but a revitalize. They're still initiating clashes, but here on the other hand, here on the
super market ပြတ်လို့လားမပြတ်တော့ super market မပြတ်တော့သူ survive ဖြစ်သွားပါ You blink လိုက်တာလည်းရှင်းတန်းရအောင်
There is some damage obviously there.
Okay, kick ခံရပြီ nice push ရသူ survive ဖြစ်သွားသေးတယ် easy ပဲပေါ့နော် nice HP တန်းလောက်ထိကို tag down ခံလိုက်သူနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးလိုက်အောင်ပါဒီကားမရှိဘူး
Katizi's just around the corner so they don't
9 second မှပြန်ပြီးပေါ့မှာဒီမှာ over အနေနဲ့ error နဲ့
If he had that flicker, for sure he's gonna cast it onto Flapteasy. But
okay,
this is the problem. If Open picks up as well a Flask of the Oasis, you can't have those crazy outplays with the Numinum.
Oh, Moscow နော်ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဟို open ရှိရယ် Moscow ဆင်းလိုက်လို့စ
Luckily,
ED ကခုED ကပြန်ပြေးကြည့်မှာပေါ်လမ်းမှာက Moscow နဲ့
but super
Flapteasy နဲ့ Flapteasy ကတောင်းလိုက်ချင်ပါအဲ့ hero ကြီးက
Spear of Destructions, it might be a problem later on in the late game.
တောင်းအောက်တဲ့ကန်ထဲတောင်းအောက်တဲ့မှာဟိုဘက်က free damage ကန်ဘာမှလုံးမရ
He's got to keep the arm warm basically. Landing those
spears
is going to be crucial for them later on. And you never know what you can pick off with that. So, but right now it's still the question of can RSG stop objectively what FCAP is doing? And you know, anytime you talk about FCAP, whether it's here or around the world, they talk about their powers as a macro level play style. And you're seeing it kind of unfold.
Phobia အဲ့ဒီမှာတော့မချင်းကြ Moscow နဲ့ survive ဖြစ်ဖို့လိုပါသေးတယ် Phobia ကလည်းဒီရီလာပါဒီဝေးချသူတို့တာတယ်ပဲစားပြီးနိုင်ရတယ်ဘယ်လို space ပေးပေးပါလဲမသိဘူးဟုတ်ကဲ့လည်းရှိရောပဲ
Oh, there it is.
Okay, Moscow ကြာလာပြီကြာလာပြီဟိုဘကဟိုစူပါမာကိုနီနဲ့ရသွားပါတော့လိုက်ပြီအိုး step stand သွားတယ် nice တော့ဒီဘာထပ်ပြီးပေးရအောင်ပါ Rat နေနဲ့မြန်မြန်လေး back သွားတယ်ကာတီစီနေနဲ့အဲ့လိုပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ကာတီစီနေနဲ့တော့ see your hablet ပြီးသွားပြီကို breast down ပါ wins တီကအောက်စားနဲ့ ultimate ကိုပိုင်းချင်တာရအဆင်မပြေဘူးလား
you can see
Pauline first tower ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ Pauline first tower လည်း HP တော့လောက်ဒီရောနေ
dashing in making sure the
level 9ပါပဲတာထပ်ပြီးပြီးသွားပြီဟုတ်တော့နောက်မှာ
probably one of the most chill
လက်ပြီးရလည်းမအောင်ပါလာမဲ့ဘက်တယ်လာမဲ့တာတဲ့ဘက်တယ်မှာဆိုလာမဲ့တော့ဘက်တယ်တော်တော်ချိကောင်းတော့ပါပဲ
looks like it's just another day for Super Marco.
Do you know those memes where Flapteasy goes wild, Kyle Teasy goes wild, and then they pass to Super Marco. Super Marco's like
သူနေနဲ့မင်းနာ booked up ပြီးသွားပြီ
He's just locked in.
Like Super Marco's the one with most kills, the one with the recent maniac, but Flapteasy's the one who's wild shouting.
Yeah, Flapteasy takes enough energy to apply that to Super Marco at this point.
But on the other hand though, whenever they do TikToks, it's actually Super Marco initiating with Flapteasy and Pando, which is a weird fact. So you know Super Marco still wants to enjoy whatever they plan on doing, but Light with knock up here.
Light We'll be fine. Well, go there. Some phone in a coach and phone now to Colorado. Marco. Here you do count all some of the one. You run in a Bila, Super Marco Pira. Can I
the kill on Irad 2 down for RSG?
Those were that moment rather was one of the best moments to use Harith. I mean the Zaman Force really used up well. Super Marco didn't even have to use the conceal because there's no knock-up. There's no pin down for RSG Philippines here to try and sustain and contain Super Marco. So Super Marco's just really playing freely.
Yeah, at this point, freely farming up, getting everything that he needs. And even Kyle Teasy, man. Kyle Teasy is going to go ahead and start up this Lord most likely. It's going to be locked in unless RSG wants to fight it. I just think they shouldn't give it up. It's already under half health here. So Lord in the hands of FCAP. And remind you, if you guys missed the panel section, they were talking about it. Kyle Teasy, number one, so many stats here. You can see why. Gets spotted out, but he should be fine. Gets out of danger. And they got to worry about the defense now against this Lord push.
Yeah, first Lord, you'd expect level ရှိရပါဘူး။level 1ပဲတာတယ်ပေါ့။တန်ကလာတယောက်အနေနဲ့ ဟိုဘက ESP လည်းရှိတယ်။ How they're playing right now, Kyle Teasy.
ဆိုဖြစ်သွားတယ်။ကျွန်တော်ဟို anime ကောက်ထိုက်ပြီးရသွားတယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့
Yeah, they get that out. Dominator's Descent going to be used too, and RSG at this point, given the deficit here, given the gap, I'm wondering if they can still hold on in this game and not have it end after that first Lord push. Right now, though, FCAP with the lead they have, they're surely going to play into these base turrets here of RSG.
Okay, Irad wants to look for a pickoff before the Lord marches in the inhibitor, because that's how they're going to defend this. They want to pick off as much as possible, and I think it's going to go on to Few. But Few spots them out. Look at Light there. Oh, the Shadow Kill will be casted onto the middle lane, but not enough damage.
Nice. Oh my god,
Kyle Teasy under the base turret. In the mid lane. For FCAP. And now they're up to the base turrets here.
8.8k gold lead for Falcons, AP Bren, but still RSG still has their inhibitor turrets. Era not in the picture yet.
Okay.
Ogwen still has his ultimate, so they can actually force
Có
this.
thể con biết là tôi nói oh my god không. Giờ mà phụ thay bị là tôi nói first hour rồi nó oh my god lối đi ra đi bây giờ thật là rồi tôi nói back ra mà phải bảo. Đồ con nào.
And that, just like that, FCAP can continue to layer down those ultimates and force RSG back. They don't want to fight FCAP.
Yeah, the threat of the Numenum Blast from Ogwen is just really eminent. As much as possible, if that's still available, you wouldn't want to force a clash. Okay, let's just give up the inhibitor turret on the top lane, RSG said, because if they try to defend it and lose members, FCAP would really capitalize on it and maybe get another inhibitor in the middle lane or the bottom lane.
What is not working here? And I mean, like when we look at all of this, the past 11 minutes, what's going wrong for RSG?
I think it's really the pick-off potential that you'd expect them to do.
Yeah.
It's just not working because FCAP is really working as one unit. Same as what we've seen with Fnatic Onyx last series, wherein they rotate as one. 5 members rotating all throughout the map. It's hard for Cho. It's hard to play as a Cho if you're up against a team that's like has one mind.
Not only that, I mean, the one mind, the synergy that FCAP has, but you're playing a Cho into this lineup alone. Yeah. You know, it's even if Light tries to find a pickup, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, and apart from that, the Ouigi Shadow kill again, with the presence of the Netherrealm, it's like it's non-existent. Because apart from the group up coming in from Falcon's AP Bren, whenever Era cast that Ouigi Shadow kill, even onto one member, he's always there to cast that Netherrealm, always ready to defend his members. And now 11k gold lead coming in from Falcon's AP Bren. They have minions onto the bottom lane. I think
I'm not even sure if they're going to wait for the Lord here. Still working on the turret. RSG will do everything they can to hold on. But once that Lord makes its way to the top side, Ogwen dropping down that Numenum Blast. Kyle TZ might even just punch it into the base. And Flap TZ as well. So tanky here.
Even last season, he's still the one above all. Kyle TZ holds
the highest average lot kills 1.81.
And now FCAP marching onto the middle lane.
လိုလီတော့အဲ့လိုပေးတာတန်ပန်းရအောင်သူနေတောင်းခံလို့မရဘူးကလီစီနဲ့ Rose Gold မ draw ထည့်ပြီးသားအဲ့တို့လည်း lot ကြီးပို့ရှိလာတော့မှလည်းတွင်ကောင်မကွာလည်းရှိရသူတို့လည်းပေးမ push ပေါ့နော်အဲ့အဲ့လိုပေးမအောင်သူတို့လည်းပေါ်လန်တာကယူအောင်ပဲဘောတာကထိတ်ရအောင်ပဲနော်သူတို့လည်း Okay လိုလီတာရမော်စကိုကိုတော်တော်ဒုက္ခပေးတယ်ဒီမှာ
Still have enhanced minions marching into the bottom lane, and I think they can actually force another push here. But look at Easy going in right after Light. The Clash not yet going to pursue here, but this time the minions are here. They're going to be able to take down inhibitor turret. But look at this Nibor.
Oh my god, here's someone for Kina doing it. Oh my god.
And they're going to be possibly looking for more. Light in trouble too.
FCAP doesn't have the
waves to push in just yet. They got to clear it out and wait for it. Mid, bottom, top, still pushing in. RSG down one member as FCAP 12,000 gold ahead. Will look to close out the game in dominant fashion. Flap TZ jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. The base with the Netherrealm and everything else will fall into place as Kosei tries to keep the map A from ending it, but it's just too much as FCAP takes game 1 dominantly.
Another day in the office for the Bees with a clean, perfectly executed
fun for Falcon's AP Bren. If RG Philippines can level out the scaling or could just shut down the scaling altogether so that they can have an earlier mid to late game power spike, that's good for RG.
Alright, it's not just the assassin matchups of both of these junglers that we have to watch out for coming into game number 2. Let's see what's going to happen between both of these teams. Let's throw it over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
One above all versus the one for an eye. Kyle TZ versus Era. 2 mechanically gifted junglers going head to head for game number 2. Naisu, do you think this is a sweep?
Oh man, what a heated question. And it looks like we're going to have to wait to go in a little bit further. But I like how you were building it up. You're just like, oh, so you think it's going to be a sweep? So
I threw a curveball there.
You know what? Yeah, that's all right. You know, I will say this. I was thinking that it was going to be a sweep, But then, you know, as you can hear, I don't know if it's coming through the stream, but the power of these screams out here in the audience, of course.
Whoa, we're suddenly full house. Nice. Man, you know, I'm rooting now for a game number 3. Because game number 1, a lot of people weren't here during game number 1. Okay, Ate Chantel Burger ang ting. Okay. So
are you going to translate that for our English audience?
It means look at the burger. It's actually a meme from one of our rising P-pop groups, Beanie. Because they were, I can't say the name.
Okay, let me ask you this. You asked me a heated question. What would you, I don't know if this is heated. What would you throw up on your camera out there?
Me?
Yeah.
I would throw up. Thank you. And look at this. I think that's by Lucy. Oh! Shout out, by the way, for the newest edition of RSG Philippines. But as we head on back to game number 2, again, looking at the Assassin
game number 2 sabi.
It's
Fanny ya tha ko spy phit game ni tku no.
I'm going to go back to my point here when you asked me. So I was thinking it'd be a sweep. Now,
I have high loose
my fellow Bear Bro over there on the panel. Hold on, early kill. Okay, no, it's not going to happen. But, hold on. Aqua, though, so low.
Fanny.
Lights in trouble now.
Okay,
they get the flicker out.
Okay, mati da
Wow,
do spy phit da. Fanny ne.
Because I'm going back to the point of, I
no?
agree with Redmar. I actually like the lineup for RSG. Depending on my one asterisk here, is what Aqua does with the Valentina pick. Like, if he's able to go ahead and get some key ultimates, whether that's Flap, whether it's Ogwin even, whether it's Few, then that could change the course of these fights already early on for this.
Okay, don't attack by okay.
Gets to stay up off. Nabor could be in trouble, still taking up himself.
Level 4 piece breast camera nice first blood KDC bi la ya no. Ogwin ni ne me ma lo di time
Okay, so I was
supposed to say
that me, my asterisk would be light. Because again, Johan is a snowball reliant hero. Not necessarily that hero, but if you have a Jawhead as much as possible, you want to control the early game with a good pickup onto Crazy. They're starting out strong so far.
Brock
Yeah, early pick off.
level 4 here.
That's exactly what the Raiders need here.
Image they must manage side press row yeah.
Alone, they don't have the XP lane. We're going to have to see how they utilize this XP lane Grok, especially later on for the objectives here.
Oh, God, like that,
the fact that you said, you know, like, if he's able to build up and scale up on the Jawhead alone to the point where, all right, now you're just alley-ooping, you know, enemies from FCAP into the hands of RSG, and you can cap out on that, then that's great for them. We'll see if they pull it off, though, now that this first turtle's up.
Okay, so the story so far of week 3, day number 1 is whoever gets the first turtle wins the game. Because majority of the games so far are one-sided. So
that is not a stat that I would want to do against FCAP. Or Kyle TZ, what did he say? He had like 17 out of 21 turtles. You know, I'm not sure, again, if that's 100% accurate, but I know something.
Level 4 yeah. So tade bare sa ro tade bare blu sa ma le chon chi aung ko ko ne tade bare phut mi lai kaw ma me.
Pick off onto Kyle TZ. But still, they still have the Grok and the Hylos that could actually
level 5
good frontliners here up against the very ecstatic line of
RSG. Valentina shi Moscow ga ro ja lo ya chen Brody ta we chen da tu ne chen ke le kawa thai yu bi lo ya no tu team to creation lo we chen
any given time. And now as they start the turtle here, Ogwen surveying the scene. Our two junglers are present though, so I think we're gonna have a very, very big clash.
The assassin showdown here between Irad and Kyle TZ, relying on the rest of the team to hold that front side up and create the box that they're going to want to play around too. Few has that Netherrealm available and Aqua as well, so comes down to who executes it well enough to win the fight, but neither team wants to budge.
Another reset of the turtle. I think the only thing that both of these junglers fought for was the Little Wanderer that Irad got.
Yeah.
So right now, it's really basically a chess match because anything can go with the first turtle. But look at this.
Okay, Flap busy shutdown kan la ya. Jo Irad ni ne shutdown cha lai nice.
That was a Grok. A tanky Grok onto Flap TZ. Ir's gonna get a kill.
Okay, Jo hai ne thabi injera pe kan la ya lo. Nice pro ne. Hope your ultimate few pe kan la ya bi.
Light picks up another kill and now the
turtle ready ne distribution ya pao lai de chong KDC ni dia bat ba tro ne game 3 khaw twa chen la no chong.
In game number 2.
1.4k gold lead so far for the Raiders. So this time they were the ones who got the turtle.
So ne score sky bi da Brody ne Moscow so no late game ya no Moscow ro ta dan Brody ya le kare ma totally count match man liao.
Might go to a game.
Memory shi me to skill 1 2 pao lai shi. Is it ka lai damage in la ji tho.
So far, you know, like we said,
the stat the fact of the day
so
far.
Teams usually end up winning. So with that, even taking a look at the items, has a nice little lead. It's nothing too crazy, but he's playing around the fact that he can rely on, you have Namor here, you have Light just scaling up really well. Light, even with the 2 early kills, gives him a little bit of an advantage to work around in his setups.
Yeah, and even on the XP lane, you can see a clear advantage here for Namor. Picks up the what item is that?
What?
My favorite item so far as a roamer in XP lane.
Favorite as a roamer?
Okay. Nice.
I'm like playing charades. You're drawing a Thunderbelt.
Because it's such a good item again, especially as a first core item. You get your stacks that you accumulate turns into hybrid defense, and that hybrid defense in turn turns into additional damage, or is it additional damage or true damage?
True damage, yeah.
Yeah, true damage, yeah. So it's really a good pick off here for Nibor. And speaking of Nibor, I've been noticing even during the previous tournament, international tournaments, he's been using this Eden a lot.
Nice. Okay, blue one she easy
That's a lot of
Spirit
Destruction gonna land.
Yeah, for Moscow or Lamala would be blue go side wild touch be like now power and okay, John.
NetherRealm gonna proc as well, and
FCAP be side pitting on. I'll show it, play a little HP duck down can you?
Meanwhile,
push
down that bottom lane.
Okay, so a trade.
Or Moscow in a push
line. But so far so good, because they forced FCAP to retreat instead of getting that second turtle, and that was a good initiation from Light. He threw away Flapteezy, but props as well for Flapteezy for disrupting the Earth Shatter coming in from Nibor, and this time Falcons AP Brander, the one starting, but look at Light again.
Okay, nice. Running it.
Glorious Pathway dropped down by Elwood, and Kyle Teasy will secure the turtle. That might be all they get here as RSG So with that, FCAP finds a little bit of life in this game, but right now RSG's still ahead.
Okay, 1-for-1 turtle exchange here. Falcons AP Brand, they got to kill onto Light plus the turtle takedown. So far they're trying to reduce the lead established here by RSG Philippines. RSG still looking for the early game momentum. They want to go for the pick off the backline here. Trapping Kose!
Okay, grown in it. Moscow go breast out. Plan some of you down. Moscow HP totally tuck down.
With this team, it's all about the objectives.
Yeah, John Linga. You see that? Funny that to me, I'm allowed to back line. This is a child if I need to out of
This time we're just gonna wait for who's really gonna initiate.
They don't necessarily need the setups from
Flapteezy. Actually, Ogwen's
as long as they disrupt the formation of RSG, that's gonna be a good enough play coming in from Falcons AP Brand. On the other hand, RSG Philippines, as long as the ejectors, the Earth Shatters from both of their initiators connect, it's really okay, or that's the goal for RSG Philippines. Because again, they have the Valentina coming in from Aqua, and at this point, whoever casts first, that NetherRealm will lose, because you'll get out-sustained during those long skirmishes.
And that's the point. At one time, it's going to be who has that sustainability in their favor. And that's why I said, going back to my point with RSG, part of this is on Aqua. Like, what ultimates is he going to take? You have so many good choices, honestly. Whether it's the Wild Charge, Glorious Pathway, the NetherRealm yourself. Pretty much farming up freely.
Level 20 farm time.
And this is all in timing for this first big objective. Lord is now up here. And you're going to see them put the focus on positioning, and that's what they're going to be kind of keep an eye on here for RSG, because they lost that goal lead that they pretty much had for the majority of the game. So FCAP is in a fighting position now.
And so far, these are one of the rare instances wherein a third turtle wasn't secured by any of the team because of those long skirmishes, because of those chess game type of back and forth coming in from both of these teams. But one thing for sure is Lord is up for grabs. In terms of mutual objectives, it's a 1-for-1. And now they're popping Fuse Purify here, so that's a good resource expendited for RSG Philippines.
I'm wondering too. You know, Flap's been up here for a while. Just kind of hanging out there, top side. We'll see what they decide to do around this. Again, neither team wants to commit to the Lord, and like you mentioned, it was kind of like that way with that turtle earlier on, where neither team wanted to commit to it because of how these fights can play out.
Yeah.
He's got to see Halbert now with Grok.
So, wow, okay. So Flap TZ, one wild charge power feature combination can actually bring down Jose or even Irad and Aqua, so they have to watch out for that. But on the other hand, they have to deal with Owen, because Owen's dealing with the frontliners here. Half HP for Owen, but that's okay. And again, we have to go back with the Assassin matchup, because both of these Assassin junglers can do those wave management, can do those split push. It's just a matter of who's going to out-macro the other.
And at almost any given day, if we're talking about macro, I would probably favor FCAP here, but RSG has been doing a good job. And like I said, so far able to go toe-to-toe with FCAP, trying to keep things pretty much at pace and at par, is showing a much better RSG than we saw in Game 1. It's just still begs the question, can they win this crucial fight the first Lord? Jose's going to start it up. He also just locked in his next item, so they can hold this together until Irad joins this fight.
11 minutes in,
first turtle still up for grabs. They get
the Purify out once again.
Okay,
they drop it down, there's the Spear Destruction. Fuse already gone. Irad joins the fight. Will we find Owen? Forces out the flicker from Super Marco.
Super Marco phi lại rồi, Irad này nó cao rồi. Quái charge phi lại. Đấy, xem video Flap TZ bị phi out mà. Oh my god, Ling bao lâu luôn mới ra vào nó.
Until finally, Irad goes down. But RSG will be able to go ahead and take and start up this Lord. But look who's still alive. Kyle TZ.
Kyle TZ with the Retribution still ready to be expended. Irad not in the picture here, but I think the good zone coming in from RSG Philippines will entail them their first Lord. And if we could go back to that last clash, who started it? I mean, there was a conceal coming in from RSG, but I think it was Light or Nibor's Earth Shatter Ejector.
Đấy này in ra con phi lại để nó rồi idea chúng mình nó gặp cả cái con này nó hòa chú này này edimate phơi gì mà lại tụi team gặp phi lại à đây là khu thay chi này thì tụi mình mà cho ground này là quái sao của solo chú ý lại được nó nghe đi sau lại tiếng này là sau lại tụi này góc mà mình xin các bao lửa không bao đâu không bao lại bây giờ tôi nó live phim lo về để chào tụi này đó là xin nó phía xin rồi Super Marco bị lại à, đó xua rồi. Super Marco nhìn nó cặp lâu lại, tôi cũng bro boy à, đó ta này. Là busy. Okay. Với xin này đấy, mấy thằng busy nó uống này này, Origate bị pi rồi.
The wall from Flap TZ.
Irad này là bỏ lên sát tàu push này, tôi này push đôi ra vào. Tôi này point leader xa này bọn nó.
He's doing things like this. I can't wait to see what he does on his Paquito skin.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, Irad này là mai này à.
I'm not sure, is he still going to put the pressure? He doesn't. He calls it off. Very close
to
the kill.
Tao vào đó mà anh qua này ai đã thất bị pi rồi. Và mà cô tu này. Anh chỉ này thì bây giờ pi này mà tụi game one tụi ta là hero ya tụi con pi rồi. Đi boy này thì cho khai đi gì ở lâu pi mà lâu nó. Rồi thì anh chỉ này. Anh đi bây rồi lấy cao mà tụi đó thì movement speed thì đã bị chả là cái bộ bị sinh khí vậy. Đó là the smart up, cho smart omega vào nó đó. Còn là ship này. Đấy cái anh ta đi ra rồi con này long nghe đấy bây mà cho mà Olympic về lại, tôi này bây giờ cái này chả rồi.
Everything right that they possibly could based off what we saw in game 1. The adjustments they made, the decision making that they're making is much better here. Much more in sync with each other because really they look disconnected in game 1 and somehow they found their second win, at least for now in game 2. It's not over yet. They've got a healthy lead, they've got control around the map, and they have pick-off potential, and I think that's the biggest thing they have to highlight with the lineup that they have.
And I think one of the major adjustments for RSG Philippines is this time Irad got to play. Irad with the Fanny, unleashed his micro mechanic skills, 3-1-2 KDA, as well as Nibor. This time 0-0-8. He doesn't have to soak up the damage. He doesn't have to be the shield of RSG Philippines. He's freely casting those earth shatters for those initiations. Speaking of onward here, he's not going to get a onward onto Kyle TZ.
Oh, they didn't get it, bro. He got the blue bar. He didn't get blue bar. So, but I'm asking you, don't want to Kyle TZ. He didn't retreat. I'm sorry, retreat. But the high line in it, space level, pretty much over it.
So still,
join into the pick like I'm yes. Owen, and here all men PR, you know. She was following about how you PR about that. Oh my god.
They force him to fight in the pit.
Oh, follow okay, I want to find you.
Find a couple more kills. The super Marco taken down as well. But Irad is down, and Kyle TZ knows it. He's going to get out of there. He still has... No, he doesn't have the retribution, so that's going to be a Lord going to the hands of RSG here.
Same situation. The jungler of RSG not in the picture for this Lord thing. Because of Kyle TZ with the 4 blades, Tempest blades, but I'd like to highlight Aqua. Did you see how he expended that Nether Realm? 1 more hit, 1 HP left for Irad before he casted that clutch Nether Realm. The timing of RSG Philippines for game number 2 compared to game number 1 is really on point. And that's why they have this 3.9k gold lead plus the level 2 Lord marching in the top lane. Falcons did not expect this performance coming in from RSG.
Moscow in
really what's
working
in favor here. RSG and Irad doing a much better job too, just winning a lot of this jungle pressure throughout the game because of the lineup that they brought to the table. Nabor as well on this Edith, now primed and ready to knock on the base of FCAP.
Okay. So Irad right now trying to go for the backline, goes for the kill.
Nice.
Forces Kyle TZ to use the Tempest of Blades now, the Lord marching in the top lane. Again, I can see coming from RSG Philippines. Will FCAP be able
to work on that? This turret's definitely going to be gone though, as now it's taken out top side. There
okay, injured that. Bro, damn big live. Injured that. Don't call him. That's a immodation. Do injured that. Don't call him. Oh, one in
the mid lane. RSG
have a beat. I follow the song.
Irad joining the fight here. Nether Realm going to be used to focus on the base, and they just go for the raid. As RSG takes it to game 3 against FCAP.
And
the Raiders stay alive with a convincing game number 2. Kudos.
Let's go.
Hermes is still open for Aqua here.
Prediction scoring system.
Hanabi there. What the hell, bro?
Closer to seeing a Hanabi in MPL because we saw the full heal Lolita and we get it.
Yeah, it was just a Harry.
I remember what Hanabi.
Okay, let's go. Let's hit the Hanabi and get this done. So for RSG, now that they've seen this type of composition,
yeah, they're thinking.
You wouldn't want to
okay, running a bottom too high by. Jungle bottom X-Bull. Ooh, spice fit. Okay. Yeah. Link Hanabi phobias.
Hanabi doesn't have dash.
Lolita.
Okay.
Valentina.
I think it'll be good before we explain why we're freaking about
Moscow.
Hanabi. So this is one of the poisonous combos. Shout out to Auntie Anara for bringing this to my attention.
Right.
The passive of the Lolita, she gives shields. Gives that full magic, full heal, you give a lot of shields. Yes. Which means Hanabi, her passive will activate and she will be immune to crowd control effects.
Yep, you can catch her. And you can Hanabi as an option.
Lolita yare shi no. Hanabi ya shi chin immune effect de ko. Immune tha la. Tu Hanabi survive phit ma. Shin ji ya le aw Lolita ne Hanabi ko mo bo. AB brand ne FK နေတယ်ဘယ်လိုဆောင်းလဲ FC ကနေရတယ်ပေါ့ဟောလည်းတော့ draw တော့ sponsorship နေတာတော့ Smart Omega ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီ Philippine နေနဲ့ Smart Omega နဲ့ကျွန်တော် Infinite Mobile sponsorship တွေကြည့်ကြတယ်
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the English desk. Again, this is Ian and Naisu.
Okay, Aurora, skin in it, QF skin in it.
Glitch or anything.
I did the link tab with Tola. The Iraqani to name had cool carry to push it.
Before Super Marco.
Wow, Tola.
Paired up with a Lolita.
Oh, it's bull.
Not Naisu. I think I've seen everything.
I'm all for it. What do we call this? Hanabita?
Hanabita.
Hanabita.
Lolibi. I don't know, but one
Let's
thing
go.
for sure.
Okay. Da through Hanabi ne Lolita ko mo to ma ko no legging ka ja. Hanabi survive ဖြစ်အောင်လို့
She's here. She's here. She's arrived.
Hanabi Ali game ရလဲ
Never say never to
မဟုတ်
anything.
မဲလို့ရပါလားသူရှိမယ်
The
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့
concept of this Hanabi and Lolita is that whenever the passive of Hanabi is whenever she has shields, she's immune to crowd control. So Aqua, Light, even Nibor with his first skill
ဒါမဲ့
stun.
link နဲ့ expo မှာ
Super Marco will be indeed
ဗတဲ့မှာ expo တာမယ်
bulletproof this time.
လင်းကလည်းတာမယ်ဒါ
Also has
လင်းက
also has
လော
the
ကောင်းလဲ
Aegis.
ဆိုတော့သူတို့နေ backline က
The passive coming in from Lolita, she gives a
မစ်တီ
lot
မတ်မန်
of
တွေဝင်ပြီးတော့
shields.
ကြီးကြီးတော့ပိုကောင်းမှာနော်
This time around, I never thought I'd
expo
see
က
this.
တော့ကောင်းပါသူလင်းက fan မြ first မှာတာတယ်ဗတဲ့တော့ဗတဲ့သူမြင်ဘာမှစဉ်းစားကြအောင်
But when push comes
လူ
to
ခါကြော
shove,
တော့တာ
Falcons
သွားပြန်
can be
တော့
bread.
in fight မှာသူတို့နေနဲ့သူတို့တာ
something out
လင်းနဲ့
here.
expo ခါကြော
I know I've
ဟုတ်
heard
လားမှာ
the concept,
တော့ hash ရှိ
and now we
ဟုတ်လား
get
အ
to
ဓိ
see
က
the pros
ဟော
play
ပါ
it.
ရော
That's exciting.
တော့
I'm just wondering, you know,
အဲ့လို
leave it to a team
I
like
lost
FCAP to do it, by the way. This was a team before that, you know, did some pretty
Phobian
crazy
eh.
things even in seasons
I do love
past.
it,
And,
I do love it.
you know, even getting a glimpse at Flap TZ on the Phobius, you know, when we saw that in the mid lane before from FCAP in previous seasons. So, again, we'll see exactly how this ends up working out. We already know how that works in synergy with the passives and everything else. But RSG, looking at their lineup, they have great coverage from the front line, from, you know, their damage profiles even. So maybe they're able to kind of overlap that. You know, how did Renoir put it? It's one of the poisonous ones. It's basically it's toxic. People don't like to play against it if it's used. But now with a fight for the turtle, gonna break down two glorious pathways via drop down, Noodle Blast. Gonna find multiple members. Few gets the turtle. Tempest Blades also being followed up. Kyle TZ possibly looking for a kill here. Whoa, there's the throw on Flap TZ, but the Infernal Pursuit's going to help him out a little bit further. They're still looking for life, and they all survive the clash out there for that first turtle.
And after all that, everyone is still here. No first bloods yet, although Falcons AP Brand did pick up that first third though. A lot of ultimates actually expended. We've seen glorious pathways, plus the Noodle Blast connecting 1 to 3. And the sustain from both teams. Again, Nibor with the came in clutch there, as Light was able to evade a potential death. But here comes the problem for Light. Yes, you have the ejector. Yes, you have the unstoppable force. But you're going up against an unstoppable or a CC immune type of lineup with Super Marco and Ogwin.
Well, you never know how it's.
Never say never.
Yeah, at that point too, you know?
You know, fun fact though, Justin Bieber actually started, I think, when he was 14 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
Same with Nibber right now, currently 16 years old, but playing like a veteran. Wow, he literally said during the interview, I believe it was Coach Pan, that he learned a lot from Nats before Nats' departure. You can actually see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
blue back.
That was taken.
Nice.
Oh.
ကောင်းလိုက်တာဗျာကျွန်တော်
On a
Moscow
point.
နဲ့လင်းရဲ့ blue back ကြီးရတာ
The Spirit Destruction.
AC ရဲ့သူ AC နေပြီ
How many times have we seen that now, actually? Even last week.
Twice. Same hero. Was it also Kosei?
Last week?
Yeah?
No, it wasn't.
No. I think it was Jome.
Yeah.
It was Jome.
We've seen it a couple
ဘယ်
times.
ကာရန်ဆောက်ပြီးကျွန်တော်တာတယ်ပဲဆောက်တယ်ဒါဆောက်ရင်တာတယ်ပဲနဲ့ကြားလာမယ်လို့ပြောစားဖို့တော့သူများဆောက်
You know, he's got this little advantage you can play around with, but I'm not sure if he's still going to be able to do too
တော့
much
အဲ့ဒါ
against
ဥ
that
ပမာလမ်း
matchup
ပေါက်
against
လိုက်
Super
တာအဲ့ဆင်
Marco.
ပြီးတော့ Hylos
Meanwhile, though,
Vendetta နေတာ Hylos
spawning
ကို
up
ယူ
here.
ထားတယ်
Second
ခနာဘီ
win
လေးနဲ့
game, FCAP
သူ
getting
ဝီ
in
ဘတ်ထားကြအောင်
position.
ဘောနော်သူတို့တာတယ်ပဲဆင်းချင်း
for
Moscow ကတော့ခဏနေတယ်သူခဏ blue back ကို
is the
ပြ on နဲ့ night ထားဆို order ကရှိအောင်သူနေတယ်
not that
ပြအဲ့ဒီတော့ attack down ထားတယ်နင်းနေနဲ့ Moscow ဖြူပြီးသွားပြီ Aurora နေနဲ့
It's not as aggressive or
ဘိုး
could
ရ
be aggressive
ခနာဘီ
as
နဲ့
Jose,
ပေါ်မှာ
but
Moscow ကို
Jose
ဆိုင်
is
မင်းနေ
another
ပါဘူး
ejector
သူနေ
here.
နဲ့
Toss up again. Glorious pathway. Drop down. Few
Okay.
and Flap. Forcing Aqua back. He still has the passive, so he's going to be fine for now. Turtle goes for the reset. Flap still at the front of it all, taking the brunt of the damage. And meanwhile, the 1v1 on top of the gold lane. And now Nibor here, 1 versus 2. Make it 3. The lockdown comes in. Noodle Blast won't be able to find the target. Tesla Blades coming down too. Kyle TZ quite low. And Flap finally getting taken down from RSG. They push, they shove, and now they have control of the turtle here. The Raiders looking healthy enough to
ဦးကွယ်
fight
နေ
it
နဲ့
out.
ပစ်ခံရတော့မှတော်တော်အုပ်ပါတယ်
Get tossed up
ပါတီ
again
အတီ
into his
တ
death
ရ
as
ရ
he's
တာ
gonna
တရ
fall.
ရက်ကထိတ်ပေါက်သွား
Irad
โอเค
will secure
တော့အဂျီတိုင်းနဲ့ပေါက်ပါ
Lights.
တိုက်ဒီစီရတော့မလားမရတော့ဘူး
Looking
ဥ
for
မာကဖြူနေနဲ့
Kyle TZ won't be able to
ကောင်း
find
လို့ပေါ့
it.
နော်မဆို
But
ပြ
they're
ရှိခုနေ
happy
ထပ်ပြီး
with
ပေးရ
that
အောင်
and
ပါ
they'll take a buff as well.
2 kills plus a turtle. Now depriving Kyle TZ once again of 2 buffs. 1 orange buff and a while ago, Kosei with a Spear of Destruction steal. So right now, Kyle TZ not having a good time.
တိုက်ဒီစီနေအဆင်မပြေသွားပါတော့ဒီလိုချိန်မျိုးမှာသူ့အတွက်
Oh, the levels of the 2 junglers still same. Level 8 for Kyle TZ, level 8 for Irad. And looking at the items, Kosei here has the corrosion sight.
ဟိုဟာနာဘီနဲ့အဲ့ဒါကွက်တော့ပြီးတာသူတို့ဟာနာဘီအလုပ်ကိုအလောက်ဖြစ်မလားမသိဘူးဒီဘက်မှာကြည့်ရသေးအောင်
He has to babysit
Super
Marco here in order for this unique lineup of the Lolita and Hanabi to work.
All right, and with that, FCAP still relatively even in terms of economy. They're losing, you know, some grounds here. Minor ways where RSG's utilizing the lineup that they have. And that's what they have to do. They have to play around the lane, be on this jawhead,
တော့ရှောက်ကင်ပေးနေအောင်ဘာဆိုလက်ကင်းသူတို့ရဲ့
the arms of the rest of the team.
တိုင်မင်းတစ်ခုရအောင်ခေါ်တော့ဖို့တမင်မှာ
That
သူတို့
golden staff. I'm wondering because we haven't seen too much of
လန်တီ
Hanabi
တာနဲ့
like,
ဟို
at
နဲ့
all
တက်လာတယ်ဘယ်နဲ့
competitively.
ချချင်တယ်ဒီမှာ
Aside from these
Rela
huge
itu punya
situations,
itu kawan.
like, where is that power spike going to pop up?
Itu
The
Q
Hanabi
aku
against
homa
a
sih sama
lineup
tu Q
like
ni
this.
breast kan yang nice.
You see the
Tu
freeze
stand
coming
kan
down
tu ni
already.
homa pilih ya.
Glorious Pathways
Yo
gonna
hani
drop
pilih like
down.
oh my god
Jumps
hobi.
to the backside as Few
Ko
was
phobia ni
taken
ne
out.
backline no win chi we
Now
no sim
Divorce
pi
still
gao.
pushing the pressure on Super
Kana
Marco
bi ni
to
ne
get
pit
the
pit da
lockdown
ba ma
again.
ti bo.
Vengeance is popped as well.
Oh,
Numer
dang.
Blast won't find the target and still Flap goes down. Kyle will be able to
Hai
pick
di
up
dia aku
Aqua
ora
though.
pick like wo sim
It's
pi
still
ba da.
chasing it further,
Kana bi
but
all di
Irad
yo shi
so
yo. Kana bi
tanky
pit da
and
balo ma
has
mana tu ba tu
immortality.
ni ne.
Will not be able to get anything
blue
more
ball,
off of it. The 2-for-1 trade
Tadi tu
favors
ina ada nama
RSG.
dia.
Finally, it took 7 minutes for Falcons AP Brent to finally get the kill onto Aqua. And they were actually lucky because the Spear of Destruction did not
Okay.
hit. But look at Kosei working on the middle lane right now. Isn't
Kita wajib
bothered that
tahu.
Ogwen and Few is
Lolita ni
there
si ni kan.
trying to
Kita
defend
ni
their
pada.
turret.
Iran ni
Right
kana
now,
bi
RSG on the roll. Working on the top lane. Working
top
on
lane
the
yang
middle
apa? Top lane
lane.
yang
Has a
apa?
1.3k gold lead.
Nice. Pilih yang cu top lane yang cu.
It feels like the Raiders woke up after game number
Tu ni
1.
ne.
Definitely did, and now we'll see if
Hello,
they wake
all
up here
guru,
for
kang
the last turtle
Hello,
game.
all
Glorious
KB.
Pathways both being
Now
dropped
game
down.
pi chu
Once
awe to.
again on the backside,
Kai di
Aqua
sini
in
ne.
trouble. Numer
Two
Blast
man,
will be able to find a
Numer
couple
Blast two man
targets,
cho.
but
Kana bi ni
Aqua
ne pira
finally
pira.
getting taken down.
Moscow
Spear
sena
Destruction
mana
there to follow in
Nah, Moscow
through.
sena bi
Still gonna
lane
be
ko
going
HP
for
to
the
wala
fight.
ko
The
sini
turtle's
ne.
gonna
Oh
get
my god.
reset for
HP
now.
reset cha
Still,
kana.
who's gonna be able
Ada
to
blue
grab
yalang.
it?
Iran ni dah
Irad
receive
will
power.
secure
Nice.
the turtle. And again, the skirmish pulls
Woo.
on through.
Ko kaun na.
1-for-1. Irad's still alive, and he'll conceal on out of there.
1-for-1 trade. And wow, RSG Philippines. I mean,
Eh, kai di sini ne blue ba ya. Blue ba ya da ma. So Iran ya blue ba sa. Tu ni kuna anya thau ma no.
2 kills. Really having a hard time up against the Raiders, and even Kyle TZ trying to go right after the purple buff here as they trade for a top
Okay.
lane
Apa
turret.
ba pian ya.
It looks like the power spike of Falcons AP Bren really towards the mid to the late game, but again, the problem will persist. RSG, the Raiders have the Moskov, have Kosei, so in terms of those split push potential, Falcons AP Bren needs to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, right now it's, you know, again at this point when we get to this portion of the game, that mid to late game
Like ni ne
transition,
injera bu ba ma la ji ni
you're
ne.
gonna
Ko
see
je
the
ma chi ni
lineup
ba
shine or
ne
not.
pick
for
like
FCAP.
red ni ne.
That's really what's up
Ta
here
da
at
fa go
stake
shi ya
and
bo no.
how things kind of fall
Kana bi
into
ne ai
place.
dan de
Because
ko na ko
looking
bi ga
at
tu
how
ni ne
the
di mo khana
items
sai
are,
dan ni ne du.
you know, I would say RSG
Ugwen
is
hả? Ugwen tu
relatively
ye
comfortable right
ugwen
now,
này
still
tu ye
working on that
sports
third item
sports
here
shili
for
na
Kosei,
cha.
but you know, already having the Corrosive Scythe and Golden Staff locked in, can rely on that front line, and then the peel as well coming out from Aqua. A lot of times the freeze is
Moscow
on
ka le
point,
pilo
the
kaun ne
frigid
ji che.
glaciers and everything else. So yeah, like you said, it on RSG
Is bu
seem to
wa
have
le to le
waked
sin pi nei
up,
ba no.
woken up
Ti ya
after
so
game
la me
one.
ba de ba to kaun. Na ka second dong so lo ba de de. Iran ni ne.
So in
The
terms of
Ugwen
damage, you can
house stand
actually
like
rely on
Aqua le
Kosei
shi
this
yo ba.
time.
Now lane ya da
But
kha le
for
Aqua
Falcons
pi
AP
ji ya
Bren,
le
as
ge.
soon as Super Marco
But
also
sa
completes his Trinity, it's going to be hard
Okay,
for RSG
what?
Philippines.
Like-
But look at this ejector once again.
No
off
phobia
Flap.
ko yao thai.
Flap tanky enough, gets a flicker out. Glorious Pathway going to be
Yeah,
dropped
you know.
down.
Oh
They
my
want to
God,
find
Obi.
it forward. Lights in
Like
trouble.
thay ya da
As
ba
Kyle
le ta ma
TZ
so
picks
play
up
da
the
yi.
kill. Tums
Còn
of
nếu
Blaze
mà
being
thấp
dropped
giao
down
mà là
to
Moscow
Nibor,
two man
taking
stand
a bit
ha
of
đấy.
damage, and they have
Oh
enough
my god.
tankiness to
Hana bi
fight
pa
on
hana bi
through
ya le
as
ba de ba da
Elwood
me. Tu
falls
ne lo
into
cha lo sim
one
ji
for one, the roamer for a roamer.
And all throughout the clash,
Did
you see Super Marco. You can't say Super Marco this time has superb positioning because he was literally in the middle of the clash, but he's unbothered because of the Lolita and Hanabi connection.
He's just freely moving.
Yes. literally free hitting, dishing out the damage he needs. Even if he's beside Light, even if he's beside Nibor or right in the vicinity of Aqua, he doesn't care. Because again, the passive of the Equinox, the passive of the Hanabi, CC immunity as long as she has shields. And with Ogwen always present, man, Super Marco.
You got shield, nice.
That's the thing. If we get to the late game, I'm worried for RSG if they're going to have too much trouble dealing with that combination, that synergy. Eyes set here in the mid lane. Both teams still holding on to the tier 1 turrets. We'll see.
Okay,
FCAP pushes it in, but already one turret down. Nibor now pulling the go signal. Spirit Destruction too. They flip over. Flap. He pops the Vengeance again. They want to find it out.
Nice.
Moscow
go line play like one thing. Nibor take young man. As you ever take young man. Triple. Oh, Kaidi that the car of BG are landing in direction the same time.
But Kyle TZ as well.
Oh my god.
He's not able to pick up the
Okay.
kill.
Nice.
We'll put the pressure on the top side. But RSG loses
In the mid,
3
we got sorry down.
members.
We're doing about be like probably 2,000. Then it's the kind of low BG down.
Again, the sustain from Falcons.
Oh, when she and Nera, I'm hoping, no?
Ogwen didn't even use the Revitalize. So the shields from Ogwen was enough to sustain the members of Falcons AP Bren. A 003 KDA for Super Marco. That's misleading because he was actually dishing out the damage.
Lolita ne Hanabi shield ko mo le thok cha to ho thok tha.
With the signature ling 402 did the cleanup crew.
အဲ့ဒါစားတော်ပွင့်တာတော်ကောင်းတယ်ပဲဒီချိန်မှာတို့နေနဲ့ဖိုဘီယာကိုကြည့်ဖိုဘီယာကြည့်တယ်ဖိုဘီယာမပြောလင်းနေတဲ့တခါလေမော်စကိုကိုလမ်းကြည့်တာရှိပြချင်းသူကနေဘောင်းထပ်ပစ်တယ်ဖိုဘီယာချိန်မှာတို့နေအီရတ်ကိုပြေးကြည့်အီရတ်ကိုပြေးကြည့်ကြသူနေနဲ့အကွာလမ်းကန်တာလမ်းကန်ဆိုတော့ဂျောဟန်နေနဲ့အင်ဂျတာနဲ့ရွှေ့သွားလို့ပေါ့နော်မို့ဆိုအကွာပါထပ်ပြီးပေးရအောင်
Yeah, you see that CC immune pop up so often for Super Marco to the point where
ပမာကိုအနေနဲ့တော်တော်လေး survive ဖြစ်တယ်နော်ဒီပုံမှာတော့သူနေ AC survive ဖြစ်တယ်
Like I don't think he's had to for the most
Okay.
part because of the fact that you have that Lolita there. So even more so if he decides to just go ahead and use the Aegis here and look at this. Take a look, Super Marco.
Prior to Super Marco, the last time Hanabi was back in Season 3, but Nibor has to do the force pathway to walk away.
Season 3 ကမပစ်ရအောင်နော်ခုဒီမှာ mid မှာ pressure ဖြစ်နေ
Still the work is there. RSG
တာဝါထပ်ပြီးပေးရ
trying
အောင်
to
လားမ
stop
သိဘူး
this zone raid from
လောရတဲ့
FCAP.
တိုင်းနဲ့ပြီးတော့နော်
Been putting pressure down. And yeah, going back to it,
ဒီ
man.
နေ့
Since
ဆောင်း
season
နေငါလည်း
3,
item damage တော်ထွက်နေမလို့ဒါသူ
Was
နေ
Nibor even alive back then?
I'm sure he was alive, man. It's, we get 2 seasons a year, so let's do the quick math.
Yeah, quick math. One thing for sure is RSG needs to defend the
ဟို
onslaught of
ဒီ
attack.
နေတာ backline ဝင်တာတခါလေး wish ပြရမှာပေါ့
Having
နော်
a hard time here as they were able to
ဟို
clear
မှာ
out
ကို
the
တော်တော်လေးကိုကောင်းနေပါ
minions.
ပြီ
One inhibitor down for RSG Philippines though.
Very interesting, too.
ဒါ
Looking
ရော
at
စိတ်ဝင်
this,
စားဖို့လည်းတော်ကောင်းနေ
Super Marco is at that power
6 to
spike,
6
has
ပေါ့
what
နော်
he
ဘိုးလီ
needs.
ကဒီဘက်ကကျွန်
Has
တော်
the
ဖတ်
wings
က
himself.
FK ကကျွန်တော်
Yeah.
ကျွန်တော် EB ပြန်လို့လည်းခေါ်ပါ
Some
FK
extra
လို့လည်းခေါ်
shield.
ပါအော် 5K ဂိုးလီပေါ့နော်
More shield.
You have more shields than how many bullets RSG can throw at you, but Ira now.
Oh no.
Okay.
You're gonna be in trouble.
Ready to
Last
be out of
set,
man.
already expended. They're gonna fight it.
Okay, nice. Ready to be like ya ပါပြီလင်းနေတမဆော့ပဲထိုင်ပြီးလိုက်ပြီ
freely.
လေအား3ယောက်ပဲ spy ဖြစ်တယ်
As
သူ
two
နေ
down for
ground တက်မှာလား high
RSG.
ground မတက်ချင်သေးဘူး
No
နော်
more
သူ
for
နေ
the
နဲ့
taking. But the
Yeah,
pressure
yeah,
is
yeah.
on as FCAP has hit that power spike.
Okay, so
But
we just
Lee, I
got
tell you
word that
too,
the
Lalo, they out
last
there. They're
player
gonna be
to
angry.
use Hanabi was Coco during versus Archangels in the grand finals of season 3. Wow.
အမေလိုလီတာကွန်ကိုရအောင်ထုတ်တယ်မနော်ရအောင်ထုတ်တယ်သူတို့တွေဒီကွန်ကိုအလီဂင် survive ဖြစ်အောင်လဲဆော့တယ်အလီဂင် survive ဖြစ်လိတ်ကင်ကသူတို့ရဲ့ payback time ပေါ့နော်ဒါအလီဂင်ရင်းနှီးမြုံနှံမှုကောင်းကောင်းပေးထားတဲ့အတွက်လိတ်ကွန်စရင်းနှီးဆန္ဒပြနေတဲ့ရှိနေတယ်သူနဲ့အမြင်ဝရအောင်ပါနော်အဲ့ဒါမကင်းဖစ်ကိုထပ်ပြီးပြီးသွားတယ်
Super Marco picks up the malefic roar. 203 KDA from the bulletproof man
သူနေနဲ့
himself.
203ဒီတော့မသိရသေးဘူးနော်ဟာလာပြီးတော့ shut down ချခံရတယ်
A pro
ဖိုဘီယာကလည်းတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီဘက်တည်း
executed this toxic lineup.
Hey,
in a high stakes game.
I always say, and I've seen some games, 5 retributions, 5 arrivals. If it's in the game and you can use it,
5 flame
it's
shots.
fair. That's how I see it. Hang on. So you know what? If call it toxic or not, FCAP, it's in the game. They utilize it. They're making it work. Look at the shields, by the way.
Wow.
အဲ့ရှိတယ်ပေါ့ဗျာအဲ့
ဟာလာပြီးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ pathway has been the choice.
It would have been nice to
ဟို
have
ပါ
an
နဲ့
Esmeralda
ဒီဘက်ကိုပြစ်ခံ Iran အနေနဲ့ HP 50% တက် down ခံလိုက်ရပြီ
Uh-oh.
ဟို Moscow အနေနဲ့အပေါ်လမ်းမှာသူတို့နဲ့ battle ချရမှာရင်းနဲ့အကွာတစ်ခါလေးပြေးကြည့်ကြဂျောဟန်အနေနဲ့ save ကိုချတယ်အတိုင်းမမီတော့ဘောနော်တီးလိုက်ရပြီကြောပါထပ်ပြေးရမှာလား no မပြေအောင်သူတို့နဲ့ lot တစ်ခါလေးပြေးကြည့်တော့မှာ
Whole time Kosei pushing on the other side of the map. that might be it, at least for now. 2 down for RSG. They're going to go in for a full base push here. It looks like just 4 members. They're going to go ahead and put this to the test here. There's just 2 punches. Numor
nice.
goes down, and there's the lock into a mega kill for Super Marco, looking for Kosei. Will be able to not push it in just yet. It's only Kosei alive. 8 seconds on Aqua.
Oh,
nice. This is going to be worked on. Ogren holding down the front line. That way he pushed it in. And that looks like it could be it. As the base is going to be worked on. And FCAP
nice.
will
GG,
make
guys.
it happen as they take the series 2-1. You can hear it.
You can hear the crowd
chanting, okay.
Last time this hero was picked was Season 3, but this time in the hands of the bulletproof man himself, Super Marco, making it work alongside Ogwen's Lolita as they take game number 3 away from the Raiders. What a way to end number 1.
I don't know, man. Like from, we call him Bulletproof Marco. This time he's just CC Immune Marco.
CC Immune Marco.
CC Immune.
I'm not sure if he used the ages. Confirm with the replay. But props to RSG for putting on a show.
Bye bye. So,ဒီဘက်ဖုန်းလေးနဲ့ ML နဲ့တက်လာခဲ့အောင်နော်။ပြင်ခေါင်းနေနဲ့လောက်အဲ့ဒါ guys ကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ်။မနေ့ပြန်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဖိလစ်ပင်းပွဲရောကြည့်မယ်အင်ဒိုနီးရှားပွဲရောတက်ကြည့်အောင်မယ်ပေါ့နော်။အခုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီ game ပွဲလေးနဲ့တက်လာခဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် eBay run account လေးနဲ့ညတက်လောက်ပဲ။ကျွန်တော် streaming မဟုတ်ပါတော့ stream ကနောက်ထပ် live တစ်ခုထပ်တက်လာမယ်။ဒီ testing ကတက်လောက်ပဲပေါ့နော်။ Bye bye